This program is rated MA. It contains adult themes, coarse language, sexual references, and violence.
All right. What's up with comms? It's Friday. What's up, everybody?
Open comms.
We made it. Look at this.
Hello?
Oh, you know what I don't need?
Oh my gosh, we've got the EVE Online logo twice.
I didn't know you had.
we
Look
need.
at it. You already doing it?
I'm on
There's a
top
lot
of
of
things.
Eve in this show.
There's a lot of
Double
Eve.
it up.
There we go.
A
Okay.
lot of Eve to talk
There,
about
we,
this week.
Dude, I thought
Nothing happened this week, though.
Yeah,
What?
it was a pretty quiet week. So this, for our audience, this is going to be a kind of a slow show.
Yeah, nothing. Really
Drayden, we got to switch up that font with the names, man. Oh, that's.
I
bugging
know.
me.
I had to go quick. It's
Use
default
Accent.
Arial font. I will find something better later, but
Also,
remember
I'm trying
my
to make
first,
as much noise as possible until you listen.
I mean, just throwing it in whatever the default font was, it's still 3 minutes late. So if I was gonna
Okay.
sit there just like search
Comic
through fonts
Sans
for something
all
that
day.
look cool, it'd be like
You
7
don't-
o'clock.
you don't
know
know-
500 company. We don't
None
use
of you are
Comic
in
Sans.
St. Patty's Day stuff.
Because it's not St. Patty's Day.
I
So
have a
wait,
green
Drayden,
screen.
you don't just know what font to use?
I don't type things.
Really?
The only thing I type is in search bars on Google. I don't.
Can
get
you
to choose
guys-
the font.
Well,
happened to our
I'll ask
normal name
Redline
tags?
because I know Redline designs stuff.
I don't
Can you
decide.
can you recognize fonts like out in the wild?
Is Comic
Yes.
Sans good? I heard.
Yeah.
Or
Well,
Uh,
Comic Sans is like
Can I put
easy to
Wingdings in there?
recognize.
Delana
Use-
somehow knew the stop sign font. It was really weird because she wanted to stop
Buddy.
and take a photo of it.
Helvetica?
Use Google Fonts and
I don't
use
know.
the font called XO2.
XO2.
Medium.
I'm a big fan of Montserrat Bold, even black sometimes.
No one
Montserrat.
is a fan of Montserrat.
Dude, I love
anything.
mozzarella.
Just said he
Montserrat
is.
is.
Oh, I like mozzarella
Fuck,
cheese too.
fuck you, Rain. God damn it.
Gotta go
That
with
was
the classic.
good. That was no. I want to do a
Montserrat-
shot.
There is no Montserrat Bold.
I want to do a
There's
shot to
modern
Rain
and
because that was
Mongolian
that was a
Baiti.
good joke.
I don't have any
Yes.
extra fonts added to Windows except for I think
No,
Orbitron,
There's
which is what I
one-
use for the OpenComms font. So
It's
Orbitron?
called Uni.
I do not like the
Nue.
Orbitron font, but it's fine. Opening shot. We have to. Redline, shut up for a minute. We have to do an opening shot.
oh, I know what I forgot to add. That's cool. We'll pull the shot.
We have to do an opening shot for the man of the people, the hero of the people, the one who started and ended it all. He is the alpha and the omega.
Oh,
Redline
thank you.
13, everybody.
Here, here.
Good job, LB.
Shots.
Huzzah.
Shots for Redline.
Also to
LB, click the
LB
button first.
and Manic.
Can I also do a shot for a memorial one for
Why
this
are we doing
week?
shots at Red Line? Not that he doesn't deserve it. I know he does, but because of his greatness.
Redline started a movement of the people called Eve Blackout, and it is responsible for having the Prospector Pack removed from the store. So, good job, Redline.
What was removed?
People
I
often
didn't
forget
hear
that
you,
this
Dave.
show is
I'm
in front of a
sorry.
live audience.
It's true.
What's removed?
The
What?
Prospector Pact. This is Eve Online, Dom. Hi.
Remember the pack that they were selling
Talking
for
about
the
the
They're,
Prospector
real?
in
they're
Toy
selling the
Story?
retriever, the fully fit retriever, and skills.
Yeah, they were
and
selling the
everything.
ship or whatever, and we were talking about
Remember?
last week.
Yeah, I
When
think
we
it's
were
a
mad
great
last
idea.
week, Dom?
We should sell more
Oh.
ships.
Dom was like, I
Dom-
ate a whole bag of mushrooms before driving to
do you know
Arkansas,
what?
and
Do
I'm
you know
still
what
just riding
happened
it.
this week?
Nope.
You don't know what we're here to talk about,
Yeah,
do you?
They
Dom.
probably drank more and had more fun.
Dom,
I
what
bought
year
like
is
16
it?
of those
How
retrievers
come
and I just threw them away.
Dom is on cam when he doesn't even know what the topic is.
I do.
It's
You have
the
to tell me what
mushrooms.
it is. What is? Is there a show
Dom.
notes? Where are the fucking show notes? I don't see no show notes.
It's in the
don't have
Online
time to
Dude,
channel.
we have a
Discord.
whole channel. We have a
Two
specific channel with a week-long
There's
discussion
two
of
channels
show
for it.
notes.
There's like a
I was
news
gone all
one
week.
with limited access to it, and then there's the public
You're
one. that gets-
still on.
Is it
You
show
guys
notes?
gonna be all right?
No.
No.
You sound like you're
So-
having a lot of trouble.
We'll
Are you
be,
okay?
Well,
we'll be
trouble all the
time.
fine.
Well, congratulations,
Listen,
Redline.
Mom
You
and Dad
ruined
just
all
need
my
to talk
fun.
for a
Thanks
minute,
lot.
okay?
I was enjoying that fucking Cross Specters pack.
Were you?
Yeah, no, he's lying.
There was a skin in it. He may not.
Dom,
I know. See?
Dom knows
Skin.
exactly how to piss me off.
I do.
Dom was like, there was other stuff besides
Oh
the
my
skin.
God.
I just
I
bought it
was
for the
pissed-
skin.
So we were talking about it at the meetup, the same thing, and Pukin is all hellfire against it. So I kept saying I was for it, how great it was, and we should do more ships. And I thought he was going to blow a gasket. He was turning red, getting all mad. He's like you, Manic.
Listen,
I'm a bitch.
never mind. now I'm in a bad mood.
Don't be in a
Way to go, Dom. You ruined
Don't be in a
everything.
bad mood. Be a good mood.
Sing of the mozzarella font.
Oh, I like mozzarella.
Ray
Fuck
likes
off,
anything involving
Ray.
cheese.
That's not gonna work.
Right, especially
I'm
like
never
making cheesy
gonna
jokes.
I'm never gonna not see that now. When I go looking for the Montserrat font, I'm gonna be looking for mozzarella.
Okay. Sweet. Now we're set.
What are we
That's
set, Dylan? What are we
looking
doing?
that's looking sharp.
I had to
man.
add the alerts overlay for subs and stuff, and then I also had to add the Discord.
Oh, yeah.
Overlay.
Yeah, so we got new digs. We are no longer in Caldari station number 5487. We are now stationed where all of the other Eve talk shows are stationed now in
Jita?
the Jita 44 hangar.
Oh, I feel
But
dirty.
what,
Just
what
down the hall from the
separates us
Pulse.
what separates us from the other shows is we got our own little hologram there. No other show.
Look at that.
No other show has a 3D hologram in Jita.
How'd
Just
you
saying.
do that?
Magic.
It's a fucking
Was it
genius
easy?
is what it is.
It was
Bribing Deb.
Hard.
incredible. It was actually, God bless whoever made, I don't know who made the Open Comms logo. I'm assuming it was Rick Javix, but God bless him for making it symmetrical, because all I had to do was create one half of the logo and then mirror it. It was a pain in the ass to do. I did it in After Effects, and it was actually kind of a pain. So if everybody could recognize my hard work, I would appreciate it.
Yeah.
Good job,
can,
Manic.
Thank you.
Can you play the yay sound file for yourself?
You did a great job, as you
Well done.
always do, Manic. You are quality at everything you do.
I mean, I try.
I'm gonna
You know
drink
what?
real
This-
quick to
This show is not about me.
It should
This
be.
show tonight is about
should be about
Redline.
you.
I was just gonna say I want to drink real quick to that very disciplined live audience that will literally shut the fuck up right when you turn the light back off. They know their role.
Wait,
You know what? They do? They're a good
Just
audience, aren't they? Fuck yeah. I'll drink to them.
What?
Fuck yeah. Good
What
job,
does that
audience.
mean?
And I don't know.
You had it in
a
applause and then it silenced very efficiently.
Oh,
Rest of the
yeah.
shit, I'm telling
And
you.
I was commending
That's
our
one
live
thing.
audience because they when the light comes on they applaud and when the light goes off they shut the fuck up.
Oh,
You're
I
talking
see.
about the
Okay.
sound effect.
Oh, did I cut it off?
It cut a little short. So.
I mean, I can hear it, so I can't tell.
You turn the
I-
light off and they shut
I
the
was
fuck up
I thought I was holding the
Yeah.
button, but I guess not.
because they
You
want to get
yelling
tickets
at
to
them? Is
next
that
week's
how you
show
shut
and they're
up?
very
Also,
Anyway,
yeah, so-
guys.
What is up with this red line? You have us all get Taylor Swift avatars and then you take yours off.
Hey,
Yeah, I was like, where's all the
Redline,
Swifts?
where's your
Take that
Taylor
off.
Swift avatar?
I
Wait, where's
see
my
you're
Taylor
like
Swift
I
anime,
avatar?
thought we were
dude.
doing a
Has
Barbie
one.
thing. Is that Taylor Swift?
It
Why is
shows
mine not Taylor Swift?
Because we changed our server profiles.
You guys have all Taylor Swift. What are you talking
I don't.
about?
Well,
I-
actually, that
well,
is
look
Taylor
at the
Swift in
stream.
Look at
Look
the
at the
stream.
we don't
The-
on the
the
stream.
Yeah, we
Capture-
changed our server profiles and not.
What shouldn't?
actual
Oh,
profile.
has
Oh,
And
this,
maybe the
this
stream
takes
kit
the
pulls
actual
from the
profiles, not the
actual
server
profile.
profiles. Weird.
fuck that.
I
Well,
changed
it-
my
it
main
was
picture.
ruined.
Well, you guys should change it.
I'm
on your
Tay
name.
now. Like,
Well,
I'm
mine's-
gonna remain Taylor Swift on the Open Comms server.
Same. This is weird.
Shout out to
Guys, we got some shit to talk about. We got some big
Mm.
shit to talk about. This is borderline. It's not breaking, but this is borderline breaking news. And open comms, being that we broadcast on Friday nights, we don't often get to do breaking news, but we got some breaking fucking news.
Do
I
we?
think you should lay it on
What's
us.
the news?
So the news is I'm assuming everybody by now, except for Dom, knows about the Eve blackout protest that Redline organized and kicked off this week, in opposition of the Prospectors Pack, which was CCP selling a pack that included a fitted retriever. And a lot of people, including many current and former CSM members, took objection to this, and there was a big uproar. And then our good buddy Redline here decided to start a media blackout on Twitch, so that if anybody came to the Twitch or the Eve Online category on Twitch, they would see a bunch of warnings on everybody's stream, just kind of warning people about the dare I say, predatory monetization tactics of CCP in EVE Online. So, Redline, I feel like I'm speaking for you, so stop me if
No, he's too humble to speak for himself. So you keep going, Manic.
okay. So
Quick shout out to the 2 people who are still displaying it too,
some people are still doing
and
it.
that one asshole who made his own. That's
They
They're
haven't.
probably out or asleep.
Yeah,
Leave them
they're
alone. I got
they're
called out
they're out at a
immediately when
bar.
the thing
They're out
came
at a
out.
party. They don't give a shit about video game stuff right now. They're not like us.
kissing girls.
Corvus,
Gross.
you're not a joke to me, bro. You know I love you. So anyway, this protest that Redline organized, it didn't even last a week. I think did it start on Tuesday or Wednesday?
It was earlier this week, so
Tuesday.
Tuesday.
4 days?
I went on
Tuesday.
Monday.
3 days?
Monday. Yeah,
Monday?
LB was
I
looking
started
at
on
Saturday.
Monday.
Okay. So it did last the week. But yeah, the Redline kind of set the terms, like talk to us. This was Redline's way of initiating a conversation, because it seemed like no other avenue was getting much traction in getting a discussion opened with CCP about their monetization practices. So yeah, Redline, it worked. It got picked up by the gaming press. It got picked up by at least one YouTuber that I know of did like a 10-minute episode on it. But and it obviously it made its way. It made the rounds around the Eve community. But it did remind me a bit of Monocle Gate. If anybody remembers Monocle Gate,
It's before my time, but I know
this
of it.
this was back when there was a time when CCP did not monetize anything in the game aside from Plex. Plex was the only real like thing that you could buy, in-game item that you could buy. But around the time of Monocle Gate, this was like 2011 or 2012, CCP really dove headfirst into microtransactions. And I put micro in air quotes because the cheapest item you could get was a pair of boots for $10. But the uh, I don't want to go into a whole thing, but Monocle Gate was the culmination of a lot of things in Eve that players were upset about. And the monocle was just kind of like the the straw that broke the camel's back, or the microtransactions in general. Anyway, um, players organized a protest in Jita because Hilmar was quoted as saying in an internal memo that was leaked, he said, let's not watch what players say, let's watch what players do." And I'm paraphrasing probably, but that's the gist of the quote. So player side decided, okay, we're going to do something. We're going to riot in Jita. We're going to slow down the game, and we're going to impact other people's gameplay until you talk to us about this. And finally, after 2 weeks, CCP couldn't ignore it anymore. It was making the rounds in the gaming media, and yeah, a lot of discussions that needed to be had were finally had. So I feel like what happened this week was something similar. It was, and this is one of the things that I fucking love about Eve, man. Oh boy. Okay. It was players organizing against a decision by CCP to say, "Hey, we don't like this. Please talk to us." Because we can see this going in a very, very bad way, and we don't want that to happen. So please just have a conversation with us and reconsider what you're doing. And that's exactly what happened here. When people visited the Eve category on Twitch, at one point it was like over 50% of the Eve streams was the blackout message. And now my mouth is dry. I'm gonna take a drink. Somebody pick it up. Take it away,
Shots.
LB.
Shots to Redline.
Shots.
Sorry, what were we talking about?
nobody was listening. You guys were all watching fucking Netflix
So-
or something.
Well, Redline. So Redline started the blackout. I don't think we've touched on like the partner program. So Redline runs New Eden Post, and so as part of being in the partner program, I remember I was reading it out on my stream, but a lot of it is talking about how you don't have to agree with everything CCP says. You don't have to support everything that they do, but your stream overall should not be a entirely negative space or whatever. And so CCP made a comment. They're like, "Hey, we understand you guys want to protest. However, we don't feel like the stream method is like conductive. Like you have some time, but we really prefer if you weren't, just streaming a black screen tool with a link to a website. Like, and for further context, other streamers have been like saying terrible things about CCP. We said stuff on Trash Talk Tuesday that night, other shit. And so Redline opted out of the partner program. So that means he's no longer getting the sub, he's no longer getting Plex or skins or all this other stuff to support his stream and his platform. And so he gave that up in order to make a stand against CCP and to say, no, I see what you're saying, but, and for the further context, the community team handles the partner program. The community team does not handle monetization. So we were able to talk to like Swift and Convict and friends. And like Redline was like, no, I see what you guys are saying. I'm going to take a stand anyway. We really want to hear from CCP, like a more formalized comment about the pack and the direction CCP is going. So I'm going to opt out. And so Redline actually managed to opt out. Bless his heart.
I just
Yeah.
left the Discord.
Thanks for the
Ridiculous.
sub.
Costing me skins.
That's a
I'm
huge
not happy
deal.
about it.
That's
Why is that a huge deal?
because
Well, I didn't do it. Like,
well-
I'm a coward and I didn't do it.
because Redline, I'll explain. So being in the partner program, you get certain perks in game, correct?
You get a free sub.
Yeah.
You get
You get your account paid for. You
like,
get
partner
you get
skins once in a
certain
while.
access. Yeah, you get skins to give away. You get certain access to CCP that other players might otherwise not have. So you get perks for being in the partner program.
You got gift
And
sub.
so and to be clear, because a lot of people were they had the misconception that Redline was kicked from the partner program, and
That's what I thought it was.
and that's not what happened, right? Redline. I mean, you can speak for yourself here. I'm not speaking out of turn.
Yes, correct.
He wasn't
protest in the way that I wanted to protest, or to not be in the partner program, and I chose to not be in the partner program.
So Redline was given a very clear and understandable choice. CCP said, "You are free to continue this protest. We're not going to silence you. We can't silence you. There's no way CCP could silence anybody, really. But if you're going to continue the protest, we can't have you as partner because of the guidelines. Because when you agreed to be partner, you agreed to present Eve in a particular way, and not." Well, that's probably not true. Now I am speaking for you because I'm not a partner. I don't know what you agreed to.
I
The
can.
guidelines are on the website though, but like overall, when you're a partner, you have to have whatever you're partnered with be like pretty, I would say like neutral as well as like, I don't know if you would call it politically correct, but at least to the point where if
Let's be
somebody
neutral.
if somebody like 15 years old shows up, it's not going to be not safe for work shit. It's not going to be inappropriate stuff. It's not going to be calling everyone and their mom inappropriate names or things like that. And like CCP said, they said you can be critical of CCP. You do not have to agree with everything we do, but your stream cannot be overly negative. So like if you go to, I don't know, a blog and every single post on the blog is fuck CCP, I hate this change, and it's that for like 50 posts, and you're saying, well, like why would CCP partner this person? Like why are they essentially compensating them?
Yeah, but and also, I mean, I can. So I understand CCP's decision that it's like you can't be a partner and do that, like with the whole ban the whole image up on the stream. I mean, from a business standpoint, it makes sense. That it's like if you're part of a partnership program and then you're going to do that, like they're not going to let you stay in the partnership program. That's pretty much. I figure that shouldn't be a shock to anyone. that
Right.
If any partners that did that would probably lose their
Yeah,
partnership
I mean, you're. It makes sense that
You're essentially a brand ambassador.
if
Mhm.
CCP, if CCP is going to bring you on as a brand ambassador, then you are expected to be held to a certain standard. Like
Which in
that's
their
not unreasonable at all.
and in their defense, they are wholeheartedly okay with people naysaying things as they go, because that's
And
what a lot of these
True.
talk shows are. Is
yeah,
people
that's
just airing their grievances, but they still put on an Eve show and they still do
And-
their thing. You know.
Like, look at the Meta
Asterothi.
Show.
Exactly.
They just went on a rant. I mean, their whole show last week was them essentially slagging on CCP for this, and they never got in trouble with their partner issues on it.
Right, that's what I'm highlighting. And it's like they're very flexible from what I've seen, in that they will let you speak your mind and air your grievances and whatnot. You just can't become, this is the fuck CCP channel, you know, essentially.
And
I'm
it's
dumbing it down a
it's
little bit.
and it's not even that the protest was a kind of fuck you to CCP. It
I
wasn't.
think it was a fuck this change.
It was a fuck this pack and fuck what this pack represents for the game. So, more to the point, it was the protest was to stream to the Eve category. You set the game you were streaming to Eve Online. You type that into your OBS, but you're not streaming Eve. And for a lot of these people, they were doing AFK streams, which is against the Twitch TOS, and they're not streaming actual Eve Online gameplay, so they can't really be said to be streaming Eve content. It was kind of anti-Eve content. So yeah, it makes sense to me that CCP would expect their partners to be held to a particular standard
Yeah, and
if they wanted to be in the
also-
program.
so in chat they're saying so they don't want an honest opinion. They're fine with honest opinions. Like CCP is fine with criticism of any changes they do or anything that they do. Criticism is fine, and you can be critical of CCP and still be a partner. But like Manic was saying, you can't have what essentially was a negative EVE Online stream. That, I mean,
Honestly,
I agree with the blackout. I think it was like a nice move and probably necessary, and it was an effective one because it kind of worked.
I think-
but-
What do you mean it
It
kind
did
of worked?
work.
It did
Well,
work.
It did work.
Well,
that's the
when I
big
say
thing
I
that we
take
just
so-
we
It
have to
even
get
got
this
picked
here.
up by CCP stream, which
Yeah,
was the
that-
funniest part.
bad adjective.
But I
use,
mean,
but,
yeah. So
but-
like a lot of people were talking about it last week. Like I remember tweeting a ton last week. There were forum posts, Reddit posts, tons of tweets, videos, like other Twitch streams of people talking about it. And CCP didn't do anything. That was radio silence. Redline does this thing, like kicks up a storm, takes over the whole entire Twitch directory of EVE Online, and next thing you know, we finally get a post from our very own CCP Swift.
Yeah.
And so
And it even
like,
made Gaming Press too.
yeah,
well,
so
what
like
was the
Redline's movement and everyone protesting actually did something.
Yeah, because the article that I saw, someone that was it on Polygon or OP Gaming or OP
Massively.
Massively OP.
Gaming. Okay, it was one of those. Yeah, there was an article about the protest.
Polygon will pick it up 2 weeks later.
Massively
That'd be a
is
terrible
Massively is a site specifically for MMOs.
Okay.
Well, I think the other thing that happened too is if you look at the very beginning, Convict came out, made a post that was exceptionally poor received. So kind of kudos to Swift for kind of derailing the Uber hate on CCP that started when the whole Redline making
Well,
the
what
choice to
happened
leave
was
partner.
some shitbag, like so this happens all the time, right? Some shitbag screenshots Discord with like not even a fraction of the story, and they post it to Reddit, and every other dipshit's like, "Oh my god, you guys, Reddit is a fucking factual truth," and then they start spitting shit and getting mad and just raging.
Reddit
And
is the
like
truth.
I was
What are you
saying
talking about?
earlier, it wasn't the truth, but both Swift and Convict are community devs. The partner program's a community project, so they are allowed to directly speak to it. So that's what they were doing. So anyone and their mom who wants to like bitch about the way Convict posting, go fuck themselves, honestly.
Yeah, I honestly anybody who is giving Convict or Swift shit over the announcement, that's completely misguided rage.
Correct.
I would like to commend Rain on her impersonation of someone who likes Reddit. It's on
It
par
sounded
with
That was a
impersonation
really
That was
good
adorable.
impersonation of a
the
Reddit user.
average Eve
Oh,
player.
whoops. Yeah,
I like to call our Google Light.
the impersonations of neckbeard, like booger eating trolls or whatever you want to call them.
Booger eating trolls.
It's accurate.
I mean, like LB's
It is,
last
yeah.
year was like "Ugh,
Fucking
ugh,
mouth
this and
breathers."
that, ugh." I don't know.
Oh, There were-
actually,
I love 'em.
So I
fuck,
don't
now I
know
gotta find the thing I was
how
looking for.
long people stayed, but there were over 12,000 hits on this website over the
I-
course of the last 3 days, 4 days.
I will tell you, for about 3 days, I had the tab open in my browser. So
It's
so
insane.
one of those was me for at least 3 days.
Oh man, I was to say when
I
you
put the
mentioned
link to the,
when you mentioned the community devs, I do want to give a shout out to a shot to and it's kind of one of those things like, man, he's coming in at a tough time, but General Stargazer and god, someone please remind me of his CCP name.
Zalus.
CCP Zalus?
Yeah.
Zalus.
Zalus, yeah. So shots to General Stargazer. He's now community dev,
Yeah.
CCP member. Zalus, yeah. I do start with a
Zealous.
Z.
He's got some
Yes?
big shoes to fill because those are Aurora's shoes.
Yeah.
right. Because she
Aurora,
moved up,
I'm
Aurora
excited
moved
to
on
see
to
what he does.
actual
Yeah.
game development.
Yeah, she moved up to game.
Yeah.
Like, what
Which is also
specific
very
game
cool.
development did she do?
Game development.
I mean,
she develops
she's,
the game, Drady.
she's one of the
From what I
she's one
know,
of the
and I think-
developers now.
I think this
Title.
is public, so the new Rorqual changes, she had a hand in helping develop.
Oh shit!
Obviously,
she's
like
on
some
it.
of the
she
pre-work was
posted
done
them.
beforehand. Yeah.
Oh, we'll get to that.
But yeah, so shots
will
to
we?
Zalus. Congrats.
Shouts to
Welcome.
CCP Zalus.
Good luck
Is
at
it true that
CCP.
Sutonio got picked up recently as well?
I think that was an April Fool's joke.
Okay.
Well, because he's okay. So I heard this is like second, third, fourth hand recounting. I heard on Ash's stream, Ashtarothi. I heard on Ashtarothi's stream that he heard from another person who heard on Sutonia's stream that Sutonia was recently hired by CCP and he starts on April 1st.
If Sutonia goes to work for CCP, he better call himself CCP Pickup Line. Like, if he doesn't, I'm gonna be upset.
I
And you
think
need right to
I
do so.
think it's supposed to be an April Fool's joke. Just the April 1st hire date is like that's setting off so many alarms in my brain. If I'm
It's
wrong, I'm
funny-
wrong.
It's
If
funny
I'm
you
wrong,
say
like,
that
and
because
God, I honestly, sorry, I just want to say, if Sutonia actually is getting hired as a developer at Eve, my hopes have raised slightly.
so the thing that I saw was that the reason I think it's funny that you say that. The thing I saw said that he was coming on to be either head or leading their QA department, which is also kind of maybe a joke. 'Cause
Okay,
As far as we know,
it's
CCP
gotta
doesn't
be a
have one.
joke. It's
So I was
gotta be a
like,
joke.
I was like,
So
It's
BM.
gotta
my
be a
initial
joke.
thought was like, oh shit, they're gonna listen to us and they're gonna start a fucking
He's
QA
fucking
department.
trolling.
But with the
It's-
April
I mean, they're
1st like
hiring
light on
for
it,
QA.
maybe I don't know.
He's
CCP is
trolling.
hiring
is
a lot of
hiring
people.
QA. They
He's
keep
tro-
advertising
Nah,
for it.
this is Sutonia. He's trolling.
I don't know.
Let's be
It-
real though.
he doesn't
CCP's
troll.
best April Fool's joke was actually launching something but announcing it on the 1st, making us think it was all a joke.
Oh,
You're
what
talking
was
about
that?
State
Fozzie does
Gate
that
to
a lot.
Stain.
which I think was the
Gate
dumbest
to
thing that they ever
Stain.
did.
Oh,
Yeah, the warp gate to Stain. That's right. That was 2020.
I think
So,
so.
roughly.
Test that
Because
next.
they
right.
they mixed that in with the dev blog about bringing cat ears to the game.
yeah.
Mm.
Which I don't know why they haven't done it.
They still haven't done
Just have
that.
the gate to stain.
Well, let's be real.
If
Cat
we can-
ears, they could make money on that.
They
If
make
we
a
can
ton
have
of
a
money
game-
on it.
If we could, oh
But
god,
my
they would make so much
immersions,
They
fucking
make
money on
so
cat
many money.
ears.
Like every single
Holy
player,
shit.
every single
We can
pilot
talk
probably
about-
would have one. I think so.
We can talk about how CCP is leaving money on the table.
yeah.
Holy shit.
Well, and
There
all
is
the-
a
all the
market for
station skins that we've
cosmetics,
been,
Alliance logos on ships, Alliance logos on structures.
Yeah, all the stuff in
fucking
Discord that's been going on
structure
this whole week
skins.
with what's his
Prime
I can't remember his Twitch name, but
Caldari Prime Pony
Tam-
Club.
Caldari Prime
Tamber.
Pony Club. Yeah.
What's
Yeah,
up, Tom?
Tamber is like what I've been seeing him posting on, but yeah, it's Caldari Pony.
Good evening,
Caldari
Party
Prime
King.
Pony
Hey,
Club.
Dunk.
What's up, Dunk? But yeah, so I mean, the amount of stuff that he's been putting in, like, oh, here's some stuff going stations, billboards. Here's some like
He's been
the
doing it for
holograms and the keep
years.
stars, and here's some other skins. And And it's mind blowing. It's like, why aren't you working for CCP if you can just
I
generate this shit out of your ass
just
like every
like
5
CCP
seconds? Like,
hire this man.
like this is one of those things where it's like, if you just like calm your ass down and release something like once a week, you're gonna make CCP a lot of money, and then you'd have ideas for years and years. Because he's just like, I made this and then, and he comes up with like 20 things in a day where it's
he
like, I'd
pumps
fucking
them
probably
out.
buy that.
It would be like that guy at the office that just comes in one day a week and gets everything done, and then just never
Yeah.
sees it.
Dude, I would
It's-
love to do that. Holy shit. If I could get all of my work done on Monday and take the rest of the week off, fuck yes.
Well, and what was the whole thing with? I know that they mentioned it that they were interested, but it's not going to be a thing. But allowing players to design stuff, but then you'd have to have like royalty. Like it would cause a weird issue of like
There
royalty
was-
payments and all kinds
Well,
of stuff.
there was talk about, and this was like way back in 2016, I believe. There was talk about having skin designer as an in-game profession,
Yeah.
where I think the intent was that you would purchase a skin designer's license for cash. This is how CCP would monetize it. But you would purchase a skin designer's license that you would activate in game, and I think that would give you an interface to design ship skins. So you pull up a ship model, and then you drag decals and shapes and recolor them and you design your own skin, and then you sell that. Like that was planned to be a thing. And it, from what Tamber said,
like sell it in game for ISK then.
yeah, sell
Okay.
it in game for ISK. So like in the Eve universe, you would be a ship painter basically. So
Yeah.
people with a design mindset like Rix and Tamber, God, they would make bank on this kind of thing.
So I was thinking differently. I was thinking more along the lines of this, like what Tamber is doing on the side, and he could like send a portfolio of stuff to CCP, and they're like, well, we think this will sell well. We like this and this and that, and they like buy, like, we want these 20 skins that you've made. We'll buy them from you, and then maybe like have a maybe like a royalty, like a, you know, it'd probably be a low percentage, but like a certain percentage of like for each sale that we have of this, then you get this much royalties. But then I was like, that causes complications because now it's a contractual agreement with an individual outside the company, and then they have to send out royalties constantly, like monthly, and like that's probably a nightmare that CCP doesn't want to deal with.
Kind of a
because it'd be like
the
a third party
financials
artist,
behind
but then
it.
again, it's like if
But,
you're hiring
I mean-
third party artists to design skins, then
Well,
like,
no.
you have an internal art team. Like
here's
why
how
are
they get
you paying them to do
here's how they can get around that. They would provide an in-game interface. So you're not like, let's say Manic Velocity buys a skin license, right? It's not like I'm uploading my artwork to the Eve server and applying that as a skin. What I would do is the interface that CCP provides would give me a set of, let's call them Lego blocks. It's just a bunch of different designs, right? So you've got like straight lines, maybe you've got like a checkerboard pattern, you've got some dots, I don't know, but you can arrange them on the ship to design a skin. So you're using the assets that CCP provides, but you're combining them in your own specific way that is your design, if that makes sense.
Yeah, like the Corp logo design.
Like the Corp logo designer. Yeah, that's all in-game assets, but you combine them and manipulate them in a certain way that makes it unique. So they could do something like this with shipskins. There's no technical reason why they couldn't do this, but it's just a way of how do they work it into the game. I don't know. I think we got onto a tangent. This
Yeah.
was talked about like, God, 5-6 years ago at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, exactly. CCP can go and just do cosmetics and easily make just as much, if not more money, without
Yeah, if they expand
any of
the
this
cosmetics.
bullshit.
Yeah.
That's the thing we've been saying. Like, expand the cosmetics. Don't just make ship cosmetics. Make station cosmetics. Though,
Station cosmetics,
Station.
more-
I mean, Citadel cosmetics, because those
Drone
are
yeah.
cosmetics.
because a lot of
Drone
people are like,
skins.
a lot of people are like, I'm zoomed out. I'm not going to be able to see my.
And
you know,
One thing I
Like,
would like to
I'm not
see
going to see my
is
Corm skin, but
more varied clothing options, because
Or
right
sell,
now
or sell
we
the clothing items in
we
real
have
life.
we have like 4 or 5 different jacket types, and they're just colored differently.
mhm.
I want so many more clothing options for my character.
They do
we
come
have
out with various things for different events and
every
stuff,
now and then,
usually everyone
yeah.
just gets them
But
as
like
a locker
even
reward.
still, like for some of the events, like the Plex for Good campaigns, the people who donate to those, they get like a unique T-shirt. But it's just a T-shirt, and I
Fed Navy banana hammocks.
I don't mean to denigrate the work that goes into the Plex for Good campaigns, but it's still just a T-shirt, right? Like I want more clothing designs. I want more varied types of clothing.
So the thing is, I understand there's a lot of people think like, well, I don't care. I don't care about the clothing of my character. But there are people that do.
There are people that do.
And if you look at
Honestly?
a lot of, and I mean, I'm going to bring up League of Legends as an example, because here's the thing: when there's an event that happens and CCP is like, here's some new clothing and stuff. You log in, you get the reward, you get the hat, you get the shirt, you get the pants or whatever that they're having for that event, and they just give them to you for free. League of Legends are like, we're having an event. Here's some new skins we designed for the event, and they cost like $8 each, and people go and buy the shit out of them. So it's like,
There you go.
maybe instead
It's
of
worth
giving this
pointing
stuff
out,
out,
League
maybe
of
instead of giving this stuff out for free, maybe you like, here's an event and here's some clothing for it that you could buy for like a couple $100 a piece. I don't know.
League of Legends is literally free, and it makes millions of dollars from cosmetics.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody complain about League of Legends monetization.
No, it's not, because it's all cosmetic. There is, I mean,
They
aside from,
literally
like, some
sell
experience
skins,
boosts, they have
and
some
then they
experience
sell,
boosts,
like,
but that, no one cares about that.
different
because-
colorations of the skins, and then
Yeah.
they sell like minions, and then they're like, oh look, your war is slightly different.
Yeah.
Because people care how their character looks.
Now in that game, it's a lot more
it doesn't
apparent
affect
because
it doesn't
like,
affect gameplay at all.
it doesn't
but
affect gameplay
It's,
unless
it's something that matters to people.
there are certain skins that have certain abilities that look a different way, and some of them are really fucking hard to see with certain skins. And those
But that's
are
still
what
cosmetic.
it is cosmetic. but
No,
some of them, it's like that's
there
kind of
are
a cheaty
some-
skin because that shit is so
wait.
hard to see coming. But
There
anyway.
are some
Oh,
that
I see
have
what
like
you're saying.
different little hitbox.
It's kind of one of those things where
tweaks
it's like,
to
oh,
them.
they're throwing a spear, but that spear is really tough to see on the background of the game.
I see what you're saying.
And so it's like the normal skin, it's
Um,
very apparent, but in that one, it's like it's a little more camouflage.
I
But aside from
remember-
that, that's like minuscule.
I remember
grievances, but
if I remember correctly, Rocket League had a similar problem for a little bit back in the day because they would sell cosmetics a lot, but some of the cosmetics would change the hitbox of the cars.
oh,
So-
that's bad. That's not. That's
Yeah, yeah,
That's
and-
like
and,
giving
like,
the pay to win range. Then
once
because you're getting
they
advantages from
that
skins.
I think they fixed it pretty damn quick.
Okay.
But yeah, people figured out that if you wore a certain top on your car, that you would have a different hitbox and it would make you more effective at making certain shots. So there is that to consider. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I would say like it's pretty simple. Like paying for an advantage of the game, that no one likes that. Paying for a cosmetic change, like
Customization.
yeah, just paying for something to look different and look cool. I don't think anyone has a problem with that. It's like because if it's a game you like, you want the company to make money, so they stay in business so you can keep playing that game. And if the things that people are paying them for is just to like change the way something looks, nothing wrong with that. I encourage it. So, and there's so much like there's ship skins in the game, but it's like why aren't they selling Citadel skins?
I
So
had a
many
conversation
people would
with-
buy those things because
Like-
even the zoomed out players, you're gonna see the fucking Keepstar. You're
Yeah,
gonna see
the Keepstar
Fortizar.
is big enough.
Like
that
it's
when-
almost like
even-
Titan skins.
Yeah.
Titan skins are one of those things where it's like you're gonna see the skins on those Titans. You're gonna see them even more on the Citadels. So that is something that people would actually, even the people that are like, oh, I never zoom in, even they would be like, well, I can see this skin, so it might be cool to have.
Here's
I
the
had
thing.
a conversation. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I had a conversation recently in the last week when people were talking about all these different ideas. It's like, let's list all these great ways you can monetize us happily, and we'll fucking spoon it right up that aren't this. And one of them was just like so simple as like some court mates and I were talking about like mining lasers and like the trail of your engines behind your ship. How come we don't have 50 fucking flavors for that? It doesn't change anything. It doesn't matter. Some people want to have a bright color X, Y, Z, and it's just like,
Yeah.
charge me $1, charge whatever all day. People will do
You
it.
could make a Star Spangled Banner ship trail. For the 4th of
100%.
July.
Animated
Dude,
shit.
wait,
USA. USA.
Rainbow
Yeah, either use it or-
ship trails.
You guys
for-
want to hear
for, like,
something
Pride Month?
depressing?
No,
Nope.
wait, CCP.
And we
wait,
would.
wait.
with a Pop-Tart ship skin.
So they
During
would
Pride
do
Month.
this, and then
Wait,
someone would be
Rain,
like, guys,
wait,
let's do a
Rain.
rainbow fleet, and then like the whole server would lag and crash because there's too many
Wait.
rainbows or something. You know
No.
that would happen,
it's
dude.
just
Rain,
the
that's
normal
gay.
trail. It's just the normal like.
What it's the contrail.
Yeah, it's just the normal trail. So people that have that turned off wouldn't see it. The people that have it turned
Imagine,
on, it's just
It would
imagine
be
how
client
much
side
If you're
messaging.
fucking
turned on, you
money,
can see it.
how much fucking money CCP would make during Pride Month if they sold a rainbow-colored ship trail.
So
100%.
many
It would be a
monies.
lot.
That would make so much fucking money. Who's in the
would.
Like-
chat? I'm looking at the chat list. Is there anybody in CCP in here right now? CCP Trash Panda, I know you're watching. I'm sorry to
Nice,
call
yeah.
you out. You're lurking. Jesus fucking Christ. Rainbow ship trails.
I don't think
You-
Trash Panda's on the art team.
You guys will make bank.
Yeah.
You guys will make bank.
Manic, go
You guys
tweet
just mentioned
that
an
at-
event
And that's
thing.
that's the thing is like sales on skins or not. I mean, not just sales on skins, but like new skins coming out for events cause a promotion. I mean, like, that's the thing. It's like if you promote the things coming out, which they do.
So
they
green
do
green
they
ship
promote new
trails
skins
for
coming
St.
out, but-
Patrick's Day. We
Where's
can
my
have
St.
Why-
Patrick's Day skin
Orange
with
glow for
clovers?
Halloween.
Hey, why does it take 24 hours to biomass a character?
orange
To give
orange
you
They wanna
ship
make sure that
trails
you're
for
back
Halloween.
Just in
about it.
case.
They want to make
Because
sure
Yeah.
that you're
pain in the
Pink
ass for
ship
them to
trails
have to
for
You would have to
Valentine's
reimburse a ton
Day.
if they did it too quick.
Yeah, dude, imagine if somebody accidentally clicks it.
Manic,
oh
go
yeah, it's-
tweet.
You have to be careful about including real world things into Eve. Come on, CCP Trash Panda,
That's-
you literally just did a crossover with Doctor Who. Let's not
not
kid
real.
ourselves
That's
into
another
thinking
fictional
that we
universe.
have
Doctor Who's not
That's
real.
another
They had they
Pumpkin
had the
Rex,
rights to
we get
Doctor
our
Who.
Well,
Whatever.
but
Doctor Who's
that's
not
another
real
The
either.
fictional-
four-leaf
Come on
clover's
now.
not copyrighted.
Alright,
Just
come
steal a
on
four-leaf
now.
clover.
But hold on. So that's another fictional universe. I will say that
That travels through
incorporating
space and
certain
time,
like political real world political entities into the game, that's a slippery slope. I don't know if that might.
They don't allow that. They don't allow
I feel like
names
that
based
might
off of real life
that could be an area of contention that could cause some
How
grief.
slippery is it?
The
Because
Doctor Who event was dope.
I mean, not to
Everybody
bring
can
in
get
real
a
world
lot.
politics, but what
Exactly.
about like right now, where if someone like went and just like bought the Russian trails, and they're just like, yeah, Russia, you know,
Okay,
that
all right.
that's gonna cause
So
instant.
here's the
Problem-
thing: don't do it
problem
in
solved.
USA. That was egregious for LB to
Okay,
say.
problem
He
solved.
knows we would
Problem
spoon it
solved.
up.
Give us green ship trails for St. Patrick's
yeah,
Day.
yeah, that's fine.
Give us orange ship trails for
Snowflakes during
Halloween.
Christmas,
Pink
Do you
ship
guys-
trails for Valentine's Day. Like, this is a no-brainer.
and like you said with the League of Legends events, like they have an event, it's a holiday, and they usually give us a bunch of free shit. Sell us some shit too. Who cares?
Yeah.
Sell us some cheapy little $1 here,
Oh,
$2
this is
there,
like-
and people are
I'm
gonna be
fine
like,
with
okay.
I'm fine with some of the free login rewards, but like I mean, some of the skins and like the clothing stuff. It's like, why not sell those? Why give them away for free if you're gonna
They give
spend
away
the-
so much
Well,
clothes.
if
that
I mean,
you're
are
gonna spend the
underappreciated.
development time on those,
For
like
the,
why
for
not
the
sell-
holiday
You guys want
events.
to hear
no,
some
no, no, no,
dank news?
Give us dank news.
So I DM'd Sutonia and I was like, everyone says you're working for CCP now, and he goes, yeah.
He's
He hasn't
trolling.
started
He's
yet.
fucking trolling.
Allegedly,
You
his
would never
CSM
troll
term's
me.
gonna end.
Yes, he would.
I think
And then he's gonna
nah.
take it.
Unless he
That's what I
until he announces it on Twitter, I don't believe it.
You mean like
Twitter-
he changes his
is
name
it
or
the best
whatever?
week
Twitter,
to be
Twitter,
like, hey,
yeah.
guys, I
when
just signed up
he
to
posts
Twitter
the
official.
video, when he posts the video of him changing his Twitter handle to CCP pickup line, then I'll believe it.
Pickup line.
Someone
Yeah,
needs
yeah,
to go
that's-
DM
yeah, Sutonia, I'm
Sutonia to
telling
do
you,
that
like-
just to troll.
like please tell him if he becomes CCP, he has to be CCP pickup line.
He's CCP Kestrel.
Is Trash Panda about
Is
to
he
maybe
is he
clear this
really
up
going to
for
be
us?
CCP Kestrel?
No.
Yeah, he flies.
Oh,
a
that'd be sick.
Kestrel.
No, I know he's all about the Kestrel, but is he actually? Is that going to be his CCP name?
Yeah.
No.
Is it true? Is this real?
It's not real.
I'm so sad.
I think
I'm calling him
CCP
pickup
Trash
line.
Nothing is
Panda.
real.
Yeah, CCP Trash Panda's in chat, so he can confirm or deny.
Well, he's who's the
I-
Sutonia? I don't know if he's
I-
allowed to confirm or not. or not.
No,
I
this
feel
is
like if it's not an official
Sutonia's
release
playing
yet,
a
he
long
probably
game.
can't say.
Where's
You
our
guys are fucking
officially
wild, dude.
appointed dev?
Right?
yeah.
It's-
Where's Darwin?
Where's
Did we get
Darwin?
reassigned because of all the
Did we
like
get re-
chatter? They were like,
Do
we
you
need
know
a
who mine
hardliner.
is?
We got reassigned.
Yeah, Darwin took a vacation, so Panda's the Trash Panda's the sit-in.
Oh, that's true. Darwin, I think, did say that him and the family were.
Oh,
yeah. Well, it wasn't just
dude,
Darwin got
okay,
COVID.
hold on.
I think
shots.
Parker?
Shots.
yeah,
Shots to
yeah,
CCP
Carker. There's
Darwin
another
and
one. Carker
CCP
got-
CCP Carker. Speedy recovery. We wish them all the best. Speedy recovery. COVID ain't nothing to fuck around with,
Yeah,
so we
I mean,
hope you guys are okay.
Yeah, because hopefully, yep.
Yeah,
Because it was
hopefully,
Darwin. He said Darwin and his whole family had it, so hopefully everything went well there.
Fuck.
Jesus Christ.
It's been like a week or two since.
Because
then,
those
so
messy
hopefully-
little bastards.
hopefully
Kids are
they've,
dirty.
Hopefully they've
Children are
recovered by
vectors
now.
of disease.
This
That's
kid
right.
out there coughing on
I've heard
everyone?
that
Damn, dude.
everywhere.
If
did
we're
you say,
doing
Ray?
I said his kid was out there coughing on everyone.
Oh God. Okay, I thought you said something else.
Oh no.
If we're doing shots for people, can we do a memorial shot?
No, we're always doing
Well,
memorial
no,
shots.
No, but it's not an opening shot. This
Scott
time,
Hall.
Manic, so it's fine.
Who's that?
Who?
If anybody's from the 90s remembers Scott Hall from the NWO, he just died this week.
What's the NWO?
New World
Razor
Order?
Ramon?
World Order.
New World
That's
Order.
Razor
Yeah.
What is,
Ramon,
oh, I know
right?
that. I thought that was like a. What is New World
Razor
Order?
Ramon, isn't that his name?
Yep. Yeah, that was his WWF name.
Yeah, that's sad.
Oh, is it a wrestling guy?
He's a
Yeah.
wrestler, yeah.
It was big in
I'm
the
not
90s.
saying that I've anything
Alright.
against
He
wrestling.
Shots-
actually, with
shots for
Hulk
Razor
Hogan
Ramon.
and one other
Yeah,
dude, he
the-
started their own
I'll
wrestling
do a
dude,
shot,
Shot.
but I have no idea who this person
right?
is.
I
I'm
don't
sorry.
think He was not important.
The wrestlers I have respect for, and actually, like, not to get off on a tangent, but
You guys ever seen The
Too late,
Wrestler?
We're off on a
The
tangent.
wrestlers
not, but I heard it's good.
are not treated well. They're not paid well, and they're also like kind of just after like all the abuse their bodies take throughout the whole thing. They're
Hung out to dry.
once they're done, they're just kind of dumped on the side of the road. To say,
I'm gonna take this
UFC does
opportunity
similar.
to recommend the movie The Wrestler to everybody. It's a film by Darren Aronofsky, who did Pi. If I assume most people here
I've
are
seen
probably
Pi.
familiar
I
with
don't
Pi.
not in
Never
a
saw
long
it.
time, but yeah,
Although-
Darren
it's-
Aronofsky is
Like
one of
the
my
math?
favorite filmmakers of all
Well,
time. Yes,
with
Rain,
what's
like
his
the
face in
math,
it?
like the number pi.
Is Will Ferrell in that one?
Pi Day was
No,
actually
no.
recently. Did you know that?
Somebody famous.
Pi Day
though.
was, yeah, 3/14.
Right before the eyes.
But yeah, speaking of wrestlers, I
Mickey Rourke.
highly recommend. I cannot recommend this movie enough. Please go. I want everybody to see this movie. It's
Right,
beautiful.
The Mickey Rourke one, right, Manic?
Yes,
believe Mickey
yes.
Rourke was
it's
in it,
supposed
yeah.
to be- I haven't
Starring
seen
Mickey
that. It's
Rourke. This
supposed to
was
be
like
great.
his comeback role.
If I recall,
Because
someone was
he had a
supposed to
falling
be
out in
it.
the late 80s.
Somebody was supposed to be it and was like, "No, I think
tried
Mickey
to become
Rourke
a
needs to do
boxer.
this."
It was
And then-
Nicolas Cage.
That's right. That's right.
I
Yeah.
liked Mickey
like I
Rourke
remember
in
The
reading
Sin
role,
City.
the role was offered to Nicolas Cage, but Nicolas Cage was like, "No, you have to get Mickey Rourke to do this. This
He's
is
a perfect
his
person
role."
for this
Yeah,
job,
that's-
right? Yeah.
It's
perfect for the
it's
role.
such a good. It's a beautiful
I mean,
movie. You
you
guys,
call it a-
please watch it.
You call it a falling
Movie
off.
night.
I thought Mickey Rourke in Sin City was great.
Ooh,
Well,
watch
no,
out for
he
movies.
was good. No, but I'm
He
saying
was
like
a
in the
pretty
late
boy.
'80s,
He used to be a pretty boy.
he
then he
used
became
to
a
be
boxer,
hot
and he got
shit.
fucked up
Yeah,
really
Mickey
bad.
Rourke was
We'll
hot
watch
shit
that
for a
tonight,
long
gang.
time.
Nine
I've
and a
And
half
then
seen
weeks.
in
That was
in the
Mickey
late
Rourke.
'80s, he had a bit of a falling out.
Oh,
But
you
but
should
the
watch that
wrestler
movie.
was kind of his comeback role.
Maybe we do a movie night of that tonight. It's Sin City.
I'm
was-
downloading
it's
it right
a
now,
very
dude.
Dude,
stylized-
You talking
I
about
have
Sin
it.
City or the wrestling?
He did a good
The
job in
wrestler.
Iron Man. He was
Oh,
in
okay.
Iron Man too, right?
I
Wasn't
have
that him?
it. If we want to do a movie night, guys, I will absolutely watch this
Oh, it's
movie.
sad
I would
movie?
love
Apparently,
to.
it's a sad movie.
It
I don't
is
wanna
a
cry
sad.
tonight,
Okay,
dude. I'm already
all right,
drinking.
all right. Maybe not.
I was
I
saying, like,
love sad
I was
movies.
saying, I was talking about Sin City. We could do Sin City for a movie night. That's a weird.
We're asking
I
you,
would
Trash Panda.
watch Sin City.
It's a weird
but yes,
stylized
the-
movie. But
the
I really
Wrestler-
liked it. I thought it was excellent. There's people that
The
hated
Wrestler
it,
is
but-
one of those ones where like you need to take a walk after you watch it. The Wrestler
Yeah,
is
so
very
let's watch
it's
Sin
heavy.
City.
It's a
Yeah, that's
heavy
better
movie.
Mickey Rourke
Yeah,
movie.
Sin City had a
cry.
surprisingly like high end.
Yeah.
too.
I cry.
Flea Block, Evan Rachel Wood was in it. God, I love her. She is gorgeous. Holy shit. She's great. She's great in everything she does. Fucking Westworld. Oh my god.
Which
Did
one?
you guys see
yeah,
Trash
she
Panda?
is fantastic.
Trash Panda says, "Did Sutonia actually announce tonight?" He didn't say.
He
No, he's
Trash
not a dad.
Panda.
No.
So
No.
did you just like preemptively announce his hire range?
He announced it.
No, I heard it on Ashtarothi's stream yesterday or the day before.
He announced it on his stream.
Oh, okay.
Is it true though? I
Who
mean,
would do
come
that,
on.
man? Go
Come
out
on.
there and lie.
No,
Look at
Sutonia
Trash Panda.
who would
Maybe it's
do
a
that.
rumor.
Sutonia would do that.
That's
Sutonia
funny.
would
I
absolutely
think
say,
it's-
"Hey guys, I
Oh.
just joined CCP and I start April 1st." That's a Sutonia
I-
joke.
I believe it's true.
I could see
'cause
Trash
look at
Panda
Trash Panda. He's
I'm-
saying
I'm
maybe
with
it's
you,
a
Manic.
rumor, and then
Manic,
gave
I'm with
winky
you.
face.
It's an April
Winky
Fool's.
Oh, the
face
winky
means it's true,
face.
right?
The winky face means that's how you know it's true.
Winky face
is that
is
what that
true.
means?
No, this is a joke.
No,
I
it's
thought that
not.
means they
said-
like us.
Ashtarothi
winky
said that
face.
he announced it
He's
on his
joining
stream
his
and he's
team.
going to get
I
us
knew
the
it.
clip.
If somebody winks at you, that means they like you.
That's how it
Yeah,
goes.
it's not.
I thought they
Is
made
that
it
is
lying
that like
to
the
you.
universal? That's the universal thing for "I like you" is winking at
Sometimes
somebody.
Wait,
listen
he
to
says
lie.
maybe
Yeah,
he's
Rip
joining
C-
his
yeah,
team.
Rip CCP.
It's an
But we all know there's no QA team.
It's an
access.
affirmation
He
of
likes it all.
something. Doesn't mean that they like you, but it just means that
That's
they're
not
like
true.
yes to something.
Sorry, Panda, that was a joke.
You could have allergies.
Yeah,
Or
like
like a
oh, I
tick.
got allergies. Yeah.
Okay.
But-
Yeah.
Before we get
Oh.
off the
Oh,
whole
no. What happened?
so
What even topic is this?
Well, it's
I don't even know what topic
smorgasbord.
we're
all
on.
over
We
the
talked
fucking
about the
place.
I was
We
saying,
are
can-
all
reel it
all
in.
over it.
Yeah, yeah.
before
Okay.
it gets
Hype it up.
out of my mind,
This is a professional show. This
Yeah.
is the only goddamn talk show on this channel right now because fucking that
it
other
is the
one
only
on
talk show
Tuesdays
on this channel.
is
You're right.
over.
No, so I want to focus it in a little bit. So Swift came out with a statement today about so they removed the pack for the fitted retriever, the prospector's pack.
Yes.
Removed it.
Oh.
He made a mention of a thing that they're going to go into more detail on at FanFest about a thing where just a quick touch on this. So they're going to they're talking about a thing where instead of just selling packs for cash and just generating ships and fittings out of thin air and giving it to people, they were thinking about that these packs now, if people buy them, are going to bring ships from the actual players market into them. So the ship that they're getting is not just generated out of thin air. It's a ship that someone built. Now, hold on, Manic. I know you have. I have questions, and I'm going to introduce this lightly and then bring up my own concerns and questions about it, and then we can go from there.
Host.
So they're going to the ships that come in those packs. They're thinking about them actually being generated from the player market, which means that they are built by somebody.
Is that what they said though?
That's what
Hold on.
Swift was
Let him
alluding
finish.
to.
Let him finish.
That's what Swift was alluding to. So my question with that is, it was very vague on the way he delivered it. I like that idea better, but here's my questions is, and I'm not an economist, but okay, so it's coming from the player market, but that means that it has to
Hold
be
on 1 second.
bought
Jordan,
from the...
before you
No,
have
let
this statement.
let him
This
finish.
is important to his statement
Okay, go.
because it says in the announcement that the packs of this type will be supplied by players.
Right.
It does
That
not
means the
say
ship. That means the ship is
that
coming
it's
from
Legal
a
players.
RMT.
It doesn't say it's a market though.
Well, it said from players. So so maybe a player builds a ship and then gives it to the new player program. But here's my question is, generally that would mean that if it's being built by a player, that's cool. In-game materials being harvested, build a ship, goes to the pack, but how is that person being reimbursed? Probably with ISK, right? Because that would make sense. It's I would assume that maybe CCP buys ships off of the Gina market, Amar market, whatever markets. Okay, cool. But where's that ISK coming from? Is that ISK being generated out of thin air? Because if that's the case, that means that ship production has now just turned into an ISK faucet, which has never been a thing before.
ISK
I
has
don't-
always come out of thin air.
Well, I know, but
And also, how
but
do you
that's
determine
ISK
the
has come out of thin
prices?
air from faucets. Now faucets are like insurance, ratting, things like that. Building a ship and selling it on the market is not an ISK faucet because the money you make from that is coming. It's an ISK transfer. It's coming from another player that earned that money elsewhere and is going from their account
Manic,
to your
stop.
account. I know you really want to chime in on this,
You're
Manic.
making a lot of hypotheticals right now. is all
I'm not
gonna
making
say.
hypothetical. Like selling a ship on the
All they
market is
said,
not an ISK
They
faucet.
gave
But
okay. Okay, read Swift's statement again. You are making a lot of assumptions of player to player, market, ISK reimbursement. Those all three are just a lot of assumptions.
But he's saying if the ships are made by players, if they're made by players, then who?
made by vets for new players. Yes,
right, made
that's
by
all
vets
it
for new
says.
players. But so are the vets making the ships for free and donating them to CCP to give to players?
We don't
for
know.
money?
That's an assumption. We don't know.
Well, that's what I'm
So-
saying. These aren't saying things I'm saying are happening. These are questions. That's what I'm saying. These are my questions. What is the ship being reimbursed for, or is it being reimbursed? How is it being reimbursed? If CCP is buying the ship, if that's the thing, if the ship is being bought for ISK, where is that ISK coming from? Is CCP generating the ISK out of thin air, or are they generating? Because
What
I know
about
that
just
CCP
SEC
does
feeds
sell.
or-
I would like to chime in.
Okay, man, you chime in. I have a lot of questions still.
Because no, you are on the exact right track that I was when I read this. And Rain, you are 100% right. We are basing all of this on assumption because we don't know anything about it right now.
Yeah, we'll know in FanFest, but
we
So we
will
should wait till FanFest.
we
But
will know in a
okay to
little
ask
over a
questions
month.
and think
Okay.
about it.
I just
Yeah, it doesn't
want
mean you
thi-
can't hypothesize.
I want to put this out here because I said this in the show notes that I'm worried about this. I'm really worried about this. Very worried. And here's why. Drayden, you and I are on the same page. If CCP, okay, hold on. Let me start over. Let's say CCP comes out with a pack that contains a ship. Let's say it contains a battleship, a fitted battleship. Okay.
Ship and
Let's-
fittings built by players.
Let's
Legitimately
say
made.
that fitted ship, let's say the ship itself and all of the modules and maybe all of the rigs were built by players so that it is contained. The sale of this ship is contained within the closed loop of the sandbox. Okay? You still with me? Everybody with me? X up in chat if you're with me.
Keep going.
CCP
Yep.
sells a
Oh,
pack
we
that
lost
contains a ship that was built by players.
I like it.
CCP is making money off of this. How does the player get compensated?
Right. So
That's the
Yeah.
question that Drayden just asked. Now hold on.
Okay.
Here's where my mind immediately went when I read this. This is the first thing I thought of. How does that player get compensated for the sale that CCP is hosting? I got 3 letters for you, motherfuckers.
ISK.
RMT.
NFTs.
No.
Oh, fuck
no.
yes.
I,
Manic, you were brilliant.
How would you do that?
I,
How would you ruin
That's the way to do it.
everything?
Right there.
that's okay. So man, that's actually that's way worse than I would have ever thought. So
CCP makes the cash. The players get compensated with some kind of NFT.
no, ew.
Which is
My-
why
my
Jack
br- that's-
shit.
I'm calling it. I want to call it right now.
That seems
Because I was
LB.
right. I was right about CCP eventually selling ships directly for cash. I was right about that. And now I just want to throw it out there. I might be completely wrong about this, and I would love to be wrong about this. God, I would love to be wrong about this. But I just want to put it out there now that if I'm right, everybody can link to this fucking clip. Somebody clip it right now, please. Somebody clip it so that when I'm right, somebody can link to this clip and say Manic
hope you're
Velocity
wrong.
was right. I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah, I don't like the NFT thing. Before I was going to continue on, but LB.
I was gonna say
you
LB
go
looks like
first,
he's got some
'cause you had
thought.
a thing.
I want to go after LB.
Two
Okay.
things. One, all indications are that interest in NFTs is on the downslope now, including most gaming companies who have realized
Good.
that it's not fucking feasible to implement because you can't take your sword of Damocles from one game to another game. A, the game making the sword of Damocles doesn't want you to do that. B, the game you're bringing it to has no resources to bring that into. Anyways, NFTs are on the downslope. Nobody's talking about NFTs except for weirdo crypto bros. All the gaming
Yeah.
guys are off it.
I hope you're right.
Except
too,
for
'cause-
Ubisoft, who's still all hard in the paint, but everybody's looking at Ubisoft and being like, that's fucked up. We're not doing that. Anyways, the other thing about NFTs is that the only way an NFT can have value is if somebody actually wants it.
True.
So even if you give me an NFT in exchange for something, if nobody else wants it, it's not worth it. So why would I take it? My theory on this is they're going to put up NPC buy orders for certain types of ships and modules that go along with upcoming packs. The nice thing about this is that because it's on the market and the market is a free market, if the NPC buy orders are too low, you just don't sell to them. So you'll get your ISK worth from CCP. And then you could take your ISK and buy Plex and use the Plex to buy other things. And that's how you'll be compensated for these things. That's what I think is going to happen. I don't think it's NFTs. I think we've scared them off.
Okay.
Not
Like-
us, but
like I
the
said,
whole
we're-
community
we're-
has scared
this is
everyone
all-
off the NFT.
This is all
everything.
based on
I hope
nothing at this
I
point.
hope you're wrong, very very wrong.
I do too.
I hope I'm right.
I had more, but Rain, you wanted to go, so Rain, you go first. And then I'll go after
Redline pinged me and he said he wants to go, so I'll go after Redline.
that. Okay.
So
you two go, then I'll go.
I just have a quick ask, right?
Yeah.
So this week has kind of been a culmination of, us speaking in something and actually getting results. And for just like a day, Can we just take something at face value? We
Red
got
li-
a
red line.
response. We know the
No,
direction they want to go. Now we get to choose if we want to follow them in that direction.
I
We'll learn more about it at FanFest.
I said this last week. I can't trust them. I can't trust CCP anymore because they've continuously gone back on what they've said. They said they weren't going to sell skill points directly for cash, and they started doing that. Then they said they weren't going to sell ships directly for cash, and then they started doing that. So while I appreciate that CCP responded, I appreciate the existence of the response. I can't believe them. I can't. I and that's me personally. If you want to believe them and think that we're on an upslope now, God, more power to you, and I hope you're right. I'm sorry. I wish I could believe them, but I can't.
I'm not saying that I believe anything because they didn't say anything except for the fact that they heard what we were saying and they're working on something that's gonna try to make it better. And if it doesn't work, then shit doesn't work. But at least they said something.
Absolutely,
That's
100%.
the W
That's
right
true.
there. Enjoy
And I
that.
think everybody here is fairly positive about that.
Yes. I appreciate that. From
I very, very much appreciate the fact that CCP has heard the outrage and has responded to it, saying, "Okay, you guys hate this pack, we're going to take it off, and then we're going to reevaluate the situation." So that's more than most game companies
Manic,
would do.
let me be clear.
Based
I
on
will-
their
I will-
player base. Like, there's a lot of game
I will
companies out
change
there,
my
like,
tune.
If there's a
I will
range, they're
change-
like, fuck it, they don't care.
I will change my tune as soon as I see results.
Let
Like,
me be clear,
they-
Manic, though.
They're
I'm not all team
they're
Sunshine and
talking about what
Rainbows.
they want to do, okay? And I'm not trying to shit on CCP here. I don't want to shit on CCP. I don't. I want oh God, it's just been year after year of bullshit, okay? It's a little hard to take them at their word anymore. That's all I'm saying. As soon as I see results, as soon as I see them follow through on what they're talking about, I'll be the first person to do a 180 on what I've said here tonight.
Manic, I think as far as what was CCP's done, I lay the blame at CCP management, especially, and then CCP's marketing department for trying to go after the fast money customers, alienating the people that stay long term and contribute long term stable revenue. Hell, if you look at Eve's revenue, it's steady. There is no need for CCP to go out, make these splash that
I agree with that.
desperate money grabs that just piss people off and ultimately cost them bad press and more money.
I agree with that. There was no need for CCP to release this pack, the Retriever pack.
If
It's not like they're hurting for money. They're not.
I don't even think that is what matters at all. They are welcome to make as much abundance of money as they can in the right healthy ways. People have said for years, take my money, please.
Nobody here thinks that CCP shouldn't be making money.
I think that's one of the saddest things about this week.
Thinks that.
The saddest thing about this week is all the friggin' stands coming out and be like, "You guys are just a bunch of fucking crybabies, and you think you could demand everything in this game." It's like, honestly, this is one of the better I've ever seen to a movement in this game because people weren't like, "Everybody unsub, everybody do." A few people, they're always going to throw those things out.
Nobody's for calling for unsubs.
We want CCP to continue. We want it to do well. We want them to make money.
No matter where you. Go ahead.
So I'm just like, just real back. I know Rain was wanting to make a statement for a long time.
I thought it's everyone else is going to throw out their shitty theories. I want to throw out mine.
So Rain, you go.
My theory was not shitty.
Well, I'm just trying to like.
No, hear me out. My theory is going to one up all yours. You ready?
Go right.
All right. So think about so the game's 20 years old. I'm going to take you on a kind of a long journey, right? Game's 20 years old. Everyone at some point has to quit, right? Like you have families, you have your job, you go back to school, people die, etc. That's actually really morbid. I shouldn't say that. But the game's 20 years old. Players can't do this forever. And Hilmar has said in the past he wants it to be play to earn, right? He wants people to, you get joy out of a game, but you also just shouldn't sit for 8 hours a day, hating your life because you spent all this time in a game and you really don't have anything to show for it besides maybe a Guinness Book World Record. So taking all of that.
Only a Guinness Book of World Record. Like, who
Yeah.
gives a
You
shit,
can
Well,
buy
right?
you
those,
think about
though.
that, right? So like,
Apparently
so we're
during
talking about
this
people unsubbing and quitting, right? So what happens when you unsub, right? Manic, you unsub, what do? You either leave all your stuff on your account or you give it away, right? Well, a lot of players, right, would like to be, not only give it away, but give it away in a meaningful manner, right? They spent a decade on this game, they want to give it away, and normally we talk about RMT, right? So when most people think RMT, they think of the dudes stealing credit cards or the dudes botting to make ISK to then sell. But there's also friend-to-friend RMT, and that's, still an issue. Think about it, still an issue, but not as bad. So if I quit the game and I say, hey, Manic, here's my Nix, just like PayPal me $100, no biggie. But like CCP would say, nope, that's still RMT. That shouldn't be in the game.
It is.
Blah blah blah.
I wouldn't
But now
buy.
right, exactly, right. It's still RMT. It's still an issue. And now think of what I always think back to, like Trash Talk Tuesday. We had Villy online, and we had this massive war, like biggest devastation Eve has ever seen. But he made the comment. He says Eve loses more to players quitting every day and assets just sitting in hangars than Eve ever will in a fight. So you have people leaving, people quitting the game, and those assets just forever sitting in my hangar, right? So I don't RMT to Manic because I'm not a piece of shit. So therefore my Nix sits in my hangar because I don't want to give it away, because if I give it away, I don't get that ISK. Maybe Manic doesn't fly it, and I don't have any friends who fly Nixes,
Yeah,
so
what if you
therefore
come
that
back,
Nix
you
just
don't have
sits
a Nix
there.
now.
What if I never come back? Then that
But
Nix
if you
is
never
gone.
come back, then it
but
wouldn't
not
matter if you
used.
give it over for free or not. But
But
the question is
the
only
point
what if
is-
you did come
Here's
back,
Here's
and
here's
now you
the
don't
real
have a
story.
Nix.
Stop.
Okay.
The point is, I spent a decade playing the game. I earned all of these assets, and now to get rid of them, I either have to break the rules or ideally have friends to give them away. But let's say all my friends quit, so therefore that's not an avenue. And so CCP says you have items made by players for players. So what if I say, hey, CCP, here's a Nix. I'm going to give it to you as a company. CCP can pay me $100 or whatever, right? NFTs, whatever the fuck. And then they are able to then sell. Ideally, Nix probably not the best scenario, but I have 100 frigates. So then they're able to give those 100 frigates to New Bros or whomever they need. And then instead of having those assets just sit and waste away for another decade in my account, because I forget my password, I don't have the email, I never come back to it, they're actually being able to be used in the game. And not just say me as a player who quit legitimately, think about all the banned players. Think about all the botting players, the players who RMT'd, all this and that. You have all of those assets sitting there. And what if this is a way for CCP to say, you know what, we know we have these assets sitting there, let's give them to players in some meaningful way that doesn't really impact the game, right? Like that Nix will always be there. That Nix has already been in the economy. That Nix isn't just spawned out of thin air. Same with all those frigates and all these other ships.
Well, if
What
that
if-
Nix was funded by botting and cheating, I don't want to fly
Well,
it.
then it'd be banned, right? But then at the same time, that Nix still exists. Yeah, the ore was mined by botting, but the ore is
We're trying
still
to take our
there.
Nix away.
And so, instead of
so
saying
thi-
it going to like a bot, RMT, you give it to CCP, and CCP just has their legal RMT, right? Which is just buying from CCP.
This very much ties into the next stuff I was going to want to say on the whole issue with players providing the ships for these packs.
Yeah, what's up?
So my thing was again, like, it is speculation, but I'm just saying if this is the way they're doing it. If a player provides a ship for these packs, that player's not going to just donate for free. They need to be reimbursed. So are they reimbursed with ISK? And if that's the case, where's that ISK coming from? If it's coming from CCP. Now, I do know that from RMT, they do confiscate a lot of Plex from those accounts, and CCP does slowly release that Plex onto the market.
Yep.
Because that Plex was legitimately bought and then put into the game. And so if you confiscate it, it was confiscated because the person was irresponsibly trying to get rid of it. But the Plex still does exist in the economy, so they won't delete it. When they confiscate it, they don't delete it. It's not like they confiscate it and get rid of it. Same with ISK as well. They confiscate it and hold it, and they will use that Plex to slowly release it on the market. They don't want to, cause an influence on the market, so they don't release it in mass amounts, but they slowly do, just to stabilize things. Also, if they're a lot of times what they'll use it for is like if there's someone comes in, a big whale comes in with a shitload of Plex, tries to like fuck with the market, the Plex market, they will use that to counter stabilize things as well. I don't know how they do that. I know I'm overthinking it, Dunk, but I'm just saying. So that could be a sort, because when they sell that Plex, the ISK from the market comes in to the CCP accounts, And that ISK is legitimate ISK from the player base, and maybe they could use that ISK to buy ships from people to put into these new player packs. But then
Yeah,
again,
they could be doing that too. 'Cause
and
then that
I
way
would be
this
fine with that. But the thing is, like, depending on how popular these new player packs are, will that ISK start drying up? And now they have to, like, they don't have enough of it coming. They don't have enough people being banned and like getting shit confiscated to supplement the ISK to supplement those. And again, I'm not an economist, I'm just theorizing here. But also, what if I was thinking maybe there's another way instead of using ISK. What if they said, like, when you buy these new player packs, they could include a quote unquote amount of Plex, that maybe they transfer, like, the Plex that you're buying, because you could buy Plex for cash and then sell on the market. So buying this new player pack, if it gave you an amount of Plex, which then transfer that Plex to a person for their ship in return, that's kind of like putting the Plex on the market. So instead of putting the Plex on the market, selling it for ISK, and then giving ISK to person for a ship, you're just giving them, I'll give you this much Plex for a ship. But then there's the complication of
the new
that.
players a Corvette?
Then there's a complication of that, because that means that this
Then you
ship
get
is worth
Corvettes.
this much Plex.
Exactly.
Which then, as the Plex market fluctuates up and down, that will cause an effect of the fluctuation of the value of that ship ISK up and down, because the value of Plex and the value of that ship is now directly tied to Plex. I'm probably overthinking this. I'm not an economist, but I'm saying, like, there's no real, like, easy way to do this. So the thing is, like, having players build these ships and provide them for packs that new players can buy for money online, I still don't really see a really solid, fluid way of doing this without causing complications market-wise anyway. So I don't know.
What's to stop CCP from just doing a Plex Diablo-style auction house for ships?
I know Plex isn't
If
from
you're
the
going down
in-game
that
economy,
road.
but Plex has
The hyper cards, dude.
Dunk, if you want to hop on, you can. I'm saying, like, Dunk, I know Plex isn't from the in-game economy, but Plex does have an effect on the in-game economy.
The only thing I want to point out, Drayden, is CCP already uses Plex to moderate the economy.
Right.
So CCP will use banned Plex. So, like, if there's an issue with the Plex market, they will
Yes.
moderate it, because if somebody's like, oh my god, I desperately need Plex, or oh my god, I desperately need ISK or whatever, and they're doing it legitimately, they have to have some way to, like, balance it out. And that was Plex way for CCP to do that. That's, like, their only way. And then now it's SP, I suppose, but still.
Yeah, I'm just it's like I said, it's making the ships be created for these packs from in-game. That's great, but I still don't see unless they have a system that they've thought about that is better set than what I'm thinking. I don't see a solid way of them converting player-made ships even into cash-bought packages that somehow still don't fluctuate and mess with the in-game market. I think it's going to do that still.
It's simple. You buy the pack, and then it queues something to be sent to whatever the closest marketplace is to where you are, and it buys the ship at the lowest cost on the market.
But where's the
delivers it to your hangar?
Where's the ISK come from?
You guys are just off so into fucking cuckoo bananas land right now. Right? They're never going to do any of this
Dunk,
shit.
Hi, Dunk. Welcome to the
I
show.
live in Cuckoo Banana Land. Just so you know.
Can we just take the dub?
That's where I live. Cuckoo Banana Land.
Well, we can take the
I
dub
like
for
theory.
now.
Okay, Dunk, get us out of here.
Let me tell you how it's
I
going to
fucking
go.
love
Here's my
that
prediction
word,
how it's
Cuckoo
going to
Banana Land. Sorry.
Okay, so let's say 5 people buy whatever pack they're selling and they're going to buy it off the market, right? They're going to add to a little queue of, we need to buy 5 retrievers. And at the end of the day, they buy 5 retrievers off of Vegeta at the lowest sell price. And then they start counting up during the rest of the day. And they do all their buys once a day in a batch job. They're never going to do this kind of like complex thing you guys are thinking of. This is CCP.
Which is fine.
They can't put the fucking blueprints in the game. They can't put those skills in the game, and you're going to have some Plex-driven pool of confiscated ISK that rewards the player by a pat on the ass. Like, come on!
Well, I don't know, but Doug, I wasn't saying that they're going to do that. I'm saying, like, that's the only way I can think about them doing it legitimately. So, like, if they're going to just buy the ships off the market for X amount of ISK, is that ISK?
There's no legitimate.
I'm saying
Like they're doing this, they're like throwing candy to you all. Like, oh, you'll feel better now with this chocolate in your mouth.
So
Oh, I
that was
do.
my question.
love
Even
chocolate.
that
I
was
fall
my
for that
question
every
even
time.
earlier on. Then is
Chocolate is
if they're
pretty
just
good.
buying this from ISK generated out of nothing, that means that ship production is now an ISK faucet.
Where do you think everything else in the game comes from? They just
production.
miracle it into place.
Okay, so you're saying that
Right?
ship production is now going for these new packs. Ship production is going to be an ISK faucet then.
What?
If
Well,
ISK is being generated out of thin air
How many-
to buy
how many of
ships
these
on the
things-
market, then
look.
that's a faucet. That's what it is. That's
No,
the whole
it-
definition of a faucet. If
look,
ISK is being generated out of nothing, that's a faucet.
Chips can already be a faucet.
It's a
that's what
nothing.
insurance
It's
is.
a nothing faucet. This
With
is a
insurance.
as
Yeah.
far as our economy goes. Despite all the ranting, this really is an economic issue. This is a policy issue, right? If you're okay with, you can buy your way into a retriever. Can you buy your way into a battleship? Can you buy yourself into a dread? Can you buy yourself into a Titan?
Why not? You can.
And that's what
already.
irritates me, right? No one, the market of retrievers is not quivering in anticipation of all these $25 retrievers they're going to get bought, right? That's a red herring for what the real issue is, right?
You are
Should you
correct.
be able to buy a dread for $500?
Fuck yeah.
All the skills, right? Now, if you're okay with that, you're okay with that. If you're not okay with it, you're not okay with it. But this like hemming and hawing about like, where did the trit? Well, you know what? All the trit that went into the game got miracled into existence once every whatever hours when the Anom respawned, right?
Is it
Like,
a miracle?
just
though?
Yeah, it just spawns.
And Eve it is.
Materials spawns.
So wait,
and then
Dunk,
ISK
is there
spawns.
any circumstance would you would be okay with ships in a pack, or are you just against it no matter what?
To be honest, and like Briss doesn't like it when I say this, I'm not so worried about the ship. I'm worried about the you are now able to fly this thing with one click of a mouse, right?
Oh, it's the free skill points.
That's
and
been
the,
the crux of the issue from the start.
So
It
paying for
wasn't.
I know,
SP.
then
It
why,
wasn't.
why
it
are you
wasn't
guys
about the
arguing about the
retriever.
retrieval prices and where the ISK comes from
We
the
weren't
botting?
we weren't talking
Wait,
about
we were
retriever
theory
Okay, wait,
prices.
real quick.
We were
What the
theory
fuck
crafting.
is wrong with having a
hypothetically.
conversation on a talk show?
No, we all understand.
saying
All
this is the
all
way.
the fucking
I'm mad as
smart
hell.
Their
people.
idea.
All the smart people understand that this pack was not about the retriever itself.
Oh man.
This pack, the problem of this pack was the precedent that it set. And this is something that I've been saying since 2018. This is something that Rain's been saying from 2018. It's something that a lot of people have been saying for years now, that CCP should not be selling things for cash that should otherwise come from in-game activity.
Things have changed.
Real quick
a lot
though,
in
and I want
3
to say
years,
this
though.
because I saw this on Trash Talk Tuesday. I realized that Billy was trying to sell a message of you guys need to be very focused and poignant with your message and this, that, and the other. A lot of people seem to mirror this idea that there can only be one fucking facet to a problem. I can agree that there's a hierarchy to them. There can be more than one problem to any of these things. So when people are like, no, this isn't the thing, it's not this thing, it's like, the problem can be different to a lot of people, and there could be a lot of layers to the problem. Maybe there's most important issues, absolutely, 100%. But
You're
that doesn't
making
mean
way
that there's
too much
no
sense
other
into
problems
this
with
issue.
any of these fucking topics.
It
And I
wasn't
think
about
I
the
think that's important to make clear.
it wasn't about the retriever.
was about
Hashtag it
recruitment.
wasn't
100%,
about the
100%.
retriever.
Recruitment.
When people
It
get
was
tied
about
up on like, you guys think
CCP.
it's gonna fuck the market, and it's like, no, not today. I
I
don't think
feel
this
like
is today.
I feel like
Where does this go?
I feel like I said all of this last week. It's not about the retriever. It's about the precedent that is set of CCP. What they did with this pack, with this Prospector's Path, Prospector's Prosperity, whatever the fuck. This pack represented the movement of CCP to set a definitive value for in-game items,
So you're
aside
saying
from
it doesn't matter if it's
Plex.
the retriever or a
It doesn't matter if it's a it doesn't
Kestrel
matter if it's a
or
retriever.
or
It doesn't matter if
an
it's a
Aeon,
destroyer.
right?
It doesn't matter
Yeah.
if it's a frigate. I don't give a fuck.
The
The
precedent's
only thing, as far as I'm concerned, and God, apparently I'm in the fucking wrong here, and that's fine. As far as I'm concerned, the only thing that CCP should be defining a cash value for is Plex. That's and skins. And skins, fine. Skins,
That would
fine.
be my. I don't know. Here's the thing. My
If it can
suggestion
be
is,
built in the game, if it can be constructed by players, if it can be farmed by players, it should not be sold for cash. Hard stop.
See, I'm with Valamore
my-
here
Agreed.
because There have been packs with other ships that we haven't complained about.
I
It's just
know,
that
and
we
I
didn't
had a
retrieve it.
problem with those too.
Right. Why didn't we blow up
And
about
I
them?
fucking shouted from the rooftops on Twitter about it.
Who did?
But
He did. He did.
I did.
I think you were
And
in
it
your
wasn't,
chair.
it wasn't
My
until
point is,
the
why didn't you ask the
retriever
community?
pack.
You were in
It
a
wasn't
chair when
until
you were
this
screaming.
retriever pack that everybody suddenly got mad about it,
why
and I
is
had to
it
come on
live?
here and say, I fucking told you so.
My question is, I don't know what. So
What makes this
with
one
selling
different?
selling,
That's my
selling
question.
ships
Why
or
is this one
Astrosy-
different this time?
Sorry. go
selling
ahead.
ships or skill points for money, like that's a big. Why don't they do this? Why don't they just say, buy this
I'm
pack,
asking
it will
man a
give you
serious
this much
question.
plex.
Why
sell
is it
the
different
plex.
this time?
Well, hold on. I'm saying, like, buy this pack, it'll give you this much plex. Sell this plex on the market, and then you could take the money you bought, you get from that plex, and then here's a shopping list for a retriever and the fittings. Buy them with that ISK, and then you have a fit ship. No one would have a problem with that because that's been doable for like a decade or like 15 years. You've been able to sell plex for ISK and buy ships on the market
That's not what I'm
that
asking
way.
about,
So why
though.
not just have the packs do that and tell you how to do that?
Sure.
I'll
No,
trade
the
it.
question you're
why-
asking is
why is the
literally the
retriever
dumbest
wall
question.
the line this
That is
time?
the dumbest fucking
Why
Why
question.
is it a
dude.
dumb question? Because that's the way that no one
It's
would have
a
a problem
dumb
with.
question.
No one would have a problem with
because-
that method.
So why was this a big deal? Like, what
That's
made
what I'm
it a
trying to
big
ask.
deal?
That's the question I'm asking. Why is
I
it a
will
big
tell
deal
you
this
the
time?
difference. Here's the difference. Here's the difference this time, right? You've been able to buy Plex for cash. You've been able to buy skill points for cash. And you can do all the things that happen in this pack before, right? But now it is reduced to a single thing in which everything you need to be in that ship, including the skills, all the specific skills, all of it is in one click, right? And that sets the precedent
Makes it
that you
easy,
can
yeah.
click yourself into any ship in the game.
Thank you, Dunk. So that's the big difference between it. Before it was just ships
Yes.
with no skills, no other thing. This time it's all one
I
big thing.
even selling ships without skills and without skill points. I personally still take an issue with that because
But
those
this is why
ships were
everybody
not
else has
produced by
rallied behind you
players.
this time is because of this, right? That makes sense to me. I was trying to figure out why. I didn't understand.
I
I'll
I
trade
dumb.
got-
You
I want to
act
say
like I
this.
don't know
Hold on,
anything
hold
about
on.
the game.
I want to say this one thing, and then I swear to God, I will shut up for the rest of the show.
I don't want you to. You do.
Yeah.
The- I feel if you were okay with this retriever pack, and I'm not talking about anybody on the panel here because you guys are all smart. I'm talking about anybody in chat,
Wow.
anybody who's listening to this after the fact, and all the fucking apologists for this pack. If you are okay with this, if you were and are okay with CCP selling ships and modules and skill books and skill points direct, skill books are fine because players can't produce skill books.
Those are seeded anyway.
That's a different thing. If you were okay with this pack, your vision of Eve is so fucking small. So fucking small. If you don't see why this pack is a problem, you are looking at Eve through a fucking pinhole, man. What? Oh, God. I'm gonna sound like a fucking dumbass for
Preach.
saying this. Eve represents, I think, Eve could be so much bigger. Your vision of Eve could be so much bigger, man. Eve represents what Eve represents in the MMO space, in the gaming space, could be so much fucking bigger. But if you're okay with CCP undermining the sandbox and the player-driven fundamental core of the game, then you don't actually give a shit. And if I'm being honest with myself, I don't want you in this game. Fuck, man. There's
Can I
nothing
ask you a
else like
serious-
it.
can I ask you a
There's
serious
nothing
question?
else like Eve out there. I've said this before. There's nothing else like it on the market. Guys, if Eve dies, we will never see
Let
it
me ask you
again.
a serious
So
question.
people need to be fighting for this. And if you're okay with
ask you a
this
serious
pack,
question.
then you're okay with Eve dying a slow and painful death.
What if this is the only way to keep Eve alive? Is
Then
it
I would
okay
rather
then?
it die. I
Okay.
would rather it
In
die.
all honesty,
That means it's in
this
its
is
death
the
throes
only way
anyway,
that
but
keeps it
If-
alive. This is
if
the
the
only
Governor,
way
it
to
doesn't
do
need it though.
If the only
we
way
don't know
that
I'm
Eve
just- I'm proposing- This is
survives,
a proposal. I'm asking.
No,
Hold
no,
up,
no, no,
hold up,
do-
hold
wait,
up. No,
whoa,
no, no,
whoa.
no, no. He's got a point. He's got a point. Hold up. I'm gonna say this, Trash Panda here. Trash Panda, if CCP ever needs money, start a GoFundMe. Players will play for it.
I agree.
100%.
If
All
the
you gotta do is be
only
like, guys, CCP needs money. Here, buy this pack. You get nothing, but we stay
I'm
afloat.
100%
Let us
with
know,
you,
we
Rain.
will buy it.
I spend money every week, every month in the game,
And
right?
before they just do it.
I'm 100% correct. But my question is, if this is the point
Times
it's
are tough.
gotten to because of subscriptions are down or whatever, that this is how they got to
don't-
keep the lights on, I'm okay with that.
I would
Here's-
rather
Be
here's the
Eve
thing,
honest
though.
die.
about it and just tell me, hey, this is what we need.
Again, this goes back to the scope of your vision. God damn.
Here's
Eve,
the thing.
Eve,
I'm not
Eve is
saying
in a
they do need
Eve
my
is in a
money. I'm
position.
just saying if
Eve
that
is in
was
a
the
position to be
case,
one of the
I'd be
greatest,
okay with it.
one of the
Social
most
experiment.
interesting. If Eve is not a fun game, I'm going to say it right now. Eve is not a fun game, but Eve is in a position to be one of the most interesting video games in fucking history. But if it goes down this route of just being like every other game, then why should we give a shit? It's like, if it's like every other game, who cares? Who
Real-
fucking cares? But no, God damn it. I just lost my train of thought. I fucking had it.
I mean, Manic, I'll be
You
honest.
care.
The
Give me $100 million,
the greatest
and
route.
I could probably kill Eve. I hate to say this, but you get
This is what I wanted to say. Okay, thank
That's
you
what
for
the Star
getting
Citizen guy said,
getting me
dude.
back on track. Okay, if the only way that Eve survives is through CCP determining the value of everything in the game, then I would honestly rather Eve just die.
I don't think
I
Eve's
don't
at a
want
point where
that.
they
I don't-
need this
I
to
don't
survive,
want it.
though.
I don't
quick,
want that. I
One
don't
of the
want
coolest
that.
things
So
of
maybe
the
we could
last
just
week
turn it.
was people listing all the ways that they would happily pay if CCP wanted to monetize. And I know that they're not all feasible
CCP
or
could make
easy
so
or
much
all,
money. Like,
you
this
can't
isn't
just
a
pull
hard
every
problem
idea
to
and just
solve.
do it. But we
This
gave
isn't a
three
hard
reasons
problem to solve.
over this last week to say this is what we
I'd
will
do a lot of things to
happily
keep the game
be
going.
monetized for.
Eve
Try it.
was built on a foundation of player driven, the sandbox nature, where the players determine the path of the game. And if CCP is injecting themselves into the sandbox to say, no, the retriever is worth this much, we've decided that the retriever is worth this much, then that undermines the entire fundamental, the foundation of the game. And if we don't have that foundation, then Eve is just like every other game. And I would honestly, I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that happen.
Manic. Question. So CCP Trash Panda
You're,
says,
again, you're way out there. You're way out there in like a just hypothetical
I
land
understand
again.
I'm speaking
Damn you,
hyperbole.
Manic, for
So-
having thoughts
Okay,
and
so Rain,
theorizing.
go ahead. Rain.
So CCP Trash Panda says that so this is true in the games industry. He says it's not true just for EVE Online, but players, like new players who come into a game, are more likely to keep playing if they spent money. So knowing that just general rule is true, how would you recommend CCP get new players to spend money to kind of commit them just a little?
And
It doesn't
this
have
is
to be.
where
It doesn't have to be a lot. It can be like $5
No,
or something.
I understand, and this is where I'm honestly kind of torn. I was talking to Ashtarothi on his stream a little bit about this yesterday. Eve is a game with a lot of intrinsic value, where the reward in Eve is not what the game gives you in terms of like in-game currency or skins or ships or anything. The reward of Eve is you becoming a better player, right? Ash and I were
some
talking about
players and
intrinsic
not all
value versus
players.
extrinsic
The
value.
potential.
And I equate Eve to a fighting game like Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat or any other fighter game where you might play a certain character a lot. Like in Mortal Kombat, I played Noob Saibot a lot. That was my main in Mortal
Is
Kombat.
that like the gas
But
Sub-Zero?
if it does, like, that was my main, but the character of Noob Saibot did not get better the more I played. I got better at the game by playing Noob Saibot a lot. And that it's the same thing with Eve.
Respectfully, I disagree. I disagree. People play this game for very different reasons. For you, it may be about achievement or PvP, but for other people, it's about the social aspect or the exploration aspect or things that you don't care about at all. That's the thing, right? It's not just about this
100%, but
progression thing, right? And you can't say this about players only want to play this one way, because if I've learned anything, there's a million ways people play Eve.
What's up, Ash?
I mean, he was
Ash
literally
came
just
on.
saying though, the players are what makes Eve. All of our experiences, all of what we bring
And
to the table, all the
I want-
narratives and the
I
space
wanna be
opera that we
clear.
cultivate.
I'm not saying that you need to play Eve in a certain way.
Why do you
I
hate me
think,
so much,
but
Manic?
what
Why?
I believe that Eve was designed and developed upon the foundation of intrinsic value. But now at this point in 2022, for the last couple of years, it feels to me that CCP has been trying to transition Eve to a game that has more extrinsic value, where you get rewarded in game for your activity. Or you can just buy your way there. Why not? Hey, if it helps new players in the game, sell them everything they want. Who cares, right? Who cares about the economy? Who cares about the player-driven nature of this sandbox? Just as long as we get new players into the game. I am full of alcohol. I should not continue
I'd say
talking. I'm going to let you guys finish the show for the night.
I'm gonna do a shot.
I'd like to drink.
69
Shots
viewers.
to Trash
shots.
Panda,
I don't
who's our
mean to bring us
Nice.
down. I'm sorry, guys.
Shots to
We-
Trash. Appreciate
Can I-
Trash Panda being here. We've
CCP
had some
Trash
back and
Panda,
forth,
thank you
but-
for being here. Thank you for listening to us run our mouths. I want to say, to bring us onto a positive note, and this is something we forgot to mention last week, the latest episode of Eve Travelers released on Katya Say's YouTube channel.
Can you link it?
I will link it in chat.
Thank you. I like when you link things.
So one thing too, Elmeth, well, I'm butchering that, was saying we need to help new players. That's why if you, I mentioned that on show notes and then on our Eve that Nubro filaments that take people into an instance that doesn't affect the economy, but where they can have an expert system for however long they're in the instance to learn more advanced stuff. Like you don't sell a Nubro retriever, but they can get an instance from a career agent, go into a mining field, use a retrieve, learn how to mine in a barge properly for say 2 hours. Whatever ore they mine can't be taken out. It doesn't affect the economy, but they learn it. Same thing. You can put them in a tackling frigate, teach them how to tackle properly. Put them in cruiser, battleship, even with the appropriate skills. They learn how to do it, but they can't take it outside. And then if you give them, say, like T2 guns in this instance, you then have opportunity to pitch Omega ads.
How's it going, guys?
Hey, Ash.
What's
Hi,
up, Ash?
chat.
Yeah, I said before, I was
Hold
like,
on,
Ash is here,
I'm sorry.
but I was like, you know what?
I need to step away. I need a
the-
bio break.
The
I'll
shit,
be right
the shit
back.
was rolling,
Alright.
so Ash, thanks for the stream. I want to give Ash the floor to speak for a little bit because I know he was coming on to have some points to speak anyways.
Oh, I don't remember exactly like if there was a specific thing.
It's been a bit.
I just
There better be one.
Because I remember you were I was just saw that you were having a bunch of like you were trying to type out responses constantly in chat. I'm like, dude, you just hop on here and then you can get into it. But
Num num.
fair enough. I will go look at that to see what track I was
I
on.
almost
'cause I
have
put
Ash
everything in my
convinced
process of trying to log in or getting this thing to work.
Cuckoo banana.
I almost have
Planet.
Ash
Is that what you
convinced
said,
that the
Dunk?
porpoise should be
Cuckoo Banana
bridgeable.
Planet? Is that what you said?
You guys
There's
gotta do
no
one at a
shot
time.
You convince him. By the
I'm
way,
not. I think that the porpoise should be bridgeable. I just think that we need to answer that problem
That's
in a
a
different
completely
way.
different topic.
Yeah, it is.
Ah, Blaze.
So unless we're gonna
buddy,
pivot
that's fine.
from the packs
good
to
one.
that.
Well, I think most of the stuff got said.
I just
Yeah,
trying to figure out
Manic
if it was Cuckoo Banana Planet or Banana Pants. What was it?
Dom, you are talking over people
I'm
to talk
not.
to chat. Type in chat, D.
No. Answer
Yes.
the question.
You're not talking to me, you're talking to chat.
He's definitely talking to you right now, Ray.
I'm talking to you, Ray.
He just said no
you.
What?
in direct
No.
response.
Your
to you.
answer is no. Yeah, no.
So-
Manic was going on a roll with the Vision of Eve, and no, I agree with him because there's a lot of cringe lords coming out and like spamming people with like people airing their grievances, and they're calling it bitter vet concerns. When I think the reality is it's everyone's concerns because it undermines the core mechanics of the gameplay.
Right, but the problem is that the real impact of this issue is something that is difficult to appreciate until you have enough experience, and therefore, but that comes across as like an okay boomer kind of moment, right? Like, they see us as being out
I
of
don't
touch.
think you. I mean, I don't think you need experience to know that the player economy having the developer mess with is going to impact the player economy. But maybe I'm
Well,
too
no, they joined
advanced
the
to
game. They
realize
joined
it.
the game with a totally different concept, right? Like,
For new players, sure. I'm not talking about new players. I'm talking about people who think that everyone who's complaining about it is a bitter vet and doesn't understand the true impact of it. A new player doesn't know either way, right? Because they're not in tune into the community. They're like trying out the game. Maybe they see the ad. Maybe they know better. Maybe they don't. They don't really pay attention.
I haven't seen too many like older school people that also like are vehemently defending it. Most of the people that I've seen defending it and calling, the people bitterfet are new players that are interpreting this as experienced players trying to keep the new players down.
Like pull the ladder up
Oh, I
behind
haven't
them.
seen.
know
I haven't
why
seen
Vibes
anyone
has
like
shown
that.
up.
Then we must just have like different feeds of social media. Then
Well,
Apparently,
it is true that for a very
Was that a
long period of the
joke?
time, my bubble was people willing to come to my stream to talk to me.
are you saying it's expanded now?
No,
Rain, are you throwing shade? Jesus Christ.
Well, no, he said like that's what's his view because I'm saying we're seeing two different impacts.
right. And I
And
was
so I'm
agreeing.
assuming it expanded, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, like,
Okay,
well,
okay.
that's what I'm here, right?
He popped off.
But no, hello, what?
Hi.
What?
But yeah, I mean, like, I still feel like this is a big mistake, and ultimately, what pisses me off is that this entire thing is only necessary because the game fails to teach you how to fit a ship by the time you get to wanting a retriever.
Yeah, I agree.
That's
I
true.
mean,
That's the
I
real
remember
issue.
you making that
Yeah.
point the other day, and how I agree very wholeheartedly with how you put it on your show.
Isn't the fit from the pack ass though?
It is
Yeah.
ass.
Also,
It doesn't matter.
So someone might argue that the people who make the game don't even know how to fit a ship. How are they supposed to teach
It looked
me
like
a
they
skill
were
that they don't
they're
know?
for new.
they were showing you
players.
options. They put like one of each strip on, put the the upgrades on or whatever, and then put the spare in the cargo hold or something.
Okay, you guys.
They don't know.
Blazy,
No, no,
we got
no. Bunny
Blazy
has
Bunny
a
here as
point.
well. Welcome, Blazy.
So if you guys ever watch YouTube videos and like ads of CCP, they always show you a ship and then the fit on it and the modules look like garbage. And every time someone comments, bro, that fit is garbage, why would you advertise that? And CCP says, well, we want to be able to show different modules and different fits. Nobody wants to see a super with 5 DDAs because it looks really boring in an ad.
You
That's fair.
shouldn't be showing people bad
So they want to
fits deliberately.
so they
yeah.
want to show like so the Ragnarok is both shield fit and armor fit so you can see the different effects. So that's why they do it. Now I'm not saying that's why they do it here on the Retriever, but it makes sense if they're like here's different modules you could use. Here's a different mids, here's different lows. The thing is what Ash is saying is in the tutorial and in the NP and career agents, they're just like, here, Capsuleer, here's a module, fit it to your ship. A web slows down the enemy. And then like that's all they say, but they don't explain to you why when would you need to fit a web, when would you need to fit shield versus armor or anything like that.
One of the
So
things
yeah.
one of the things I really like about the Echoes MPE is that basically every single mission that you take, you set up your ship first. They say, here's your Punisher, get in it. Here's your weapons, put them on. This is what they do. Here's your web. And then the next mission, they're like, okay, now it's a destroyer. Here's your coercer. Here's the same type of guns, but now one more. Here's you get so by the end of it, and then each time you build your ship, and then you go and you fly in the mission and you kill the guy or whatever, and you pass that part of the tutorial.
I like that.
Yeah, Ash, that's exactly like that's almost like what had mentioned of you got to build and teach people properly in the NPE how to do stuff. Like here's a web, here's a long point, here's a scram. When are you going to use a long point versus a scram? What do you have to do to get under the guns of a larger ship? What do you have to do to match transversal?
And so the reason why I don't like calling it an MPE and I just say that Eve needs to be a learnable game is because this isn't just a new player thing. Like Eve is a complex enough game that these quote unquote tutorials need to be available at
You cut out?
these tutorials need to be available for anybody at any time, right? Like people shouldn't learn how to hack in order to pass the basic MPE. But as soon as they're ready to learn how to do exploration, there should be a scenario that'll walk them through it. You know what I mean?
Hell yeah, exactly. Like a career agent mission or instance that is all about exploration. You go into it, you get an exploration ship, you've got to scan something down, then you've got to use the data analyzer on it, and then you got to use a relic analyzer on something else.
I don't want them to go anywhere. Okay, so here's the scenario. Somebody comes into the game, they join a nullsec group real quick, they go out to nullsec, they're out there in nullsec, they've been there for a little while, they've gotten their feet under they finally got a basic feel for things, they want to learn how to make more money. Somebody said that exploration's really good. That guy needs to be able to go through the exploration tutorial right then and not have to go back to HiSec in order to experience it.
So essentially, a simulation from InStation, which was another idea.
Yep. If you're undocked and you select it, it just says please dock up to begin the the tutorial.
That would definitely be better. But that'll definitely require a lot more effort from CCP.
Well, yeah, but you know what? Eve is a very complex game, and we are losing people and failing people.
Yeah, because that was my first thought was simulation, but then it's okay. CCP are willing to dedicate the dev time to a simulation versus how much of shit they already have in game can be modified that will lower their dev time and make it more likely they'd actually do it.
My understanding is that over 60% of their workforce is currently working on basically the new player world.
I have no idea if that's true or not. I've never heard that.
That's
I remember a few years ago, like 2018, where they said it was 80% of their dev time was spent on the NPE.
I think I was I don't know. Either way, I know that a lot of the systems that they're working on, a lot of the stuff that they're working on, and a lot of whatever's coming in FanFest has been very much focused on helping people experience the game and engage with the game better without having to rely on players and good fortune to basically create the correct conditions for that person to want to stay.
Can we talk about the FanFest blog?
We haven't talked about it yet, but we could.
We haven't talked about it yet.
Who's excited for FanFest?
Going. So.
Sorry.
I am.
Okay, so
Your mic
Akaroth
is
is
really quiet.
raising his hand.
I'm excited about it even though I'm not going.
One
Scott Manley's gonna be there.
person out of what 4, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Wait, Scott Manley's gonna be at FanFest?
One person out of 11
Scott
here
Manley's gonna be
is
there.
excited for FanFest.
I'm excited. I'm excited for FanFest.
Okay, 2 people out of 11 are excited for FanFest.
If Scott Manley's there, I'm excited for that.
I have to
I wish I could
ask.
be.
I have to ask this. So there was a blog that came out today. I'm gonna post it in the chat.
I linked it in chat.
You linked it? Okay, thank you, LB.
What a mention.
Are people excited about this?
I haven't read it yet.
People are excited to
read. I want everybody right now to read this blog and give me an honest
assessment.
Thank you, Ashtarothi. Give me an honest assessment based on this dev blog. Are you excited for FanFest?
The games was fun. They're
The
doing that
games
again.
was fun.
Do you want me to start?
Okay, so what I'm getting at, the point I'm trying to make with this little hypothetical, whatever the fuck it is I'm doing here, the point I want to make is how much of this dev blog is dedicated to actual in-game Eve stuff that we can look forward to?
I mean, none of it.
Well, that's not what this blog is about.
That's the whole reason you go to FanFest is so you can hear about it, right? They're not going to announce like this is what we're going to tell you at FanFest. Then why have FanFest?
I mean,
usually they give us something, so that way we can give feedback.
something.
But that's what's. I mean, that's presentations, right? Like, you mean a hint of like what's coming?
So what we have to look forward to at FanFest is some art panels and some Q&A from people who arguably probably don't play the game anymore.
Well, no, but most of those announcements are part of the keynote.
Clear Skies 4 update.
Yeah,
So
well,
Clear again,
yeah,
it's
Clear
out of
Skies is a good
game.
one.
Clear Skies
But-
4
so
is
what-
not.
No,
do
the
you hear, man?
keynote
What do you-
is
what do you-
the keynote contains all of those big
you
announcements.
Here, what do you expect them to put in this that's going to finally make you happy? To give you the structure blog right now? What do you want to be happy?
Doug,
Because
you've-
nothing is making you happy for the last fucking year. So what do you want? Some imaginary thing that they can't deliver to make especially you happy? What? What do you want?
Is that Ryan Gosling?
Dunk, your dad voice is very effective.
He's on the
Let's be
straight
real.
whiskey tonight. He's mad.
I'm just gonna say I'm not going to FanFest, and I feel like I'm missing literally nothing.
I thought you were going,
Based on
right?
that dev blog, no, dude, I'm going to like two other
Based on this
evenings. I
dev
can't have
blog,
the
I am
PTO.
based on this dev blog, I am fine with missing FanFest. I don't know what I'm missing here.
I've always wanted to go to FanFest. I just can't afford to go.
I don't know the DJ
I'm
that's
similar.
coming to the party on top of the world. I don't even know if Permaband's going to be there, even though everyone lives in Iceland. Like the fuck?
Let's be real.
I
People
assume
don't
they
go to
might make a little-
FanFest
If
for
I could
the
afford
huge
to go to
stuff.
FanFest, I would go, but I can't.
I
The
thought
ultimate
that
meetup with
FanFest.
the biggest.
I thought
people go to meet
FanFest
their
was like the
bros.
place
That's it.
where people went for the big announcements, and then
That's-
Vegas
yes.
was the place that people would
Thank
go
you,
for
LB.
the party.
You go to Vegas
Do
to
both.
fucking party. You go to FanFest to actually learn about what's coming in the
I
game.
figured
Right, but they've
FanFest
given
would
us a
just
lot.
be
I mean, they've
another
already given
party
us a lot.
location. I figured FanFest would just be a different. Now,
It's
maybe
a
I'm
fucking
wrong,
great
but I
party.
would see.
Are they
going
going to
Fan-
talk about the Rorqual jump
No, no,
changes?
my
Is that
I-
the big
don't know.
announcement?
I would see.
No.
I would see going to FanFest as a party like Vegas, but it would just be much more Europeans players there because they're probably closer to. Easier to
It
go.
would be like Vegas,
It
but
would be
more
like
Europeans.
Vegas, but instead of like mostly Americans,
National
it'd be mostly
Lampoon's
Europeans.
It's
And so
accurate,
it's like I get
though.
to see more people that don't come to Vegas because it's too expensive for them to come to Vegas. And it's the same reason of like
Drayden's
don't-
exactly right. You're
I don't go
exactly
to
right,
FanFest
Drayden. That's
because-
exactly what.
like just the flight to Reykjavik and back is almost as much as the entire trip to Vegas cost me, including
looking at the
hotels and
wrong
everything.
flights.
I mean, it's like a round trip flight to Reykjavik is like $1,600. Going to
You're
Vegas
doing the
costs me
wrong
like
flights,
$2,000
Drayden.
total, including drinks, food, hotel, everything. So I can't go to FanFest. but-
Drayden, don't book flights without running them by me because you should never be spending that much flying to Iceland.
I
It's like
looked at- it was-
$300, dude.
At risk of being
How do you
that
get
guy,
$300? I looked
How do
at
you get
You go to
300?
You go to an airport from Iceland Air. You fly direct.
I looked at Iceland Air.
300.
They have a direct flight from Seattle to Reykjavik, but I have to go Spokane to Seattle. That's like $100.
You
round trip.
drive. You drive.
It's $100 is the cost from
Y'all
from
can't
Spokane to
bitch
Seattle.
about
It's like
Iceland
it's
Air.
like $300, like $100 round trip from Spokane to Seattle. If I drove to Seattle, it was like $1,300 to go from Seattle to Reykjavik and back.
Well, if we take
Y'all
a
can't
boat,
bitch about Iceland Air because Iceland Air flies to no airports that I can drive to.
I don't know. I've
anybody
been going
can
in and
bitch
out of
about anything.
Chicago
It's
and
one of our
Minneapolis.
freedoms.
That's
Chicago's a
not
bigger
true. You can
airport. It
drive
has
to
probably
any airport.
many more flights. Therefore, it's
they
probably
fly
cheaper.
directly out of Denver. You could drive there. Take a long time.
I could not
Whenever-
drive to Denver. I'm
whenever-
leaving
You can drive to
Tennessee for
Chicago.
fuck's sake.
Gas prices
drive to
these days,
Chicago.
driving to Denver would be like $10,000.
I drove to Arkansas and back today. It can be done. I'm telling you, you can drive to Denver.
I just want to say, whenever this is just a pattern that I've noticed. Whenever anybody says anything on this show, 4 other people instantly chime in with a response.
That's true.
Because we have 15 people in this channel.
It's
That's true.
awesome. I
Shut up,
love
Dave.
it. I love it. I love you guys so much.
we have
Don't ever
15?
change.
yell at me.
Don't
Stop
ever
yelling at me.
change.
We have 11.
At least
Yeah,
we are more
see?
civilized to have more decorum than Trash Talk Tuesday, where everybody talks over each other.
I'm just saying. I
What
think
is literally
FanFest would be
happening
fun.
right now? What do you mean?
I think most of the people say like, the FanFest. You are all people that have been to FanFest like 4 or 5 times. I've never been to FanFest. I
I'm
would
telling
love
you,
to go.
I don't care what year it
It's
is.
just
I would
too
I'm
love to.
expensive.
sad I'm
It's a
missing
fun
this
time.
one,
It's
but
gonna
I
be
also
fun
feel
this
like I'm not
year.
missing anything.
It'll be fun. It's gonna be fun.
Manic
this year,
brought
it'll
up a
be
good
fun
point
next year.
earlier when
It's
they
worth
announced
going
it.
If you can
Sorry.
afford to go, FanFest is fun. Don't let anybody tell you different.
Oh, I think it would be fun.
FanFest is fun.
Yeah, if you can go, do it.
Although when I
Manic
go to the
mentioned a
Eve meets, I
smart
don't
thing to
really-
wait for year 20 when they're probably going to go real hard.
When
Well,
I
that's
go to
fun.
the Eve meets, I don't
Which
really
makes
go
sense.
for like
Well-
the presentations and stuff. I'm there to just hang out and party with people. Like That's what I'm there for. It's like
sightsee.
the updates
Honestly-
and the announcements for the game. I can find those out later, so I'm not really interested in those. Not that they're not important. I'm just saying, like, I can.
Oh, you do
I
get
don't
a free
need to
skin.
be there to hear about those.
Yeah,
But I have to
And
be there to
this
hang
goes
out with
for
people that I
every-
don't ever get to see. So like,
This,
I'm there.
this
to hang
goes
out and
for
party.
every Eve meet, really. Every official like CCP
Yeah, right, for a game, you
sanctioned
get it.
Eve, like you go there to hang out with your space nerds. That's
Right, that's the whole point
all,
of a
that's
meetup.
really all it is. You can find out the game development stuff on YouTube like next
Right.
week. It's fine.
That's what I'm saying.
You're really going to party with your space friends.
That is 99% the reason I go.
Well, I don't go
1% is to probably
physically.
just like see.
I don't even remember what CCP announced at Eve 2021.
They
I'm not
didn't.
gonna lie. The last
They
I
didn't.
I-
didn't
Fuck up,
happen.
There's a
Manny.
reason for that.
That's the joke,
I-
Rain.
Shut
You
the
got me too.
fuck up, dude.
I've been
I do-
going
hey,
to
the Invasion World Tour was off the chain, though.
Oh, hook, line, and
I've been
sinker,
going to
Invasion
little
World Tour
bitch.
was
Oh.
I've been to every E Vegas since 2014, I think, or maybe 2015.
And you're going this year, right, Drayden?
I mean, there's almost
Yes.
guarantee a big
Yes.
I
announcement
actually,
for Faction
might
Warfare.
have to miss this one, but
You think?
No, Drayden.
I'm just saying.
Drayden, who am I going to give all these stickers and pins to?
Save me
Other
for later.
nerds.
the other people that go.
What are we talking about right now?
But I'm just saying, I've been
Ash
to.
somehow
We're
thinks that
talking
they're
about
doing
Eve
Faction
Vegas,
Warfare.
LB, your
Honestly,
favorite.
the last
We got to 11 at
Fucking
least.
knew it.
Thank you
They've
for bringing it
signaled-
back, LB.
in the last
They've
5
signaled that
years, I
extremely
haven't really-
hard.
other
Yeah, that's
than-
what people said about the AT video too.
I'm saying, other than Max Singularity's like astronomy presentations, because I fucking love those. That's like right up my alley. Aside from those, I haven't really gone and seen any like presentations at the eVegas thing. It's like I'm not interested in those. I
What?
can find those out when I
Drayden,
get
what if-
home.
What if Scott Manley came to Vegas and said
Hold on.
FanFest though? You would go.
He is
Oh,
coming. It's in the blog,
Vegas,
right?
not FanFest. That's what
Oh,
I'm saying.
Vegas.
He's going
Got
to
it, got
FanFest.
it.
Yeah, no. Scott Manley,
I think he
I
would go.
would love to meet, and I would not ask him Eve questions. I'd be asking him a bunch of other like
And
just
and I'm sure he has all sorts of
space
great
program
insight that he would
questions
share
and
while
stuff
he
like
had
that.
the
Like,
stage.
it's like Eve is cool,
Science.
but anyway. But anyway,
You would go.
Anyways,
So I hate to be that guy, but what they have, so like I said, in Faction Warfare, or they've not announced Faction Warfare, but they have announced that there will be considerations of Faction Warfare in the road up to FanFest, and the lore, the what's going on in the world, everything. Like, and yes, everybody could be like, oh, the lore doesn't count. Trust me, the month leading up to FanFest, the lore usually counts. That's how we first learn about invasions. That's how, like, the lead up to the Kainoke Plague. This is the time in which the pieces come together. And if you don't pay, like, if you pay attention to the last 2 scope videos, which they've come out with 2 scope videos in 2 weeks, using fully animated avatars walking through in-game or like in station or in ship environments, like, if you don't think that that's noteworthy,
That's usually what Project Nova or whatever the new name is. Project Legion.
I don't think so, because it doesn't appear. So here's the thing. It doesn't feel like they are building this with Unreal. This feels like them working on their own engine. Like, it's been clunky. They've slowly built it up over time. We've seen it develop from Alton Hovery, like, leaning over to the camera one time, all the way up to this. And so if it was just Nova, or whatever that is, which is going to be done in Unreal, like, why not just render it in Unreal?
I don't know. Like they've started that project and then restarted it like 5 different times. So
Right, but everybody that they're hiring.
you keep
Having
cutting out,
somebody
dude.
shoot-
oh.
Sorry, everybody that they're hiring for it are Unreal developers. So I mean that's a pretty
Maybe that's
strong
why they
indicator.
didn't put it in Unreal.
I'm also. It might be the fact that in all the past renditions they were announcing, aspirations and projections before they had any kind of means to make them happen, and it just always kept falling flat. So I think the fact that this whole one really announced that they were designing a shooter game, but they were not willing to even give a name or anything like that, like, because like there was Legion, there was
Yeah, they
Dust and all
straight
that
up said
stuff.
this.
There's like, we're not even going to give a name. I think that they are adamant on the fact that, like, we're just not going to announce much about this until we have something that we are proud to present. I'm actually okay
Right.
with that method. I like it better because it doesn't build people's expectations. It does not build, because that's a setup for disappointment. What is it called? Cyberpunk had that problem, and a bunch of other games have had that problem where they build this aspiration, and it just doesn't deliver, and people are like, ugh. So I'm okay with them just kind of keeping it under wraps, working on the shit, and then once they have something like actually exciting to present, they're like, hey, here's what we got now. So
and they've straight up signaled that that's what's going on, right? Like they got tired of staining their reputation over and over again just because of internal projects that end up being changed and 100%. The player base not really understanding it. And even worse, Project Nova, like that's not like an in-universe term. That was originally just like their like working title, their project title in-house. But because they discussed it with that name so much that by the time they were even rolling out to alpha, they were still calling it Project Nova and like making advertisements for Project Nova. Like it ends up being a huge problem unless there's actually something constructive out of showing it to the player base ahead of time or the people ahead of time. Like if it's going to be good, it's going to be good and people will be excited about it when you have something to show. Until then, you're just kind of flapping out your butt, and they don't want to do that anymore.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's why they've stepped away from roadmaps and et cetera, et cetera.
Well, I can tell you why they've stepped away from roadmaps.
They've stepped closer.
Because they don't have a fucking plan. That's why they don't have roadmaps. The last 2 years,
because the last 2 years, their plan.
Well, the last 2 years have been this navel gazing, we're going to adjust the sandbox, make people play the way we want to play, and now we have to keep throwing them pieces of chocolate to keep them happy so they don't get so mad that they actually leave. That's what they've spent 2 years doing. There's nothing forward looking that they have. Their big announcement out of the last live stream was we might look at structures to make some FCs stop posting on Reddit. Like, there is no big thing that they have said. Nothing. It's not there. There's no, where is we taking Eve? There's nothing right now.
Dunk,
because they're working on nothing right now.
I'm with you.
New player experience, like they have been for the past 5+ years.
100%. They've been solely focused on the new player experience.
They have said that the focus of this year is the introduction of new kinds of sites and activities in the game.
I mean, so that was the whole reason behind the introduction of the whole return pack was new player experience.
Is that it?
They felt the crab beacon thing was going to be this remarkable thing, that the entire game was going to stop its things and everyone was going to hop into their dreads and be doing crab beacons all day, and that was going to solve all the problems of people complaining about capitals.
I don't think anybody had that confusion.
That's exactly why they did it. That is exactly why they did it.
They're testing the water. They're testing the water for a lot of different things. You have new Marauder content in LowSec.
You've got new faith that they know what they're doing.
You've got the beacons, and they've even said, they straight up said that the Marauder sites in LowSec are the example of the kind of thing that they're looking at doing.
No one wants to do that. No one wants to do these sites.
That's not true.
That's patently not true.
Hold on. Are there reserve bank keys on the market?
The reserve bank key market is held by what? 20 people that run it? 20 people in the game run it.
Right. So the tippy top content.
You are quiet.
Yeah, but Blaze, you're like super quiet. What? I have you turned like 160%, and you're so quiet.
Like you're screaming. I can barely hear you.
So what they've said is that they started out with basically experimenting with higher end stuff, and that they have new sites of all different power levels and whatnot that they're planning on coming out with. I'm just saying what they said is
Where
coming.
Where did they say that? I don't remember reading that.
CCP Rattati said it in the last one of the, I think it was the latest interview that he did about the econ.
Or I have to watch like a YouTube.
No, it was it was actually more of it was the CCP stream on the subject, because they were talking about how the scarcity was this, they couldn't do, there was no way to introduce new content during scarcity, and that now that scarcity is over, that's allowed them to go forward with all these things that they've been planning on. That's
a complete lie by them. That's a complete lie by them. Scarcity was a failure for an entire year. Then they had to backtrack on everything and screw up the economy more. Nothing has been fixed. This isn't an age of prosperity. Scarcity is not over. Rorqual stopped working in affecting the economy a year and a half before they change anything with the Rorquals. Everything they've done in the last 2 years in the economy has been an utter failure with no change in the game to the meta, no change to the reduction of super umbrellas, no change to the way you build things other than making it more painful. They have failed for 2 years to improve this game, and they throw little teeny things like crab beacons and low sec sites that are so hard to run. And
A
people are
lot
like,
of
oh my
stick, not much
gosh.
carrot.
But as you said earlier, there are different people that play this game in different ways.
Can y'all hear me any better?
That audience is getting drunk
No.
now too.
No, it's the same volume. It's not like you're like.
Is your
sound
mic
quality's
away from
all
your
awful.
face?
Yeah, it's just.
literally-
Or is it
it's
plugged
literally
in all the
almost
way?
in my- yeah, it's literally almost in my mouth.
Put it in the mouth. Just put it in.
Deep
Because I
throat
was
the
saying,
mic.
like, I can turn you up even higher, and everyone else in the channel, like, if you just right click his name and turn him up,
how's
probably
that?
fine.
Is that
Oh,
any
no,
better?
there's something wrong with his stuff.
No, it's fine. I'm just saying,
Good
like,
enough.
I can turn. I'll just turn you up to like 200%, man. It's fine.
Full send.
Yeah, full send.
As I said, and as you said earlier, there are different people that play the game for different reasons. And as CCP Ghost said in his presentation, that when they polled people for real, the vast majority of people were interested in things like mining. And if you think about it, it really makes sense. If you're completely overwhelmed by the game, you just want to be able to do something that you know will make you progress, but ask like the least amount of you while you try to get your bearings. And then they can move on to the next thing and the next thing and the next thing.
I agree, but they spent the last 2 years making it more frustrating to mine than ever. So the thing that people want to do the
For
most,
the people that are mining at that
frustrating.
scale.
They made frustrating. Yes, they did. They
No.
took away things that they could make money off of. They created a situation where orcas were up in high spec mining everything that the new players would mine, driving down those costs, making the reward for high sec mining if you weren't in an orca terrible. They screwed over the new
Absolutely concede
players
to you
with
the point on the orcas.
What?
I said I will absolutely concede to you on the point on the orcas. Like you're absolutely right about the negative impact of orcas, especially in high sec. But
if you make it ass to mine in nullsec, then we're going to wander into highsec and eat your shit up. Like it's just.
True.
There was an entire post about it that we had internally in my corp and in crit about what to do with orcas and where to put them and what ores and what places were the most effective.
Right, but
and that was within weeks of them nerfing orcs into the dirt after a bunch of us refit them to tackle.
But the vast majority of people aren't actually in one of those groups.
I know the vast majority of people who still stay in high sec are going to be victimized by the rest of us who actually know what's going on. The point Dunk is making, if you have to realize the trickle down effects of nerfing things that, maybe not everybody does, but enough smart people do them that your trickle down is even more impactful, right? If you make it impossible
but their activities are worth more money now.
Whose activities are worth more money?
Those miners.
Who? High sec, low sec?
Yeah.
No.
Why not?
That doesn't answer my question.
Yeah, high sec and certainly low sec. Low sec mining is awesome now. That's a great project for a new bro or even an alpha to get into. It's a good way for somebody to, make a decent amount of money mining with a venture. Also, things like the resource wars sites that show up fairly frequently.
Well, I'll restate my points, and then I got to go actually do space work stuff. So I think FanFest is awesome. All the events are awesome because I'm going to go meet people. I wish CCP would get back to announcing cool new stuff at these events. They haven't done it for the last couple of years because they've changed their strategy. I want EVE to be fun to play, and the whole more carrot, less stick, like that is my biggest issue. They have made it grindier and grindier. And the latest example is this: you can't bridge a porpoise for some reason when players are just going to work around it and still do it anyways, just more painfully. So they need to think the way players do, and they don't think the way players do.
Yeah, there's one of two possibilities for why they would leave the porpoise off. Well, three possibilities. One, complete mistake. Absolutely possible. Two, the thing is with this whole Rockwall thing is that they're actually having to rewrite how Sinos work on the back end, how Sino harmonization works, which has been a limiter for many different features in the past. For example, did you know that a blops can come through an industrial Sino? Do you know why?
Yes,
Because
the
a
way it
blops can
works.
come through anything by the old rules, because its harmonization was such that everything else was below it or above it, whichever one it ended up being. So they've changed it so they can decouple that so it's not just a linear thing. And that was apparently necessary to allow only mining ships to be able to be part of this. So it is very possible that they haven't like added it in, possibly. But if we are going to assume that it was intentional, I can only assume it's because they want you to be encouraged to commit your Rorqual to the field, and they're
Yes, I agree. That's exactly the reason. That's
yeah.
exactly the reason they want your Rorqual on the field because they think players are stupid and going to put their multi-billion-dollar ship on because, quote, there's no other way. And players are going to find a million ways around it and undercut their design because they underestimate how smart the players are. And they continue to do this over and over. And 2 years ago, when I told them these mineral changes aren't going to stop capitals from being made, they're just going to haul it in from HiSec, I was not believed, obviously. And they spent a year not believing that that was the way players actually worked. And now they somehow think that players are going to be so stupid that they're going to put their Rorquals out in the field unprotected when they can put a porpoise out there. That's
Well,
what they
that's why they
think. That's
can't
why
let.
they did this.
That's
That's why they
why
did
they can't
this.
let it through, according to this logic. Because then no one would ever commit the Rorqual. You would only ever use it to bridge, unless you were trying to conserve fuel.
Well, you have the compression stuff you want to do too, because the
But if
porpoise can't do that.
fair enough.
But again, they have stated they want these progressions. Berger even went on when he wasn't talking about Fantasyland about that they want ship progressions, right? Now the expectation is if you want to support mining, you have to get into a Rorqual to do that well, and there's no real room for the porpoise. Goes against the very thing they were just talking about ship progressions.
I get the feeling
You're supposed to move through this the way you go from frigate to destroyer to cruiser to blissful hacks. You're supposed to go. I mine. I do support in a porpoise. I move up to an orca, and then I get to the king of the mining field, the Rorqual. And what they're saying now is, no, we don't really have a good role for the porpoise, mainly because we want your Rorqual at risk. So get into a Rorqual.
The porpoise just got so much more of a role across the board. No, so here's the thing though. Like, yes, they want more roles and they want more progression, all that sort of stuff, but like that doesn't mean everything has to be at the bottom. I get the feeling like taking your Rorqual and conduit jumping with a mining fleet to go out and mine somewhere that you would need to conduit jump into is probably considered a pretty like advanced thing.
Absolutely, right? And you pay for that. You pay for that in skills and building the ship and putting it at risk. Yeah, absolutely. Yes. It's a high-end thing.
Right. Well, but okay.
So
I
I've
could
got a
just as
Rorqual.
easily.
I don't want to spend 3 hours on the field with everyone to make sure they're all safe and sound all the time and doing all this stuff, right? So I would love to help out for maybe an hour, get everybody there, let the porpoise sit out there and help kill rats and heal people from the rats and do little things for them while they're out there. And I don't have to sit there in my Rorqual all the goddamn time. But evidently, that goes against the game design right now.
Well, so first of all, you could just conduit bridge them out and then jump back. You were right. You would have to get the porpoise out there. But more importantly, like, where are you conduit jumping where you are willing to be that lackadaisical about where, like, the actual operation once it's in place?
And Athenor.
Yeah, sitting on an Athenor
jumping
tether.
between Athenors?
Because that's how you move 30 procures around really easy. And you make everybody happy and they feel positive about it. And the people feel good about playing E for once.
All right. I mean, like, you're
I
not wrong.
look, maybe I have a crazy opinion that people don't always love making 7 jumps to go do something and 7 jumps back. Maybe people like being bridged every now and then, and it feels cool, and it feels like you're part of a team, and you go, wow, I have aspirations to be that guy that's in the Rorqual. But maybe I'm wrong, and everyone loves gating in slow procures from gate to gate. Like, maybe everybody loves that, and I'm the one out of mine.
All you need to do is have the command. All you
bit.
have to do is have the boosters at the site, like everybody else gets moved, even by that logic. If you're at an Athenor, you're going to tell me that there's
Right,
no
so
other
that's
boosting people that are already there.
They're going to put the porpoise in the SMA, or they're going to crunch it down with repackaging it, and they're going to bring it along anyways. And my
Right.
point is that's
Perfectly
just
fine.
a headache. Why put that fucking headache in the game instead
Because
of just saying you can bridge the goddamn porpoise? There's no
Because the
exciting
difference is
game
that the
in
Rorqual has
storing
to
something
commit.
in SMA.
The Rorqual has to commit at least long enough to jump out.
You tether.
Right, but look, jumping to an Athenor is not the only consideration for this thing.
Well, how do you think it's going to be used? You think people are going to jump their Rorqual directly into a gate, into anomaly somewhere?
I don't know. I don't know if they know. But my point is that however it functions,
definitely don't know, but I know the players know. No player's going to jump their Rorqual directly into an Anom.
how things are going to be used
with
every
Signer.
time.
Never say never.
I mean, I don't do a lot of shit with PL, but I guarantee you PL under their massive umbrella and drones is not going to do shit like that. No point in wasting or putting your shit at risk when you don't have to.
People do all sorts of silly shit all the time in this game.
I mean, solo stuff, sure, but like
step of this,
when
the way
PL
the
does their
conduit.
mining stuff,
That's the
they're
whole
not gonna
reason
do
I
that.
don't own a super.
I don't expect PL to make all the same blunders as many of the other people in this game can.
I'd want to use
I don't
my
know if Horde
super.
would like. Maybe like a
Horde's
Hordling
better
like
than PL.
fucking
Don't fool
around.
yourself.
Yeah, my thing. I'm saying my thing is that the reason I don't own a super is because I'd want to fucking use it. I would not want it to sit there until we were just had like a super over dominating force that there's no risk. I'd want to fucking use that shit, and I would just jump it in, and I would eventually die and get baited and just die very horribly. And I've heard that it's fine. I'd be fine with that, but I've heard that there's so many alliances that they're like, you can't fucking. They'll like literally. I've heard of people getting kicked out because they'll jump their Titan or their super in to like gank someone, get baited, and just get killed, and they're like, you fucked up our kill board.
Then
Like,
they file for SRP.
and well, I would file for SRP because like if I jump my shit into a stupid situation and I
Yeah,
die, it's
I mean,
it's like that's my fault. I don't
individuals-
expect you. Like if I'm on a alliance op and my shit dies, I would hope it gets reimbursed. But
Yeah, I mean,
if I want you
individuals,
to file for
individuals
SRP
doing
all the
shit,
time.
right? Individuals doing
Yeah.
shit will happen all
Yeah,
the time.
but I'm just
like
saying, if-
you're
if-
saying, an op, like PL running mining ops, NC running mining ops, Horde running mining ops, they're not going to do stupid shit like that.
Right. But the thing is, like, if you're like, I'm gonna just, I found something. I want to solo drop my fucking Titan or my super carry on this, and I want to gank it, and it goes awry, and you lose your shit. I've heard of like that. That should just be like, you know what? That's on the pilot. They don't get SRP. I understand that, but they die. But I've heard of people actually getting their asses chewed out for that, or even kicked out of their alliances for that shit. It's like, that's fucking stupid. It's their own shit. Why the fuck? Like, no one cares about fucking Killboard's green these days. And you're gonna kick them out of the alliance because they ganked their own fucking super? That's their fucking money.
I think if you find yourself in an alliance that does that to you, you already knew that was the culture of the alliance you were joining in the first place.
I agree, but at the
That's
same
not
time,
us, by the way.
it's like it's my fucking super. I bought it. I'm gonna use it how the fuck I want to, and if it blows up, that's on my wallet. Why the fuck does the alliance care?
And
I'm just
something like that.
saying, if you're gonna yeet your stuff around, right? You wouldn't like I could. There's a
You probably
I don't even know
wouldn't
if
join
there's
an
that
alliance
many-
that is against eating your stuff around. I get it, but I'm just
Yeah,
saying, they're
I can't even think of that many alliances nowadays that would freak out. Now that would freak out if you lost a super. Like
nowadays because they're not as valuable. Like, you go 5
Yeah,
years
in the
back. There's
past,
a lot
like,
of alliances that are like,
supers-
you can't just use your
Well,
super like that.
well,
It's like,
back
it's my
then,
super.
supers used to be alliance assets. So if you went from like 19 or 20 to 19, that's like could
if
fuck
you're
you up
using-
if you're trying to drop on shit.
Yeah, if you're using an alliance asset super or Titan, I understand they would be pissed about that. I get that. I'm just saying.
I think she even just means a strategic asset, even if it
So
doesn't
I'm
belong
just
to
saying
the alliance.
I understand
currency
that
of
nowadays,
asset
like,
resource.
So
I'm
like
just-
PL
Jace
kicked
is
the
a
guy during the
strategic
war.
asset.
PL kicked a guy during the war because he lost his super, but it's like we're literally fighting a
But
war.
even if
This isn't you fucking around with your super. Plus, it wasn't his super in the first place. So, like,
the
that's not
days
the
of
topic.
people getting kicked for that is. I don't think people get kicked for that anymore, but I guarantee that people losing their supers or titans in a
Oh,
really
I think
stupid
you're
way,
wrong, Jordan.
I feel like they might get a little bit of a gum beating, and it's like, don't fucking berate me on me losing my shit my own way. Like, I understand I won't get reimbursed
You know
for it, but like, don't fucking tell me that I can't play this game how the fuck I want to play it.
You know what the coolest part about a video game is, Drayden? If you
Yeah.
do a thing, right? Here's a checklist for all y'all. If you want, I'll give you a second to get some pen and a pen and a piece of paper, and I'll tell you how to avoid anybody who causes you grief in the game of EVE Online. You ready?
We're just,
Yeah.
we're just gonna clip
Step
it.
one.
We're just gonna clip it, Bunny. Go ahead.
Okay, step one.
This is a good.
Do
this
the
is a
thing
good
that makes you happy. Okay, you died
Yeah.
doing the thing that makes you happy. Oh wow, I don't want to take grief for it. Turn off the avenues to catch the grief, right?
That's all you gotta do. That's the advice.
Yeah.
Oh my god! I've been playing this game all
Here's
along.
here's a real life example, right? So I used to be a part of a bad alliance called Elysians. I FC'd carriers into combat and got my ass beat. You want to know what I did? Closed
You quit the
Discord.
alliance.
Well, no, the alliance fell apart, so I didn't have to quit it. But like, I closed Discord. Why? Because I don't get fucking roasted for playing the game. Easy clap. I'm a goddamn genius. Mic drop.
Hell
There you
yeah.
go.
No,
I
what
like-
Blazing
you know what-
does.
You know what? That's like that's a mind blowing experience of an advice right there. But it's also it's just I should have known that already. So
The short answer, though, the non-meme
the
answer
short
is
answer is
if
just don't
if
fucking
someone's
care
giving you-
about people telling you what to play. Play your game.
Yeah.
Play your game. If they don't
If
like
you're-
it, fuck them. So
If you're in a group that's gonna roast you for playing your
Sports.
oh, god damn it, no.
So Blazing's message reminds me, and I don't know how many people will get this. It was from one of Dave Chappelle's stand-up bits where he's like hanging out with his white friend Chet or whatever, and he's like he drag races or something. When the cop pulls him over, he's like, "I'm sorry, officer. I didn't know I couldn't do that."
Oh,
It's like
Gilligan
pulls him over for
Suffolk.
speeding or whatever. That's what that makes me think of. It's like you
Ackroth,
just
you
put
have a
everything
wolf-
off, and then when they finally get through to you, you'd be like, "Oh, I didn't even realize."
You have a wolf attacking you?
I do.
Yeah.
Apologies.
What kind of dog is that?
Well, I will say if you do want to lose your very expensive ship in a stupid way, feel free to join Brave, because the most you'll get is me doing the facepalm emoji. So
Oh,
feel
that's
free
nice.
to,
Yeah,
to join and do stupid things.
Whenever I had
I'm
a
not
spy
mad.
in-
I'm just disappointed.
Yeah, that's,
Whenever I had a spy in test, there used to be a command. It was exclamation point
wanna
Philly,
say-
and all it said is just don't feed. It
I
was
want to
very
say,
funny.
Dunk, can I talk to you right now?
no.
Dunk Dinkle.
I think it's Dink Dunkle.
A
Yes,
few,
go.
Dinkle
a
dunk.
few minutes ago, you used your dad voice on me, and it legit struck fear in my
You're
heart.
still worried
I
about
just-
You're
that.
shooketh.
I was shaken by your dad voice. Like, I actually felt a little bit bad, and I want to commend you on that. It was effective use
strong
of the
dad
dad voice.
Man, you have to call him Daddy now.
Daddy
Daddy.
Dunk.
Daddy Dunk. Or is it Daddy Dinkle?
Daddy Dinkle.
It's Uncle.
think
It's Uncle
it's-
Dunk.
Uncle Dunkle.
Uncle Dunkle.
So
it's-
that voice is because I'm a successful dad, having raised 2 daughters, which is a no
God
task.
bless you, sir.
And that voice, Mrs. Dinkle, I'm never allowed to use it near her because she says, "Don't take that tone with me," and then she gives me laser beam eyes.
Well, there you go.
I love it. I love it.
I don't remember that.
I have to ask in chat, Sullen Maximus, is that Sullen Decimus?
That's Sullen Decimus.
Oh, cool. Okay. I was like, there might be multiple Sullens, but hey, hi Sullen.
He's a Utah local.
I know. So I still have the shirt, the
He's
Bastion.
dirty.
He brought some
dirty.
Bastion shirts to Vegas, and I still have that.
He's
shirt in
dirty.
my
That's
closet.
right.
Hi,
he's a
Delana.
Bastion.
Oh,
Hi,
God.
Delana.
Hi,
It's good to
Delana.
see you. Welcome to
Delana.
the show.
You just want
You
to talk about the meetup?
Yo, what happened at Eve
yeah,
Midwest?
Yeah,
Oh.
Eve Midwest was last week. Last weekend we
Was
had some various shots of you guys posing in front of the cameras and stuff. But
Did
give
it
us
work?
a rundown of the meetup.
I'm
Oh,
too fucked
Dom,
up.
you take it away. Are you serious?
Way too fucked up. Sorry.
Okay,
So we had a
it's
dinner.
up to you,
I
Rain.
wasn't there because I took Delana to my
Oh
family
yeah, we
meetup.
had a dinner. It was fun.
At the family meetup.
Yeah, I took her to
So
see
she
my
had,
family.
she had to meet the Drunkle and the
Yeah.
Oh, that's fun.
the Rain's mom and dad.
Yeah, my dad was real nice to her.
Dude,
She got to see
Rain's
the pieces.
Rain's mom and dad are really cool.
They're I feel very fortunate to have met. Her parents came out on the E Vegas, that one trip. That was
Well,
fun.
Drayden, you're the son-in-law.
Well, yeah. So I got
Pauly Shore?
I got to meet them at the E Vegas, and then there was the cruise
That was a
where
good
it was
movie.
like her parents were there on the cruise, but also your aunt and your uncle were there,
Grandma.
and your grandma. I felt bad because
You
I
gotta
thought
meet
your
grandma when you get
I
married.
was thinking your aunt and your uncle were like your aunt and your uncle, like brother or sister, and then I felt like, oh no, it's your aunt and your uncle because they're married. I'm like, oh.
No, they're brother and sister.
Oh no. Okay, so I backward. I thought they were.
You thought it was the other way. Yeah.
My bad. I thought they were married, and I was like, oh, your wife. He's like, that's not my wife. It's my sister. I'm like,
I love making.
okay, fine. So so different aunt and uncle in my own mind, but yeah. So no, they were fun. Hell of a fun family to hang on. I actually partied with Rain's dad quite a bit on that cruise. I'm not gonna lie. Like
Rain's
fucking
dad is so cool.
Rain's dad and I were like just fucking like party bros for a while on that whole ship.
I'm not telling him you said that.
Wait,
No,
you
Rain,
can?
you gotta tell him. You gotta tell him.
No.
No, you can tell him that. Like, there's
Last
no
night
reason-
he refused to go out for St. Patty's Day. And I
Oh,
said,
no.
when was the last time you celebrated St. Patty's Day with your daughters? He's like, never. It's going to stay that way.
Guys, can I announce something? Can I make an announcement?
Do it.
My daughter and I are getting matching tattoos.
Hell yeah.
We're gonna get
Tramp
we're gonna
stamps?
get our initials.
On your neck.
On your
No,
forehead.
it's gonna be on the inside of our elbow
Well, you pissed
on
your
the
dog
on the
off.
right arm. Just yeah, I
Nice.
came up with a design that's my first initial and
was-
her first initial.
Was this the
That's so cute.
Was this the present that you gave? Because I remember you saying that you given her a gift of a tattoo.
No, this was like so. I mean, I think I paid
I don't know
for
if it was
her.
Christmas.
No,
or
no, no,
birthday,
no.
but I thought you were like giving her a
didn't-
present of a present tattoo.
She asked she at one point she asked me if I would pay for her first tattoo, and I was like, no, because I
Oh.
don't want to pay like.
It could be expensive.
Well, it wasn't about
Sometimes
the price.
they're $100.
It
Sometimes
was
they're like $1,000.
and it had nothing to do with the actual price. It's like that's like a permanent thing on your body. Like you should make if you're gonna make that decision,
Agreed.
then you should be the one to pay for it. Because if
Agreed.
I paid for it and she ended up hating the tattoo, then I would feel fucking awful.
Okay, so before you go on, I would say I find fault with that mentality because the things like you are just providing the financial means. She decided to get the tattoo. If she
would
decides to get the
still-
tattoo and doesn't like it, that's on her for deciding. I want this tattoo, and
If
then
if she wound up not liking the tattoo, I would still feel bad. That's just
No,
the kind of person
if
I am.
you
But
pressure like you should get a
No.
tattoo, and then
no, fuck no.
and I understand
Why would
you
you
would
do
never do
that?
that. I'm just
I'm not
saying,
gonna tell anybody they should get
I
a tattoo.
agree. That's what I'm saying. Like, if she's like, I want this tattoo, and you're like, I'll get it for you, and then she hates it, that's her fault, in my opinion. But anyway, go on.
But well, yeah. So I mean, well, she has a lot of tattoos now. She's into it. I
Right.
posted a video on I think it was the Open Comms.
Yeah, I saw
Discord.
the
She's-
ones she got.
She got a nice koi and dragon
Yeah, the
tattoo.
koi is good.
But yeah, so like I'm thinking more about getting a tattoo. I want to get some kind of like abstract cyberpunk design on my forearm, on my left forearm. But she was like, you should get something small and like just something, just a little like very simple design just to like pop your tattoo cherry. And I was like, I don't want to get something insignificant. Like if this is going to be permanent, I want it to mean something. And she's like, what if we get matching tattoos? And I started thinking more about it. I'm like, what if we got our initials? And so like the two of us immediately, like I pulled out a notebook and we started making designs for our matching tattoos. And so we decided on something, and she has an artist in mind, so we just have to find out when her next opening and her schedule is. But yeah, my daughter and I are getting matching tattoos, and I'm super excited about it.
Hell yeah,
Right
that's,
on, man.
that's cool. I like it.
Yeah, Drayden in
Congrats,
chat,
man.
he was saying like Drayden doesn't have any kids or something, and I was like,
No,
none that
I-
he knows of.
No, I don't have any kids. No, they were talking about tattoos. I had a tattoo when I was a young teenager. Well, I was like 19, and it was a bad
An old
tattoo. And then I
teenager?
went in for a cover-up tattoo because I didn't like that one, and I got a cover-up tattoo, and it's only half finished, and I don't even know if I like the cover-up tattoo. So it's like an extending situation of like constant maybe regrets, which is bad for tattoos because they're permanent. So I have a half finished tattoo that I don't even know if I really like. But it's like my whole side. It's like from my hip to my fucking armpit. So it's like my entire side is done up. But the center's filled and the outsides are not filled because the center they wanted to fill first because that was the cover up. But it was gonna be multiple sessions to finish the whole thing. But I only did the first session to like the cover up, and I never did the second session to finish the fill. So it's like a weirdly like half filled center, half finished tattoo, and it doesn't even look good. So I don't know. It's like, but
It was
I've talked to people like, what about removal? And people like I talked to a doctor. He's like, that's a lot of fucking removal. He's like, that's gonna be very painful. I'm like, I don't care about the pain. He's like, it's also gonna be very expensive and very long. I'm like, that's the part I don't like. Like, I don't care how
Good
much
finish.
it hurts. I just don't want it to like be that expensive. Like that's gonna be like, you know, probably $2,000 to remove them.
What is it?
Fuck!
Is it like a whole side piece of like Master Chief?
I mean, I could, no.
It started out as lyrics from like some real cringy emo song.
No,
You
no,
told me about
it
this.
was a really cringy
Cut
emo.
my life,
life
into
into
pieces.
pieces.
Oh my god,
This
that's
is
how we
my last
both
resort.
Suffocation.
No
No breathing.
breathing. Don't give a fuck if my arm bleeding. Yeah, no, it's no, it was a tattoo. Like my thing now is like maybe just turn it into a tribal, but the fact that the old tattoo had a bunch of curves, they instead of like the blocky like tribal tattoos, they turned it into like this weird like curvy swirly tattoo, which might not be bad. So
So you're appropriating their culture then, is what
so
you're saying.
no, I don't even care about that. My thing is like, at this point, I'm like, maybe I just finish it because it'd be way cheaper to just finish it. And it's actually not. It's not awful. It's not terrible.
Cheaper to keep her.
It's just not great. It's like I would rather have like a meh tattoo than spending 3 times as much to like remove what's there.
Just start on your Yakuza bodysuit right now.
That's right.
I'm like,
you go.
I could show it. I'm just saying I don't like it, and it's half finished, so it looks awful.
Koi fish and waves.
It's not
and
cool. It's just
samurais
it's
and
like
tigers.
it's a curly tribal. It's a curly tribal.
I'll be right back. I need a bio
Oh, we're gonna
break.
get kicked off stream.
We saw a nipple. We're done. Fuck.
So like
Dude, fuck.
Polynesian
we're
style
canceled.
or something.
It's kind of Polynesian, but like
That's gonna get
the
clipped,
middle's filled, and you probably can't even see. You probably
Body
can't even
art.
see the top or
Body
the
art,
bottom,
man.
but the top and the bottom coming into a lot of like curly tails that like end in like points. But
So the important question is, how pissed are you at the person who gave you the money for that tattoo?
oh no, I spent my own money.
What an idiot.
How pissed are you at your employer for giving you the money for that tattoo?
I'm not mad at the employer. I'm mad at myself.
You mad
for
at
thinking that it was like
yourself?
a
You
good
should
idea.
be. By Mannix rule of transitive guilt.
I love your crazy.
Oh my god, that's how we do it nowadays. You know, I'm so pissed at that tattoo artist for like doing what I told them to do.
You want to talk about like other Eve news?
Yeah,
What you got?
let's do that.
Flex for good?
Community Beat.
Boom, boom.
Every Friday, Community Beat comes out. What's on it this week?
No, it's
Stay
every-
Frosty's
it's
8th
every 2
annual
weeks.
Frigate Free for All.
I'm going to that. Are you guys
What's
going to be
that?
there?
Has anybody done the
It's
Proving
in-
Conduit today?
Nope.
No, I have not.
It's pretty fun.
It's just
2v2
frigates, though.
frigates.
I want
2
frigate.
frigates.
I go to Lowsec. Unless I want
What's-
1,000 frigate PvP, then I go to
The
the,
new thing
the
you're talking
frigate
about,
free
the
for
Frigate
all.
Frenzy?
Also in low sec, I believe.
Yeah.
Uletta.
Uletta, yeah.
Omeletta?
Uletta,
It's like
yeah.
it's omelet at like 1,600 to 2,200. You can get free
Omelette
chips.
fromage.
Yeah. On Saturday, March 19th from 1600 UTC, take part in the action in Uletta. Dock up at the free-ported Stay Frosty Citadel, call out in local, you'll get a frigate given to you. Go out and lose it, then come back and do it again. 20,000 frigates.
Is it called
20,000
Uletta?
frigates.
Is that what they got up
That's a
to?
lot.
That's
They got
impressive.
Yeah.
they killed 12,000 over 4 hours last year, so they're trying to break the record.
Trying to break
That's
records
sick.
here.
That's the
You
kind
can
of
find
record
more
that we should
details
try
on
to get, yeah.
Rick's Javix's Evaganda blog. Here, I'm going to get you the
Ooh.
link for that. Hold on.
The rigs.
The Rick's
I
Jet.
need more beer.
And I have it on
Ooh.
good authority that if you pay $5 tomorrow, CCP will give you a pack of 20 frigates in
There you
Uileta.
go. That's convenient.
What?
You
fully
can't
fit.
ask for anything better.
Fully fit.
Don't say
It's
that.
fully
Well timed.
Will I get the skills
and
credits too?
insured platinum already to
No.
you. It's crazy.
I mean, that's a
This just
shining.
in, Eve Blackout back on.
Bro,
Yeah,
it's time to be
we're
mad.
there.
Hold up, let me press this button
Hold on,
real
hold on,
quick.
hold on. What is that? What was that? So during the blackout, there was the invitation one. It was the whiteout, right? Because it was a white background.
What?
Invitation.
There's
Oh,
that
the
other
counter
guy that did-
protesters or
So
whatever.
there
Fucking
were,
clown
some
There
shit?
were,
other guy,
there were
Yeah,
a
don't
couple
worry about that
cringe
guy.
lords who
some
had no
other
idea
guy
what it was
tried to
about.
make a
So for the
imitation
record-
Remember we were
stream image.
talking
Same
about why
thing.
people were mad and like they didn't understand why and they were just blaming bitter vets. That's kind of what I meant.
Yeah, but
for the record though,
there was
it-
someone that made basically the same thing that Redline did, but they made it white background and a double up of the warning or something like that. It was basically the
that
same thing, just their
douche.
own take on it, and they're like, "It's
You're talking
it's
about today.
different."
He thought he was being funny and he
Yeah,
failed.
instead of just like going with the flow, he's like, "I'm gonna be upstream on this."
It's
He's raffling off ships instead of
Yeah.
Wait, he was
for the record-
raffling. Okay, so he was doing it for like
He's
just
Trying to
doing-
monetize
yeah,
himself.
like
oh,
Yeah.
so
There were people yesterday that were putting up their like counter protest image streams, and for the
There
record, it is
was-
just as much of
that
against
there's-
what CCP would want
yeah,
and
no,
the partner
this
program
was,
as the negative ones.
No, this is
there
different.
there
Okay,
was
so
one person in particular
okay,
who
so-
was putting up a counter protest.
yeah, no, there was the one counter protest, and that was the doxer of Manic.
The dude who can't even play the games,
the dude
counter
that-
protesting
he
the
can't. He's
protest.
not
Holy
even
crap.
allowed to play the
The
game.
guy
and
that
he's
constantly-
fucking-
I have never felt closer to stepping on a landmine in the middle of a stream
Dude,
than
you
that.
were fine. You were
No,
fine.
Holy
You
shit.
You didn't know. It's
Yeah,
fine.
no, that's the
It's
thing. Like,
fine.
it's like Asher, like Manic was talking about it
Hey
in our
Ash, your
chat.
circle is growing now.
He was talking about it in our chat. He's like, you didn't
Leave
know,
his
so
circle alone.
there's no blame that can be put on you. You didn't know, and
Yeah.
the
How'd you
fact,
learn though?
the minute that you did know, he's like, Ash went silent, and then he posted a thing.
I have to say that was
So-
that was a funny moment
So
on
the
the
thing is,
stream,
it's like,
Ash.
you can't be held at fault that you didn't know. And the second you did know, then you did not support. So it's like, that's props on you. Like, you
There could have
can't.
been like a
But he-
1,000
the-
times things
can't
worse.
be
He
held
could
at
have been a-
fault.
Part was that he was also in the channel, like advocating for himself. So I'm getting like DMs from all sides, and I'm just like, oh my god! I'm just like, nope. I'm gonna just talk about what I wanted to talk about and not refer to the video. Jesus.
It was so funny.
That's-
I
that's
loved
good.
it.
I like it. I like it. But yeah. So it's.
I really want to draw parallels to that, but like everything I can think of is actually like really derogatory, so I can't.
Rain, I want you to
right.
DM me your. I'm curious now. Like,
No,
don't
no. Hold on.
say it publicly on the stream. But if you want to,
Okay, like
DM me your thoughts because I'm curious now.
What a tease. You either
Same.
bring enough to share with the class or none at all.
Right.
You want to talk about the rest of the community beat?
Sure.
Yeah. Well.
Oh, there was a community beat.
I'll be back in
3
Hi,
hours
Manic, I
after
DM'd
the
you.
3 hours after the frigate free for all starts, there's a battleship brawl in the system of Oh Shit A, put on
Nice.
by the Initiative FC Darkshines. I don't know if you've heard of them. It's for the Plex for Good campaign. So you go to Oh Shit A at 1900 in your battleships. Remote rep battleships is the theme. Let's see here. Yeah. And then you fucking he'll be I think they're streaming it, I think. Yeah.
Manic.
There's that.
Manic, you're
Battleship
laughing.
brawl.
I want to share it.
Well, I mean,
Share it.
Dude, Drayden's not here.
Rain,
No, I can't. I
no,
can't.
Rain,
It's like the parallel.
wouldn't.
Okay.
I wouldn't.
Share
I
it.
don't know. It's just the circumstance where like you can just like Ash is on a stage or not on the stage. But he's on a stream, so it's like he's on the stage. And he's standing there speaking, and then he starts like to notice something really off in the crowd, and he sees his friends like over behind the curtains, like waving him down, and he's like, "Guys, I'm on a stream. Like, chill out." And then they hold up signs like, "Bro, you're speaking at it's like a terrible conference. It's like people who hate babies or something like that." And he's like, "Oh my fucking god, dude, I
Dude, this
don't
is a
hate
Nazi
babies."
conference. Did you not realize this is a Nazi conference?
That was the example, but I didn't want to draw that parallel. But he's like sitting there, he's like, "Why is everyone saluting like that?" He's like, "What are those crosses?" And then you're just like, "Oh
What is-
no." And like you have
Uh-oh.
friends in the corner,
What's
like,
this?
bro.
What's this open-handed salute? I don't get it.
Why is
I
And
mean,
you
I've
like-
seen some funny shit too.
Why
You
is
have
there,
that
like-
realization, and you're like, oh no,
Oh,
this is out of my comfort zone, and like you have to try and get off stage and shit.
There was a
Right.
meme like that for recruiting. It was like how to join a corp in Eve. And it was
Oh,
like,
the
open
tissue
fucking
one.
thing.
Yeah.
Try to signal your corp. Not like that. Now you're in tissue. Oh no.
Remember that?
Speaking
Yeah.
of tissue, did you guys see the in the scope video? The Athanor that is shown is tissues.
Yeah,
mine.
I can't believe CCP did that. Somebody done fucked up.
I feel like
we're-
that's
Yeah, why not?
Elise making a jab, or sorry, Swift.
Yeah.
I had to like figure out like, what are we talking about? I said like, oh, we're talking about four comes. So
Rain.
yeah.
Speaking
So-
of fucked up conferences, there was a bit on Howard Stern where a guy went to a conference of people that believe in drinking their own urine.
Yuck.
Dude,
Yeah.
could you imagine you
Earth
just like
convention?
wander? You just like wander into the conference.
Yeah,
You're like,
like-
oh, what's this about? And you're sitting there, and then they talk
And
about.
you look around and everybody's drinking their own piss.
No,
Actually,
yeah,
no,
it's-
yep,
it's-
it
And they
actually
hand you a
happened.
cup.
this is
That-
how you protect yourself from like COVID, right? It's like no, that's not how it works.
Who's
So there-
peeing? Who's
there was this-
peeing?
This whole
Traded.
Dude.
so
No,
the-
I'm pouring some vodka.
Timing was
what do
key.
you guys
It
sound like?
literally
Vodka.
sounded like somebody was going to the
Timing was
bathroom.
so-
That was
Because
so perfect.
I was pouring at a very slow rate, but I'm saying I just went pee, but no, I'm done now. So
So now
this
you
is-
can drink.
this is
I-
vodka. Yeah, I could like I'm
Gotta
mixing a
refill
drink.
those tanks.
I mean,
so I watched a YouTube essay
do you
about
want me
how
to keep the mic open when I squirt in the cup? Because
Don't say that.
I've squirt the drink squirt.
Oh goodness.
Jesus Christ, dude. Ash, what were you
That
saying?
sounded so bad.
I was saying that I watched a YouTube video about how a bunch of flat earthers convinced several like relatively prestigious scientists to give interviews so that
I watched
without
this.
the pretense of like that it was going to be used to support flat earth.
I saw this. That was a very interesting video. Yeah, that's crazy. Like
that's delicious.
these and I don't even know if it was like false pretenses.
Well, no, what it was basically they would get the scientists to say some basic scientific concept that's in the vague direction of where they're going. And then they had what they did was they edited it so their hack says something, and then it cuts to the scientist saying something, and then it cuts to the other hack
So,
saying something.
yes,
so they're able to like create their
that's-
own narrative that way.
It was narrative via editing,
Right. It
which is
made it
like
look like
it's
the
similar to the Bowling for Columbine quote unquote documentary that what this fuck put out.
I would
Michael
love
Barr,
to-
that fat fuck.
I would love
Yeah.
to mention. Now I'd have to find it. It was a thing on the Sinners Discord. There was a post of and I love it. I love this, and I love the fact that there is hope. This actually gives me hope in the world. It was literally like posts across several years of a post of a guy like they're tricking you. The world's flat. It's flat. This is the reasons why. This is proof of it's flat. And then there's another post of like,
Oh, the
this is how
clown, the anti-clown meme.
the anti-clown is like, this is how the world is flat. And then it's like, after that, it's like, you guys, I don't think it's right. And then
So-
after that, it's like, the world is not flat. It's actually round. And then the post after is like, guys, the world is not flat. You've been lied to by a bunch of con men. And like to the side of all these posts is the opposite of the meme of like the guy dressing up into clown makeup as it goes.
Oh, he's
It's
getting out of the
it's
clown
like he
makeup.
starts as a clown and is undressing into a normal person. I'm like,
So it's like a striptease.
yeah, it's like, I love this meme. I love this meme. It's a guy that realizes that, you know what? He's been lied to. He's accepted science. He's accepted real world. It's like you see the person
What?
develop as a...
What the fuck is this
Traded,
show?
Traded, you
for so
cannot
much
verbally
character
describe.
development.
Sorry, I
Even
did.
more.
Just
Fuck
literally
is
post the
this?
meme.
I'm sorry. I
Traded,
could, but
damn it.
I'm sorry. I was so like, this is one of those things that touches my heart personally, because it's literally a thing where it's like, it's someone that is so deluded with
Are you saying you're
garbage,
delusional?
and they've come to realize that they're
Publicly, no
wrong
less.
and what they've been told is wrong, and they've come to realize that here's real world science and experimentation that you can rely on, and they've come to accept it. And I was like, oh my god, maybe flat earthers might learn. I don't know. I was
somewhere a scientist got his wings.
It almost,
I am no longer convinced that we hit the
almost drew
threshold to
tears
still
to
be
my
called an
eyes.
EVE Online stream.
We talked
We're-
about EVE Online for
we're-
2 hours.
It's a good thing we're not partnered.
I
Not enough
know.
gameplay.
I know. We talked
There's,
about
there's
EVE.
not
through
enough
the,
Eve content in this stream.
I'm just saying.
We're
We
still
talked about
working
EVE
through the
Online for 2 hours. It's okay if I divulge for
We're
like 3
we're in
minutes.
the
There is-
after show.
There is an opening in the EVE
Well, then-
Online part.
We are now officially in the
talk
after
shit.
show. We've been in the after show for the last
Well,
43 minutes.
You could
Please
change it
shut
to
the
just
fuck up.
chatting. Just saying. Just saying.
No, we don't do that here.
Yeah,
we
I
don't
love
do
you.
that
Then we gotta
here.
show
We
our
don't-
feet and talk
we
into
don't
the
take
mic
this
weird.
shit
Yeah, no,
seriously. Are you kidding me?
No, like, it's okay if we divulge for like 3 minutes. I was.
It's
Divulge?
okay if we fuck around and do whatever we want. Nobody cares. The,
Yeah,
the
exactly.
Look
planet,
around and
the
find out.
planet will be burned alive by
Yeah,
the
just
sun
like-
in a
What-
few
what-
billion
I'm
years.
on my own channel.
Ash,
Ash, do you
Just-
not
just
clearly
like-
see? Do you not clearly see that we are inside Gita44 on that stream? Like, what are you
None
talking
of,
about?
None
in the
of
game?
this
We're
will
there.
matter in a few hundred
These were
years.
high
It was a
sec.
really, really funny thing to say. Thank you guys.
Also, I mean,
We're-
Ash, are you like Twitch staff gonna like?
Broadcasting
I-
live from Gita 4.
It was a
upset that we're not
joke,
talking
bro.
about-
I was
A-
making
Ash
fun
is
of the
literally
idea that
reporting the stream
He's
now.
reporting
That
stream. It's like, they're
streams-
not talking about EVE
Ladies
Online.
and gentlemen.
Fake
it
stream.
was a
fake
joke
fake
that they
content.
suddenly are caring
Broadcasting
about whether or not the
from
EVE
Gita
streams are actually EVE
44.
content. It was a joke about that.
I know it was.
Okay.
It's a joke, guys.
Jesus.
For legal reasons,
We're
these are
joking,
jokes.
Ash. We're joking.
Okay.
I'm not joking.
Okay.
You, bro, whatever
Joking
the
about
fuck
you,
you did,
Whatever.
that's fucked
We're
up.
joking about you. You trolled us. We trolled you.
Jester's privilege.
Yeah, no,
Guys,
yep.
just claim Jester's privilege.
Hey,
If you claim Jester's privilege,
Yeah,
then
that's true.
nobody
It-
can
it-
criticize
It
you.
excuses you from everything, right?
I'd
It
rather
excuses you
claim,
from all responsibility.
That's like when I say
7 children on
mozzarella.
my tax return.
It's like when Rain says mozzarella. Like we
Oh,
can't
you
be
still like
mad about
mozzarella.
that because she claimed Jester's
Mozzarella
privilege.
excuses you from all
Ray, we're
the
gonna get mad
shit.
about
string
mozzarella?
cheese. Let's be real. Give Ray
love
string,
cheese.
like hold string cheese up, and you can get her to do whatever you want.
I'm gonna go get
Hell yeah.
some scotch. I'll be right back.
Oh, is that good, Scott?
Hey,
Get it.
there's some synthwave.
Yeah.
You guys like synthwave?
I love. Oh, the person that loves synthwave the most just left.
I don't live by the ocean, so I don't know what synthwave is.
I love synthwave.
Rain,
So,
you know what
It
There's
is-
some
synthwave
it
is.
is-
awesome Eve-inspired synthwave
Oh,
created by a guy named Snow Cream. That's
Guy
awesome.
Edward
Ferrari.
Snowden?
that's not synthwave. That's white.
I'll get. Let me link you the SoundCloud.
But it's like
Yeah.
made completely
Holy
with
shit.
in-game sounds or
That was
something.
a
It's pretty
quick
cool.
drink, Manic. We have to let him know.
Manic
You had to
missed
get
my
the
joke.
scotch, not make it.
Yeah, he
He's
missed
the
everything.
Baron of beverages.
I want to find this. Oh, it's a sound. It's synthwave sound.
What is it?
Yeah, yeah.
It's all in-game sounds,
Oh.
or at least that's what I was led to believe. I read the thread on it.
Hello?
Manic,
What?
how much would I have to pay you to get a hologram like that?
Like to do that for the Trash Talk Tuesday logo?
Oh, so
A different logo.
Trash
A
Talk Tuesday's
different
canceled.
logo?
Mhm.
Why not just use
I-
that logo?
I would say it depends on the complexity because this was a bit of a pain in the ass. I'll
Is
be
the
honest.
letter N.
It's just the letter N.
Yeah, the letter N.
What's that for? That's inappropriate.
I'm not gonna
Dude,
tell you right now.
I will do that for the
Not
low
Trash Talk Tuesday.
price of $99.99.
99.
Alright, I'll pay you-
99.99.
I'll pay you in-
9900
I'll pay you in currency.
No,
99 cents.
dude, yeah, pay me in
a
Eve
dollar,
Online
a dollar and
NFTs.
10 cents.
99.99 is.
Okay,
Got
You
it.
know what? You know what,
Just so
Redline?
that
Hey,
you know,
Redline.
I do own a Cable Uda NFT.
You,
What?
no, you can pay me in I will do it for the low price of one fitted retriever and 100 bucks.
Ooh.
That's
Oh
not
my
bad.
god! So
That's a steal of a
$24.99.
deal. If
Although,
only there was some sort of pack in the store you could get.
Manic, you missed this. You might want to click
No.
on that
I
link
heard-
that LB posted in
I
chat
heard that
because
pack was removed.
it's a synthwave
Is
stream.
his name really Snow Cream?
I guess so, yeah.
It's
Yeah,
no-
can we go
it's
talk
no-
to-
it's a
So
synth-
last
it's a
I
synthwave
checked,
thing?
the-
Hey,
Uh,
I have this font.
At least it's not
Well,
Squirt.
Oh, the font or the music?
Last I checked-
the guy's
Squirt,
name,
what?
the Snow Cream dude, his logo. I have this font. I recognize this.
Which
okay,
font
now
is it?
I'm listening. I can't name
What's
it
it
off the top of my
How
head,
do
but I know
change
that I
the
have it.
volume on this? Oh,
Dude,
their
this is
boomers.
Matrix sound effects.
They're EVE Online sound effects.
No.
Oh,
So,
synthwave mayonnaise.
last-
Look it up.
Last I checked,
Fuck you, Rain. I'm sorry, that was over the top.
That's actually
No,
pretty
it's
cool.
fine, dude.
I like it.
Ever since
Never
Rain took over
apologize.
the Sunday show on TIS, she's changed.
You know what?
Dude, it's going to her
First
head
it was Open
hard.
Comms, then it was Nude and Post, now 2AS. Watch out, Ian, and you're
Yeah,
next.
you
She's
encouraged.
coming in.
You encouraged this whole thing.
Yeah,
you
dude. I had to
caused
take,
Rain,
part-
had to
Rain
take
is
down number
slowly
2.
taking over the Eve
Holy
media.
shit! Rain is
Rain is
actually
Rain
the
becoming
destroying
the
everything that's
immersive
not TIS.
personality in EVE Online right now.
Are you?
She is
Hold
what's
on.
wrong. She is the AIDS that's killing this alliance.
Guys,
Rain.
From the
We need.
Rain is the puppet master, you guys.
But, hold on. So
Y'all
when
doubted
Iron-
me.
It was Rain all
when
along.
you take over INN, how's that gonna
Rain,
go?
why?
plot twist: Rain is the Matani.
Who is the Matani?
Have you ever seen
Oh
us
my
on the same
God.
stream
I've
before?
I've never seen them
Nope.
in the same room before.
You have actually
That's true.
on
I never
Trash Talk
have.
Tuesday. Because
Oh,
Rain,
you're
you
right,
were
yeah.
salty as fuck when he did his hit
I'm
and
a
run.
little. I'd be a little
Yeah,
disappointed.
I don't like pussies,
So-
dude.
You were
I want to
saying-
answer the
What?
question
How? Who doesn't like pussy?
because
Because
this.
she has a small
I don't-
vagina.
It's intimidating, dude. I have a tiny vagina, okay?
Medic, you gotta drop the that one soundbite.
Good night, everybody.
Fucking soundbite's the best.
No, you know what?
What's the question, Asher?
I'm like tempted to
are
say,
we
but I don't know if
talking
I like
about?
broadcast. I'm just like
Offer
I-
is still.
God damn it.
in
God
this last
damn it.
this Las Vegas, I was actually a little discouraged by something I saw.
What did you see, Drayden?
What did you
It's
see?
more what I heard.
What did you hear, Drayden?
It was on the streets of what's that
Paso?
whole thing with the Vegas, the north town.
Fremont?
The strip?
The Fremont streets. The Fremont streets. It was open
The
up.
streets of
It's on the
Fremont.
streets, huh?
So I mean, like, I go there. I'm not like a massive goon fanatic, but I go there and I know Matani a little bit. It's not like me and him are best buds, but we hung out at the fucking gamer bar. He was hammered. He came up and like jump hugged me. I was like, okay, cool. What's up, dude? And then later on in the night, when we're all just like hanging out in this street area, hanging out, I was hanging out there, and there was a couple of people that I forget their names honestly, but they were there. It was one of the guys that we met at the karaoke rain. He was from Eve Scout, I think. I forget his name. I think he sang the last song
Wasn't
of
that
the night.
Cheese Dude, was it?
Was
No,
it
not
Mace Winder?
not cheese. He sang the last song of the night. That guy.
Was it Mace?
Oh.
It was not Mace Windu. No, it was someone
Wasn't
else.
the
He
Peel
was like,
dude, was it?
he was a really quiet, reserved dude, but then he sang a
Graf
couple
Telkin.
songs, and then he sang
The quiet reserved dude, Graf
no,
Telkin.
You by chance
old
talking about
fucking-
Uriel?
No, it's like he was pretty quiet, reserved, but then the last of the night, he sung that song. It was awesome. We were all like, "That's a great close to the song."
Are you
of the
talking
night.
about Uriel?
It was not Uriel. No.
Okay.
I
Because I
know.
heard
I
from
know
an
Uriel.
alternative source that apparently
No,
his
Uriel
karaoke
is
is
so
amazing.
cool.
I
God.
know.
It is.
I know Uriel. No, this is a guy that I've never seen before. He was an
Fucking
Eve
fair
Scout
how
guy.
cool Uriel
So it was like
is.
him and a couple other guys, and they were
BT?
like,
Was it BT?
"No, it was not BT." But anyway,
was it Skyhawk?
no,
I'm trying to think of all the people that were there.
no, I know all those
Was
guys.
it
These-
you?
these
Hair?
guys,
Was it you,
I can't
Was
remember
it-
the
did
names.
it-
It's
glasses?
Begamoth. Begamoth's in PL.
No, I can't remember the names, but I know their faces. But anyway, like me and those two were hanging out. We were walking around on Fremont. It was like during the whole pub crawl thing, and people were intermingling out in the main street area before we started going to like specific bars. And I met up with a couple of them, and like we knew each other from the karaoke thing. So I started hanging out with them, chatting with them. And then I was like, oh, and then like Matani was there. I was like, hey, how's it going, Alex? And, like talking with him. I think his girlfriend was there or whoever she was. And then literally the second after I was like, hey, how's it going? He just, the two other people he was talking with, he's literally just there just talking shit about the people that were there at the meet that he met. And he's like, oh, this person's a fucking idiot. Like, this person, did you see what they were wearing? Fucking piece
Wait,
of
who is
shit.
this?
Matani.
Matani said that?
Yeah. He was
No
talking.
way.
He was literally talking shit about like half a dozen people about like how they looked, what they were wearing, and it was like, this is literally just a shit shaming discussion. And I just looked at the other two people and they give me looks like, what the fuck? I'm like, let's fucking go. And so
I don't think that's true.
No,
like I mean,
I don't know.
Why would I doubt Drayden? Why would you doubt Drayden?
Well,
I
okay,
don't think
so
Drayden's lying.
I'm not saying Drayden
I heard
is
and
lying. I'm saying maybe Drayden may have misheard what somebody else said.
Absolutely.
Matani would
not.
never say that
and
kind
one
of
of
word.
the
I would never
hold
doubt
on.
Drayden.
One of the people that are talking shit about is actually here
say
in the
what you
chat.
want about Matani. I don't know the guy a whole lot. I've talked to him a couple of times. He doesn't strike me as that kind of person. That will like talk, that will like smile at you and shake your hand and be really cool, and then as soon as you walk away, he's talking shit about
if it's
you.
people that are against him in the game, absolutely.
I don't see why Drayden would lie about something like that.
I'm not saying Drayden is lying.
Honestly, one of the people they were talking about is here in chat.
Is it me?
Hey,
No.
hi.
Damn.
Is it me?
Because I wasn't
It
there.
is Redline.
It's Manic Velocity.
It's
He was
Redline.
talking shit about. Wait, what did he say about Redline?
Who's talking
Oh
shit
my
about
God.
Redline?
I'm not gonna say. I don't want to say.
No,
but
tell us, dude. I want to hear it.
You've already
come
said.
on, let it out, dude.
You're a tease. You just flashing us
prepare
like
to
that
attack
and then
the
walking
audience.
away.
Bring it up and
Seventh
then not
graders.
talk about it.
No, I don't want to say it.
Come on,
You
say it,
can't.
man. I
You
bet
brought it
everybody
up,
else
man.
from
You
seventh
can't bring
grade.
it up and then not talk
You're-
about it.
Don't be a
You're
bitch.
put into the river, my
Oh,
friend.
okay.
Say it, Drayden.
He was literally talking about. It's like Redline shows up, and did you see him? He was a fucking like stout fucking dude. Like you see his face, like
I mean, yeah, that's true though. So like,
no.
I am a stout
I'm
dude.
kidding. I'm kidding.
I'm like,
Redline's a good-looking guy.
I feel
Thanks,
bad.
LB. Thanks, LB.
I feel bad regurgitating, but he's basically making fun of how Redline looks.
I have decided to end my streaming career due to these revelations.
No, that's stupid.
Matani-
Though.
That's not why you're in
That's-
your
Thanks,
streaming
Matani
career.
Listen,
doesn't like the way that I look.
Like,
No, that's
who gives
stupid.
a fuck? Like, if the Matani doesn't think
I
you're
can
handsome,
bench
like
press
who
200.
cares?
And so that was my thing. It's like he was making fun of you, and he was making fun of two other people. I didn't know the names, but I heard that like, and it's like he's just making fun of people how they look, and that's like what.
Drayden, you know when people say that, like, you don't have to defend whoever they're talking about, because when people
I'm
talk
not-
shit about the way other people look, or anything about their real life that they can't
They're a
control,
piece
it's
of
usually from
shit.
insecurity.
Right,
I don't
right,
care.
but
It's
I
usually
know,
people usually
but-
say it from insecurity, and like half the time, what you guys do is say like, "Damn, dude, you're insecure," or just leave it.
But
all
my,
they want to
my,
do
my
is
thing
try
is
and be
it's
insecure.
like I've always usually gone to these meets. I've met Matani. It's like he's usually fine. Like because he doesn't like have any negative shit with me, and so like I don't have any.
Maybe he's just in a
issues
bad
meeting
mood
him.
or something, and had to
But
like take it out. in a
this
way.
was the one time where it's like it's not just me like talking with him or it's like me just like bullshitting like about whatever. It's like he's sitting there just like shitting on people that I know that I'm actually friends with, and he's just like this person's a stupid
okay, hold
fucking
on.
piece of shit because of this.
I need
And
to.
so I was
need
like,
to
I don't like
understand.
that, and so I turned to the other two people that were there from the karaoke, and I was like, "You guys want to fucking go?" They're like, "Yeah." I was like, "I don't want to listen to this shit. I don't want to like. I'm not here to go to an Eve meet to listen to people talk shit about other people. Let's go fucking find people that are fun to hang out with."
No, yeah, let's go party.
And so
all right?
we left
Like,
and we found other people. It's like
wait,
I'm
hold
not
on.
I'm not here to listen to that shit. Fuck that. Like I'm here to like, have
I'm
fun
confused.
with people.
I'm confused.
So it's like I was. It's one of those things where it's like it was the turning point in my mind where it's like I understand Matani has had some bad press and I get it, but I've never had any like negative shit with the Matani myself. But that was one of the few times where I like went there and was hanging out with him. And I'm like, I don't like the fucking shit you're talking about right now, dude. Like I don't respect what you're saying at this moment, and I'm out of here. I'm fucking done. I'm out of here.
And
I don't want to hang around you.
I operate under the assumption that whenever the Matani is either streaming or out in public, he is presenting himself as a character.
Yeah, you've only ever seen the mask. You've only ever seen character.
He is playing the role of the Matani.
But even with out of game
when you
things
bring
like
the
that,
role of
my
Hold on.
skin
Whoa, whoa,
is
whoa,
for
whoa,
all
whoa.
I
Yeah,
can see.
out of game.
100%.
when you bring the role of
You're
Matani
talking to the
of
person who used to LARP.
Wait.
Ow.
Wait.
Okay. Go. Sorry.
Straight
Go,
down.
Manic. Yeah. Sorry.
I tend to give people the benefit of the doubt, and I've been burned plenty of times on that, but I continue to do it. It's just me. I give people the benefit of the doubt. I don't believe that the Matani is actually the person he presents himself as.
No, I agree.
I think if you go to Eve Vegas or you go to FanFest or you go to any kind of Eve meet and you interact with the Matani, you are interacting with a character that he is putting on. In his private life, I choose to believe, I don't know, but I choose to believe that he is a decent person who wants what everybody else wants, right? We want a roof over our heads and 3 meals a day, right?
Can I say one thing though?
I think that's vastly different than what your actual
that
personality
is
traits
how
are,
so that's how I've always taken it, and that's how I've always dealt with it. But this last year specifically, so literally last year in Vegas, that was the one time where this was not him doing that. This was him specifically picking out Redline and a couple other people that I actually didn't know. I don't remember the names, but like,
if
picking out
that's
them,
true, then
and
that's
literally the fact that they were against him in a war at the time. He literally was picking them out and just going with personal
What are you
insults.
talking about, dude? Why are we still talking about this? Who gives a fuck what the
I
piece
don't
of
give a
shit
fuck. I'm
thinks?
saying no.
that
I'm
ultimately,
saying I give
yeah.
a fuck. I give a fuck.
Who
I guess.
cares? Who cares what the Matani thinks about you?
I know. I'm saying I don't give a fuck what he thinks. I'm saying I give a fuck now because this is the first time I've seen him start saying shit where it's like it's not just like, oh, this person's a dick because they do this in game. That's in game. This is the first time where I've seen him just be like, I don't like this person because they're fucking stupid. This way is like, and it really fucking bugged me. It irked me a certain way to where I'm now just like, I actually don't really want to fucking hang out with that guy ever again.
Aw,
It
what a
bugged,
shame.
it bugged me enough that it was not just a in-game statement. It was a revelation of like the type of person he is. It was like, I don't like this person, and so I will take any attack at them personally that I can out. Like, it has nothing to do with the game itself. And it's like, I don't like, it's a game.
I suspect that he cares about this as just as much as Redline does.
He probably doesn't.
Which is fine.
It bugged.
Yeah.
I'm saying it bugged me enough that I care about it. So
I can
No,
appreciate that because, like
what
you
I'm
said,
saying is that he
people
probably
you know
cares
and are
about you
friends with.
caring about.
Well, that was the same thing when I ran into him at the gamer bar. It was just an inability. He wasn't being Alex. It was even in Vegas. He was being the character of the Matani. Of course, he was high
but
as
you know what?
fuck,
If you're
so-
gonna act like a character that's a piece of shit, then you know what?
we were
I don't
all under the
care.
influence.
I really
No,
don't
he
care.
wasn't drunk. He was high as fuck.
I don't
He
care
said under
if-
the influence. That's
I'm saying he wasn't the only one.
If you're gonna
if you're on
act-
any substance, you're not
if
your
you're gonna
normal
act like a
self
character
completely.
that's a piece
That's
of
fine.
shit, then in my mind, you're still acting like a piece of shit. So that's how
Let's
I
be
take
real.
it.
Call a spade a spade.
Yeah, call a spade a spade. Right. It's
Everybody,
like,
don't anybody feel like they need to either jump on this or defend this? Like, he's just telling a story about things. You can all take it how
yeah,
you want.
if
How
you're
did we
playing,
get on
He's
this?
like raising a picket, like
Such a weird
boycott Matani.
if you're playing an
conversation.
RPG
It's 10
game,
o'clock. That's why we're on this.
yeah, if you're playing an RPG
Okay.
game and you're playing some like shit with a DM, you know what? That's different. But like, you know what? This didn't seem like that. This just seemed like animosity because of animosity's sake, and I didn't like it.
Do you know how jacked I am, dude?
Are you
Dude,
fucking
I bet you could
jacked?
lift the
Redline
shit
is
out of
so
me and throw
fucking
me.
buff. You guys don't even know.
I've seen Redline, and if he couldn't throw me, I would be impressed.
Redline he's the Giga Chad with the like, God, his muscles are so fucking tight.
And they're
Also,
insulated.
everyone, I have
all
an
that,
announcement to make.
I
I
squeeze
haven't
his
seen
ass.
him
I
naked
do
yet,
know.
but obviously you have.
What?
Okay, Ronnie,
Why
Hugo.
not?
First of
Redline?
all, I'm pretty sure Redline is
That's
not a
easy to
spy in the Bagoons.
What?
No.
So it's past midnight. It's now my birthday, bitches. Shots.
Hell yeah,
Happy
dude! Happy
birthday,
birthday!
Whoa! I didn't even. Whoa, that caught me by surprise, Vlad. I
For
didn't even
he's
know.
a jolly good fellow. For
Oh my
he's a
God.
jolly good fellow.
God.
For he's a jolly good fellow.
I have Kahlua shots.
Which nobody can deny.
They're gonna hear me hurn.
What?
I don't know the lyrics, dude.
Okay. I was hoping that's what you were
There was
doing.
no more words, Rain. That's
Ronnie,
Shave and a haircut.
Ronnie, I choose to disbelieve all of that. I'm not burning a spy by talking about the fact that he doesn't like Redline.
I gotta know.
Do you have a spy, Redline, that I outed you by?
Why you're still talking about it.
Because I
I'm sorry.
Why are we still 45 minutes for Drayden to tell a story?
Redline, doesn't it warm your heart that Drayden white knights you in a video game?
Right? Drayden's sipping
not
you hard, and you're not even acknowledging
Drayden is
that.
everyone's
Drayden,
white knight.
As
You are
respectfully as
correct, Manic.
possible,
He is
I
everyone's white
need
knight.
to tell you that if you didn't want to talk about it because you didn't want to like offend me, and then
No,
you're
I-
continuing to talk about it,
We made him.
it's
in
starting
his
to
defense.
offend me, Drayden.
We
Can I
did make
keep-
him.
can I
You
keep
made him.
talking?
Actually, wait.
Why are you so offended?
Hold
you
on,
snowflake?
Redline.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
fucking
yeah.
said say
Yeah.
it, and you were egging him on too.
All right,
That's
so-
it.
like
Let
you
me
did.
speak to your fucking manager.
Can we start a topic of like why
Not you,
Redline's
the
offended with the
manager.
fact that I'm talking about him?
Snowflake.
You're always
Can
talking.
we just
about
like do like
the
another
manager.
half-hour segment about like why
we
this
used
is
to go
offensive?
bowling.
Fuck it, dude. Let's go bowling.
You don't buy
We
me
used to like
flowers.
fireworks in the pouring rain.
No, we're done. I'm sorry, Redline. I'm just
What am I gonna do now?
I'm done.
All I had
I'm
left
done.
was that
I'm
blackout.
done. You can have your piece.
You know, I
And then
asked you
can
that
just let us
question
think of your next
yesterday.
big thing.
I
I
know,
asked you
and
straight
I'm
up.
torn. I'm
Now
really
you-
torn.
Now you can't like cancel your show though. You're like,
Now you can just walk the earth like Kung Fu.
whoa.
No, because Ash asked me that the other day, and what did I tell you? That I didn't know, right? Depending on how I felt about the message.
Yeah, you
would
said that
determine
if the
what I would
message
do.
was good, you would take it down, but you would take down the protest, but that the website has value outside of this, and you would keep working on it.
Yeah,
I believe
it
that's the
does.
answer you gave.
It does, and I am, but I don't know if I like the message or not.
Now the new partner is gonna be Eve Blackout featuring Redline instead of New Eden Post. Is that what this is?
No.
Oh
I'll
no, I am
probably just-
super spooked at the implications of what of the response.
Wait, what do you mean?
Well, the
The-
actual post.
The ambiguity.
Yeah,
of
the actual
message.
yeah.
Like my
well, no,
my
not
whole
even the
thing-
ambiguity,
I
but
thought-
like
okay.
the system that he seems to be
we
hinting at
talked about
is
this
incredibly
already.
concerning.
Dude, we gave
He-
our thoughts if you want to chime in with a bunch of assumptions.
Oh,
That's all we had. We said what we thought it would be. And,
We
like-
have nothing else to
Right.
go on at this point.
yeah. Well, so the thing that I immediately thought of was the Echo's insurance system, right? So in the Echo's insurance system, as people pay their money to get their ships replaced, because that's a thing. NetEase puts buy orders on the market to try to compensate for at least some of the stuff that is no longer being bought by the players. It feels very much like they're trying to touch on that, but like almost from the other direction. The real problem is that like there's no way for them to be able to do that without having at least some effect on the market. And when they say something like paradigm shift, that means that like the standards by which we judge things, like all of our lines in the sand, a paradigm shift could just erase them all, right? They could just be like, this is the way it is now. So the potential is extremely spooky.
You mean like
could also
overall
be
in a
totally
negative
fine.
way, right?
What?
So
Like spooky, you mean like negatively though, right?
Yeah, spooky. Like I'm a little bit freaked out at the potential that this could have.
I
The
didn't
potential for
consider that.
destructive factor on the market.
Is there a way that you think CCP? So a lot of this is all hypotheticals of whether they're buy orders, sell orders, NPC versus not, whether they're compensating with ISK, Plex, or NFTs or real life dollars or whatever. Is there a way? Is there like an ideal way you think CCP could do this, where that would allow someone who wanted to buy a ship with real life dollars to do so in a way that doesn't hurt the market or the
So
economy?
I mean, obviously, I've only been exposed to this concept very recently, but I've been thinking about that. The one thing that I could think of it being is if it was like a whole thing, right? Like, so not just random stuff, but okay, we're going to give a retriever pack in a month, and so the player base, it's like World of Warcraft, the Gates of Ahn'Qiraj, right? Like we need 1,000 retrievers, and there's like this big call to action and special rewards for people that do it, and then those retrievers that are turned in then gets used for the sale. like that could be cool, but more likely than not, it's just going to be that they try to automate the process, and that is going to, like, I mean, how are you going to make a price that doesn't either peg the market or at least cause any market, like, dampen any sort of fluctuations?
He said pig.
So sorry.
Yeah.
What's wrong with pegging?
Nothing.
Nobody's
I'm kidding.
Nothing. That's
wrong
yeah, whatever.
There's absolutely nothing wrong with it.
Absolutely nothing wrong with pegging. You know what? If you like it, you like it.
There's no need to judge.
It's a
Everybody's
fairly tolerant stream.
everybody's what they're into, and it's
You
fine.
love
One of the things I'm concerned about
do
with
what
this
makes you happy.
Ashtarothi, what are your concerns about pegging?
is is that the consideration is solely from the purpose of the person buying the items. That this doesn't seem to, or sorry, the person selling the items, right? Like,
Oh,
no, don't worry,
selling
Caracle
instead of
Makers,
buying
you'll still
peg-
have somebody
you
to
don't
sell
wanna
it
buy
from.
pegging, right?
All right. So they're like, you know, the
Sorry.
person who is building it gets their
Ashtarothi,
money.
yes or no? Do you support pegging?
Do you want to buy pegging or sell pegging?
I'm against
believe it, you
artificial
guys.
pegging.
Stop. Let him finish. Jesus.
The only
I
peg I support in
apologize.
EVE Online is the power enhancement generator.
Thank you for calling support. My name pegging.
I'm sorry.
I'm fucking dying
I'm
over
so-
here,
I'm
man.
s-
Holy
I'm
you guys
sorry.
okay?
I'm sorry, Ash. Keep going.
I don't even know where I am anymore.
I don't know.
Ash,
I'm sorry, Ash, for derailing it with a joke.
So-
you're in the middle of pegging with nowhere to go.
Yeah. So for the people, so
Listen,
like,
Listen,
what
we're
I heard
all
from
in the
this is,
middle of pegging with nowhere to go.
what I heard from this is, like, the CCP basically going, okay, well, we want to start being an intermediary between the the player base as a whole and like the people who need the stuff, so that way, like, there's a system in place, so that way the person who needs the stuff like feels comfortable, and like there's some extra steps being done by CCP as far as like administratively, you know what I mean? Like, that's the goal. But the problem, and they say, like, okay, but to all you people that sell caracals, don't worry, we'll buy the caracals from you. So it's not, there'll still be buy orders, or there'll still be a way to recoup your value by participating in this. But what I feel like is that whatever value that gets to, anybody who has a buy order, like, those people are the ones being screwed, because they can't undercut something. They will
We
put
will find a way to break it and game it.
right. Either they can game it, or it'll just become a hard floor that
Correct.
it's like, well, I guess caracals will never don't cost less than 9 million, pretty much, or whatever it is.
So like for caracals, I don't see the purpose of a floor, but like I could see the purpose for CCP having a floor for like some of
No,
the
what I'm
bigger
saying is that
ships.
whatever they put up their buy orders for, that becomes the floor.
Oh, okay. So then, like, you can't monopolize the market or whatever because the NPCs
Yeah,
will
But if
always.
so,
Okay, I got
but
you.
if CCP sets the floor too low and it doesn't like offset, because all the prices for a ship is offset by like how much do the minerals cost, how much does the blueprint cost, how much does my time cost. That's the price of the ship, and if that's a fair price, it sells. If it's not a fair price, it won't sell. So if they undercut that price, sellers aren't going to sell to those NPC buy orders, right?
Right, exactly. Like, if they don't put a
And that's
competitive
fine.
price on it, then they won't actually succeed. Like, they won't fulfill their orders. So why do it at all? Like, they need to make it be successful. That's part of the concern, right? Like, how do you draw that line? Can you do it successful every single time?
Yes, you certainly can.
Well, so it's not just about the average
it's-
price, though. Like, as I
it's
said, like, the price
No, it's
fluctuates
this.
over time. Like, I could be relying on the fact that somebody's going to drop like 5 caracals onto sell orders or buy orders, and therefore my one that's undervalued is that. But if CCP has 1,000 buy orders up at a certain value, then all orders below that are wasting their time.
No, dude, it's so much easier. All you do is, so an order is placed, and then it is queued to go to the market. Every day at downtime, if there's any orders, the market is pulled for those items, and then it's delivered in the person's contract after downtime.
All those downtime hugging marketeers are gonna fuck the rest of us. I don't like it.
Oh my god!
Or
I just
not,
realized
or
another nightmare
instantly.
scenario.
Are you
Just
talking
literally
about
buy it from the market.
redeemables? Because I was going to
Hold,
bring that up.
hold up. There's another solution to the problem that's even worse. A new premium currency and a new
No,
store.
we've
Wait,
been there before.
I thought this
We've
was
They've
been there
tried that with
before.
Aurum.
I thought League of
Wait,
Legends
no,
was
but
doing
like, so a new ticket.
premium
So
currency.
okay, hold on. In Echoes right now, there's a thing called the ship rental
Echoes,
program.
though.
Let me. I'm trying to explain because,
Go
like,
for it.
I'm trying to
Sorry.
explain the
Go for
concept
it.
because it is live there. So you turn in so many different ships, ships that it orders, and it gives you certain things called Splendor tokens. And then you can take those to the special Splendor market and buy things that are only purchasable for Splendor market points, which are mostly things like gacha boxes. That's what I mean by like a new currency, right? Because that way they say that we're not buying it to you for ISK. We're selling it to you for this premium. We're selling it to you for loyalty points or whatever.
Splendor boxes? I hate the name of that.
Splendor box.
I thought it was Splendor ticket. I could be wrong. I could be wrong about the exact name.
Gross.
Moist.
No, stop. Please.
What's the
He's
best way
already
to level
dead.
when you're out of duty
I
roulette?
said it was a nightmare scenario. I
Dick
feel
in
it's
a
okay to
box.
start speculating like that because it's not like I'm going to give CCP a bad idea. Whatever it is already pretty much probably locked in place.
You made
Hey
Splendor
Ash,
tokens
what's the
up
best
then.
way to level when you're out of duty roulette? I'm level 66.
So if you join Frontlines, like the PvP thing,
Yeah.
as the character you want to level, then you can switch to a different character once it starts and fight with the other character, and it just actually gives your experience to the first person.
Is that the easiest way, or should I like level for random dungeons?
What the fuck are
That
you guys
plus,
talking
like,
about?
Pixie quests and stuff like that.
Heard. How
Is
do
this
you...
some Final Fantasy shit?
Do you like how I asked him a Final Fantasy question and you knew it was Final Fantasy
I
and
was
I didn't
like,
have to say it?
how do you roulette this gun? Like you just don't pull the trigger when the bullets in the chamber? That's my thought, but that's a Russian thing.
Yeah, fairy dailies, or actually no. Well, once you get above 70, especially, like once you get to the newer 80, the new areas, then fates take over.
Okay. Oh, I'm gonna do random dungeons and I'm gonna do duty line or front line.
Can you imagine?
Especially since
Can you
Frontline gives those new
imagine if
tokens right now.
Eve had all of these things to do.
Speaking of tokens,
What if
I like this dungeon. This is the underwater one and it's so cute.
Blast
Shut up,
Shots for
Rain.
Blast
this is what I asked yesterday,
for
which is
Blast
like,
'em.
Shots
what
for
if
blast them?
what if Eve
We
Online
don't need to
had
shots for
100
Blast 'em.
hours of quality gameplay without necessarily needing to encounter other people, but like
Blast 'em,
the
how
actual
are you
gameplay
doing,
itself is that
man?
good.
Dude, we haven't heard from Blastum since like 2019.
He was
Are you doing okay,
That would
bro?
be
He was doing football things.
Hockey.
No.
Oh, wait, it was
Blast him.
football.
No,
Blast him. You
football.
good, bro?
It was high school football, not hockey.
Now he's doing professional football with the Knights or whatever they're called.
The
No,
Knights
not
of Ren?
professional.
The Las Vegas Knights.
That's
No,
hockey.
No. Yeah, that's the Golden Knights is hockey. The Las Vegas
Oh,
Rams.
Golden Nugget.
Las
Raiders.
Vegas Rams are the
No,
football team.
it's LA Rams.
Well, it was
That's Los Angeles.
It was Los Angeles Rams, but they moved to Las Vegas, so now they're the Las Vegas
That's
Rams.
the Raiders.
They're not
The
LA
Raiders are
Rams
in
anymore.
The
Vegas.
Raiders.
If only he was
How
here to
the
clear it up
fuck
for
do
us.
You guys know all of this.
I am a football
Nope,
fan,
they're
so I
all-
follow the shit.
Nope, they're all right. I fucked it up. It's the Las Vegas Raiders, not the Rams. My
The
bad.
best way to get a right answer is to tell the wrong answer.
Yeah, that's
think
true.
that's
true.
It's the
It's
Las
Newton's
Vegas
law.
That's some
Raiders,
next level
not
shit,
the
Ray. You're
Rams,
right.
but it's the Las Vegas
It's
R
Newton's
team.
law, dude. I
You're
figured it
smart.
out.
It's not Newton's law.
I was
What
gonna
is
say,
it?
don't force it, Rain.
I don't know.
No, I fucked it up. But
Have you heard of
no.
coleslaw?
He's been doing football. He's been doing like college. He's been doing high school and
I like
college football announcements. So it's football. Because I know he did UNLV stuff for a while.
Well, where's Blast? Why is he not in chat?
Yeah, where's Blast?
Blast
He
him.
can
Come
answer
in the
the
chat, man.
questions. He
So how
does
about that local
unlive
sports ball
hockey,
team?
dude. Look, he said in the chat, Las Vegas Raiders.
LV Raiders. Yeah. Oh, that's actually the hockey team, though. Oh no, that's the football
That's
team.
the football team. The fuck?
The Golden
I
Knights
got
are the hockey
LV.
team.
LV.
I love
LV.
chicken
I
nuggets.
don't know
Only
much
game.
about football, but I know the Raiders are football.
LB, don't give me that head shake. I connected myself right away. I did.
So, Rain,
What's up?
You said you liked water
You know
levels,
what?
so I'm going to stick
Flames
you
are the
in the
best anyway, it
Ocarina of
doesn't
Time
matter.
water dungeon.
Get wrecked.
I can get past that every time. dude.
Flames are the
The
best.
water temple? No, worst dungeon
Yeah.
ever.
Calgary
I can
Flames.
still pass it.
Fuck.
Go Flames.
Edmonton
Go Flames,
Oilers.
go.
Go Flames.
Go fuck the Oilers.
Go
Fuck the
Flames.
Oilers.
We
Go
got an
Flames.
eyelash
Yeah,
tonight.
like,
Cyclones won
I'm
tonight.
a
So,
Flames
woo.
fan.
I
Sec-
saw the
from
Hawkeyes
Houston,
lost yesterday.
So I simped the Oilers because that was our old football
secondary,
team.
Cyclones won today. They upset.
secondary,
We're going all the way this year.
secondary
LSU.
Flyers fan. Also, here's the thing. I don't pay attention to college fucking basketball ever, but March Madness is going on. But I have this uncanny knack for picking upsets. And I fucking picked the St. Peter's beating Kentucky upset. I picked that on my bracket, made it. I also picked New Mexico State, made that one. And then I also picked the... I had an 11 seed beating a 9 seed, and I forget which one that was.
Yeah,
but I picked
Cyclones
all
beat-
3 of those.
beat LSU.
Made them.
My
Made
team
'em.
beat LSU tonight.
I
Wait,
actually-
Iowa State beat LSU?
Yeah.
yeah, they did.
I'm gonna go shitpost. Hold on.
I picked Iowa State losing, and I picked
Sorry,
Iowa. I picked Iowa going to the Elite Eight, and they
Well,
lost. in
Iowa won the Big Ten, so
No,
that makes
Iowa
sense.
lost their round.
They
of,
lost the opener.
They lost the opener.
My
so
team
I
won, so I'm happy.
like both my team picks in Iowa got fucked up, but I did pick the upsets on the other ones. So
So you fucked it up. You should have fucking bet for Iowa
well, no,
State.
I'm actually in good shape on my brackets because
You
of-
picked the Kentucky upset?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I picked St. Peter's.
No shot, dude.
I picked St. Peter's, and then I also picked New
So,
Mexico
out
State,
of
and I
12
also picked
After yesterday, from 12 million brackets, 106 were still in the running.
yeah. I'm trying to think. I picked
Less today, but yesterday was.
yeah. I
106.
picked St. Peter's. I picked
Of
New Mexico
12
State,
million.
and then who was the 11th seed that won?
Iowa State.
Did you all see that
No,
ludicrous
not
display
Iowa
last
State.
night?
It was
Well, shit, I'm looking at right. We did.
Ludacris did what?
Did you all see that ludicrous display last night?
nope.
Oh.
What's that?
I
Put on like a concert?
I thought we were
get
talking
that.
about the rapper.
I
Are
get
we
the
talking about the
reference. I understood
Roll
that
up.
reference.
I've also watched the IT crowd.
I have
Oh,
also
good.
watched the IT
I
crowd.
have also watched the IT
I,
crowd.
I have their emergency number memorized.
Have you tried turning it off and back on again?
Is this an EVE Online stream or
I
not?
don't get it.
It's
I'm
not.
lost.
No.
Depends
What
on
are
the
they gonna
stream.
do? Cancel
Eve?
us?
Fucking
It's just
hell.
it's a Final Fantasy stream as far as I'm concerned.
We talked
No,
about
don't-
Eve for like the
don't
last
you
2
do that.
hours.
I'm
We
let's
talked
talk
doing
about-
about
my
fucking bunny
Mechanist.
ears and cat girls and shit.
We talked about Eve for like 2 hours. We're fine to
Okay.
talk about bullshit.
All right. All
We
right.
need
All right.
science
I
hour.
have
we-
promised that my Twitter will
No,
remain
I-
no more
We
than
need
40%
we need
cat girl.
Drayden Science Hour. Hold on.
No.
Wait, is it time?
No.
Yes.
Did
I
you
feel
pick-
I think you're
Hey,
committed
Drayden,
now. I think
No,
that's like a
Drayden,
trigger for you,
Drayden,
like
New
mentoring
Mexico
candidate
State
for
over
me.
I feel
UConn, is that
like
you
people
picked?
hate the science hour.
Hold on, let me have the
People
floor
love
for a
that
moment.
shit.
Drayden,
Give me
nobody
the
you can
floor
hates
pick
the
a
for a
science
moment.
hour.
Give me the floor. Drayden,
Nobody hates the science
I have
hour.
heard
Do I give
that the
Redline
International
science
Space
floor?
Station is coming down. Is that true?
Okay, I cannot. No, I can no longer submit the floor to Redline because it's full of shit.
I like
That's
that.
just what he heard.
That was
I don't
a
think you gotta be
no.
that rude to him.
The
I
science.
think you should apologize.
So the ISS.
Apologize
is,
to Redline.
No, Redline.
Well, get
you're
your
full of
glasses
Say
real
your
quick and
story.
then tell us.
Redline, you're full
That's
of
just
shit.
what he heard. Oh, fucking. That's it.
Okay.
Good night, everybody.
All right.
Night,
Redline.
Elvie.
Redline.
No, I'm
Redline.
just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Redline.
Good night.
I apologize, Redline, that you heard a bunch of full of shit.
You say you're kidding?
Not going anywhere.
No.
Doesn't
So
sound
Redline.
They're way so excited.
Redline. I'm
UPI.
Redline. I'm sorry. I'm
I
sorry.
don't
I
even
didn't
like
mean.
Blink 182.
I didn't mean it
What?
at you. But no, the red. Okay,
What's
so
wrong with liking Blink 182?
nothing wrong with that. Anyway, the space
You
station
know.
is not coming down.
Well, it's all the small things.
The
All
whole thing with the
small
space
things.
station is Russia was threatening to not bring down a specific astronaut because they were scheduled to come down on a Soyuz reentry vehicle, which is Russian controlled. Now the whole Russia-Ukraine bullshit going on, Russia's like, well, what if we just like not bring him in and just leave him abandoned on the space station? It's like, well, you could be dicks like that. We'll still get him down here because we have the Dragon capsule now with SpaceX, so we could send up a capsule to get him and bring him down. And Elon Musk said that like if like we're ready, like within 30 days we could launch this shit. So he was supposed to come down. He had a 6-month term, and then they extended it for another 6 months. He was supposed to be up there for a whole year, which is actually really bad on your body in low gravity. Essentially zero gravity, zero G effectiveness.
we've all seen Eclipse
What?
or
What-
Expanse rather.
What are we talking about?
I'm talking about the
Space,
space station.
bro.
So,
dude.
The ISS space station, there's an American astronaut that's been up there he was up there for 6 months. He got extended another 6 months. He was up there for a whole year. Now, being up in zero gravity for a year is really bad for your body. Like your muscle atrophy, like they work out like 4 or 5 hours a day, but that's still just not
Bunch of
enough
beefcakes.
that's not enough, and your body still it's not just your muscle capacity, it's your bone density. Your bone density degrades
Right.
severely.
Something about your retinas, I think. fucks
Without
up.
the gravitational pressure on
just-
your body,
yeah, so-
it doesn't.
Drink some milk.
It's essentially
It
It loses
have
its
malt.
structure.
your body's like, I don't
Drink some
need
milk.
this much support to present myself up in the world, so I'm going. There's no reason to upkeep this calcium in my bones. There's no reason to upkeep this amount of muscle mass. And so it actually degrades all of that, even though they work themselves out very much more than anyone. Like your gym chads don't work out as much as the people up on the space station, and the gym chads, the people on the
We're
space
talking about
station,
Redline, the
Talking
Giga
about
Chat.
me?
yeah. So the Giga Chads, that's right. So the people on the space station, they work out nonstop every day, but they still have muscle and
Why
bone
did that shit about me? What the fuck?
dystrophy.
What'd I do?
And so they have this whole thing of like, after you've been there 6 months, they want to bring you down because that shit starts adding
Don't
up.
me-
But this guy's
bring
been
me
up there,
down, bro.
He had an extension. He wanted to like I don't know what the purpose was, but he stayed up there for a whole year, and he's supposed to come back. And Russia's like, we might not bring him down because of Ukraine sanctions, and the U.S. is like, but that's fucked up because this has nothing to do with
Yeah,
politics.
they're
This is
kinda
like this is
fucked
our
up right now.
this is our space station. Like you said, you'd bring the guy down, and they're like, we might not do it. And so then Elon Musk is like, we can get a Dragon capsule up there. We'll get up there in 30 days. We'll get him down. But then Russia's like, you know what? Okay, fine. We'll bring him down. And so it's solved. He's gonna come down on a Soyuz, but
The Cuban Missile Crisis of our day.
it's one of those things where it's just like a fucking pissing contest, and people that have no skin to the game are the ones that suffer for it. It's bullshit, but whatever.
I'm good at pissing contests. Just so you know.
But yeah, so he's gonna come down to Soyuz. But like I said, like Elon, it wasn't like he was gonna be abandoned and die up there. It's like Elon Musk is like, if they won't go get him, we'll go get him, because he's already sent up 3 or 2 for sure, maybe 3 crewed missions up to the station. They've all been successful. So he's like, hey, we can have a Dragon crewed capsule up and ready within a month, and we can go get him and pick him up, bring him down to Earth, and he'll be good.
That said, Elon's history when it comes to sending rescue efforts is dubious at best.
That's true, but at the same time, it's like, I mean, like, you can say what you want about Elon Musk, but like, he would SpaceX would get the guy. It'd be the safest way to come down, and he would not be stuck up in fucking zero grav for another year or two, which could really fuck him up permanently. So yeah, Dragon D's nuts capsule. Val, you know what? Well said. Dragon D's nuts.
Dragon D's nuts across your face.
Dragon D's nuts across
Damn.
fucking
Whose nuts? My
Crimea.
nuts.
Hold on.
Blast him!
I have a meme
Yo.
for this.
Hi, Blaston. How are you?
So Blaston.
I'm
good.
dude?
Blast
Oh
him?
my
Dude,
god.
holy shit.
Oh my god. It's how long it's been since we've seen you.
So let's ask this. So
I'm
whatever
sad,
you
Blaston,
deal
was
with.
So what baseball team
When I
do you
went
work
to Vegas,
for?
I didn't get to see you last time.
Let's see. What was I doing? I was doing UNLV hockey. You guys
Yeah, I
went
know,
Vegas.
You were we talked about
okay.
invading your hockey game, but we said it might be a bad idea. But
Yeah, that was actually my first game for UNLV this year.
so probably best if we didn't
Nice.
invade it then.
Yeah, it was fun.
We
I've
won't
been
blast them.
I work with the Raiders every now and again, but I don't do their
Nice.
PA because they have a guy he came with the Raiders.
From LA.
And I still do high school football. I've been doing basketball. I did all the state tournaments for basketball this year. So it's just
Oh, I keep
All
thinking
those
Bill-
major tournaments, are they doing that over at the T-Mobile Arena, or are they still using something on UNLV's campus?
We had 3 conference tournaments this year. They were at the new arena down in Henderson. They had one at T-Mobile, and they had one at the UNLV campus. But yeah, I did the one down at the Orleans this year. And yeah, it's just been so busy the last few months. But I don't know if a lot of people know. Back in August, I had a heart attack.
Yeah.
Oh, you
I
tweeted
remember
about
that, dude.
Yeah, I remember that. And
Your heart's
Yeah.
an asshole, bro.
I mean, obviously,
It was yeah. So I had arteries that were completely blocked, and it was called a widowmaker. So luckily, I got to the hospital in time, and they took out the blockage, and put a stent in, and finally got the all clear.
Well, I'm gonna do a shot to your health.
But yeah,
I mean,
shots to Blastum's health.
shots. Like, I'm actually. I remember hearing about that, and I'm very, very happy that all went well.
Yeah, I'm a lucky fuck.
Glad that you're doing good, man. Appreciate it.
This is my first weekend off in 9 months, basically.
Holy shit, that's a busy schedule. Now, I have to ask, if there's a Vegas this year, are you going to be able to meet people up?
Probably not. I'm actually taking on more football
for
this year.
Evening?
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to see when it is. I haven't talked to Hyper in probably a couple weeks.
It's going to be late October, obviously, but
Everybody needs to
20th
click.
through the 23rd.
I mean, like,
Everybody needs to
it's
click
not
the
like it
link
has-
that I
here-
posted in
here's
chat.
the thing. It doesn't have to be a late night super big event. What if it's just like a... Now, I don't know if I'm going, but if I go, what if I say this? What if I just come down and like make you some dinner?
Will there be pegging involved?
Getting weird.
I wouldn't rule anything
Wow.
out. I wouldn't rule anything.
I don't know if I would do any pegging. If your wife wants to do some pegging,
Listen. Don't knock it till you try it, okay?
That's right.
is
You
it
can't-
digital? Is it digital?
You can't judge something until you've tried it.
I'm just saying.
I actually can't. That's one of my American.
I'm saying.
That's why Manic bought the Retriever pack.
I will make.
Fuck you, right?
So if you can't do a big full event, I will come down. I'll make you and the wife and some kids some dinner. I will make creme brulee as a dessert. That's the thing. I just did this.
How
last
did your
week.
creme brulee turn out, bro?
Yeah.
Maybe we drink some wine, put the kids to bed. We'll see where it goes.
It was actually like I don't mean to toot my own horn, but like Chef's Kiss, delicious creme brulee. Like, it was the perfect amount of like. I was worried because when it came out of the oven, I'm like, it seems a bit liquidy. Maybe it'll set a little bit more in the fridge when it cools down. I put it in the fridge. It came out perfect. Like it was like a
looked awesome.
It was a perfect vanilla custard with sugar, and then like the sugar burned on the top. Like I don't, like I said, I don't like to toot my own horn, but I've had creme brulees at restaurants, and I've had like creme brulee is my favorite dessert, and I think this is actually probably the best creme brulee I've ever had.
Toot that horn, bro.
I will toot that horn. I don't.
Drayden.
I don't mean.
He's
to say
so
that,
humble too.
I don't. mean to
Drayden, we're gonna be staying at a place with kitchens where you could
Like, I
literally
know,
cook
I-
everyone.
well,
Dude.
I don't know if I can go to Vegas this year, but
Drayden.
How much money do you need, Drayden?
How much money do you need?
like probably more than I have.
Well, let's start fundraising. You heard that Twitch chat.
Give me
Everyone's
a dollar
I think that was
amount,
the premise
and I will
of the
donate.
question.
Give me a dollar amount.
I'm just saying.
I don't think they're asking it because they want to know like how much you have for it.
What are these guys talking about, LB?
I don't have anything
Drayden?
for it,
I don't
honestly.
fucking know.
Drayden?
Some stupid meetup they do
wanna
every
know-
year.
Drayden,
The difference.
we can make this happen.
I don't like. I don't.
Drayden, how much is a flight normally?
Lil Matthew, what the fuck do you mean? How much
Uh,
do I spend a year on broken lenses?
Nowadays, it might be
You're best
cheaper
to just ignore
it might
him
be
most
cheaper
of the
to
time.
drive. I could honestly drive.
that how
probably
that
cheaper at
says,
this
Lil
point.
Matthew?
Because
How much
It's
is it to
LL
drive?
Matthew LL.
well,
okay, I guess I could see it.
flying and driving was about the same price before, but now with gas prices and fuel prices going up, it's probably actually cheaper to drive. I would think. I don't know. Probably 500 round trip.
Are you
600 round
shitting
trip.
me? That's all you need?
That's it, you say?
All right,
Are
so
you,
you
are
heard
saying,
it.
Are you saying you only need $500 to make
No,
Vegas this year?
That's just the trip, but then there's the hotel costs and shit.
Yeah,
like that.
we're already getting those rooms. You can just
Bro.
crash on Manic's couch or something.
No,
Well,
but he wants his own room.
whoa,
He wants his own
hold
room.
on.
Yeah.
I
Okay,
want
you can
my
crash on my
private
couch.
space.
What? No, I can't do that.
You can just
well,
rotate
I
couches.
just bought a couch, so my
I don't know.
things are open.
Drayden.
Here's the thing.
Drayden.
It's still
Drayden.
it's still in the future. It's still in the
Listen,
future. But
Drayden. Hey,
I
yo,
can't commit to
I've
something
got
like that right now.
I've got Soup Gang pins. I've got thinking puff stickers.
I will
I've got
cook
another
soup.
set of stickers that should be arriving on Tuesday.
Look at that.
Bro,
Akrod just gave 5 subs.
how can I?
Shit. But that's not my
I-
money. That's Open Com's money.
4,995 more. We
I
can
need,
do
Open
that.
Com's money.
I need to give you all of this swag, bro.
That's thanks, Sacrifice. That's Open Com's. I'm saying like
We better have Eve Blackout swag.
Yeah,
Yo.
Redline.
And one of them hit Blazing.
There actually is a shirt that says "I survived the blackout."
I did see there was a thing with the jockey club. That sounds awesome, actually, and I wish I could do that. Now I would offer like food cooking for stay. Like I will buy and cook all the food that people want. Like
The barter system is a beautiful
breakfast, lunch,
concept.
and dinner, with dessert.
Dude, the price on that stuff. Well,
Dude, I will make.
Not sure how
some-
much we should talk
I will
about
make
now.
You're
soup.
going, dude.
I will
You're
make
Just
soup-
haul your beef in from out of
I
state.
will make
dude.
soup
Nobody
cake,
has
French
to
onion
know.
soup with gluten free French onion soup, the good stuff.
Given the
Hell
cost,
yeah.
given the
Dude,
cost
I
of
know,
like
I'm, like 'cause
restaurants in Vegas, they owe you money at that point.
I know, but here's the thing: when I made my French onion soup at home, my roommate's dad ate it, and he was like, and it was gluten free. I didn't put any flour or anything like that in it, and he was like, "This is the best French onion soup I've ever eaten in my life." And I was like, "Oh, okay, well, but like, I mean, maybe you haven't had it." He's like, "No. I order French onion soup wherever I go, and this is the best shit I've ever had." I'm like, "Okay."
Drayden, you can't say that and not show up at Vegas to make French
So
onions.
I might have to just make.
What he's not telling you is his friend's dad was a raccoon. So like,
He was a
Drayden,
raccoon.
you're
He
coming
was.
to Vegas.
Yeah,
You're
he
coming
has
to
some-
Vegas.
he has some
We're gonna
stripes on
raise
his
the
face.
money.
Shut up,
But
LP.
I'm just saying, like, I've had some praise for my French onion soup, and it is gluten free. So maybe
keep saying it.
I keep saying it. I do say it.
Vegan.
Let's
not go too far.
Oh, not with
It's
the
got
cheese.
cheese, so it's not vegan.
Yeah, it's not.
Is it
Yeah,
organic?
yeah,
You
I
gotta
would
have
say-
the
organic.
cheese.
I was just gonna say,
Gotta
yeah, it's
have
probably
cheese.
the cheese makes it not vegan.
I'm gonna grow some onions and then it'll be organic, so Drayden can use them.
Snap.
Well, it
But-
should turn
no,
out
no,
better
no,
than
Cheese.
mine
Is the
then.
cheese
The,
organic?
the organs
Do
are
the
fine.
cows have
Like,
antibiotics?
No. Vegan is like animal products. So like the fact that it's grown onions, that's still vegan. It's just vegan can't.
No,
Nothing with a
organic.
face.
I thought she was going with the organic one. Yeah,
So
Jordan.
the
We're
vegan
past
part
vegan.
of
We're on organic now.
We've
yeah,
given
like-
up on vegan.
French onion soup
Giving
just
up on
should
vegan.
be vegan. Well, no, the beef
Is it-
stock.
Vegetarian.
Is it locally sourced?
It's
The-
vegetarian.
Is it artisanal?
No, the beef stock of French onion soup is what makes it not vegan. The beef stock.
Where did the beef live?
Well,
The
if it's
beef.
Is
not,
it free range
The
beef?
proper plural is beeves.
so if the soup is made from beef stock like it should be, it's not vegan. If it's made from not beef stock, then it's something else.
Are you saying beef stock has beef in it?
Beef,
made of beef
stock
stock.
is.
So I've
beef.
read
Your
some of
mom
the,
is a
the
beef
stock
stock.
stuff.
It's like ground
And
up
after time, it
salted
doesn't
beef
have-
meat. I don't know.
Beef.
Beef
What's for
meat?
dinner?
Wait, beef meat?
Fucking love
As opposed
beef.
to what?
It's beef
Just
meat
meat
instead of like water.
Meat.
Meat.
Yeah, it's meat.
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 That's the sound that the Roadrunner makes.
Yeah, that's because that's what it is.
I bet he's delicious.
It's meat.
You guys ever
Yeah, he
had
tasted
quail?
great in a
You
stew.
guys ever
I-
had
Are you
quail?
suggesting
I
that the
was having this
reason why the
conversation with
Roadrunner says
somebody earlier?
meat is because he's
I-
meat?
I have
think
eaten
so.
quail.
I couldn't say it's not the reason.
Quail is so good.
I had quail one time and it was very good.
Drayden, you gotta cook us
Cornish
quail.
hen.
Pheasant under
Delicious.
clay is
I-
awesome.
I had quail
Uh,
one time when I was a kid and I
I'll
thought it was
be
good.
right
I've
back.
never cooked quail and I think I would fuck it up.
I want you to make me a
Duck.
quail
Have you
egg
cooked
omelet.
duck?
So
I love
no,
duck.
no, I've never cooked. So that's my thing. Is like I
cooked
would
some
love to
duck.
cook for people. I want to make sure I cook for people things that I've cooked before so I know what to do. I don't want
start
to
cooking duck.
experiment and be like, hey, this might fucking suck, but you know what? Hey, let's try it. I would rather be like, this will be good. I trust that if you like this, you will like this. I would rather have that because, so, I like quail. I've had quail before. I've never cooked quail, so I don't trust myself to cook quail right. So if I'm cooking for other
I've hunted
people, I
quail.
want to make sure I cook something that I know that I'm not gonna fuck up, and I want to cook something that I know how to do, to where everyone's gonna like it if they like that thing. So that's my whole. I will test shit on my own at home, but when I'm cooking for other people, I want to cook tried and trusted recipes and things that I know is gonna turn out the way I want them to.
This just in, folks. Open
I'm not a
Comms
chef by
exclusive.
trade, but I'm a chef
Drayden
by-
wants people to enjoy the food he cooks.
That's true. Yes. So Valamir, I'm not a chef by trade. Oh, well, I was. I actually cooked in restaurants for like 10 years. Not in high-end restaurants, like chain restaurants. But I did cook in shit for a long time. But I'm not a chef by trade, but I'm a chef by choice.
Passion is
I
what
would
they
say.
call it.
Yes, Drayden. Most
That's
people
a
cook
great
their own
way of
food.
putting it. Dude,
Yeah,
you're
so
awesome.
it's like if I want to cook something, I want to make sure I know that I've made it. I don't try new things for people that are just showing up. It's like if I try new things, it's on my own. To where it's like, oh, that sucked, didn't come out right, it sucks. Well, that's fine. It's just for me. I can eat it or just not eat it, whatever. But when it comes to like, oh, I have guests over, it's like I want to make sure that what I'm making, I know is good, and I know I can.
Oh, come on. You don't make beef Wellington for 10 strangers? Come on.
I've actually I've never made beef Wellington.
Well, you should.
I should try
It's
it.
just
You've never lived.
I've never lived. No.
Dude, I really want duck now.
I don't know if I assume I think
Goose.
actually I had some duck stew that my
Duck
brother
is
shot.
really good.
Duck
Holy
goose.
shit!
I've
was
never
actually-
cooked duck before, and then one time I got some just to try it, and it was like you can cook it, like you don't have to cook it all the way through, like the duck breast or whatever. Which was like super weird. I thought like I had to Google it. I was like, am I sure? Am I reading this right? But you
Yeah,
don't
it's
have to
like
cook it all the way
beef. You
through.
can cook it. That's
Super
what you
cool.
want.
I've said
I used to
Dragon-
make bananas Foster. That's fucking awesome.
Ooh,
Dragon
that's
off.
good.
I actually did work for KFC, and I actually did work with that secret recipe, so I actually do know it.
Nice.
Drayden knows the secret recipe.
Dude, we'll get him super drunk one night and
Why
he's
are
gonna
you
start
not
getting
sharing?
hard.
Drayden,
It worked earlier. It
Drayden.
worked
We
earlier.
got Brandon
Drayden,
I made
Drayden, let's
you've already
awesome
said too
root
much.
beer
You gotta
float.
say it.
Let's
You gotta
talk,
say it
bro.
now.
No,
Let's
no,
talk.
no. Here's the reason why I don't
Shots to
say it.
something.
It worked
real quick.
earlier.
4 of them.
No. Here's the reason. We don't just swear on a corporate docket. That
Dude,
we won't,
there's a lot of programming we need to like
we don't
unwire
swear on a
for
corporate
this.
docket that we won't reveal the recipe. It's sworn on a witch circle. And if
Bro,
I
he's
told you,
sworn by the coven.
if I told you the recipe, my soul would go down to the deepest pits of hell, and I would.
Drayden.
I would.
That's
You're gonna
it's
know
fine.
how to
Mercury's in
do it.
retrograde. You're
The
fine.
Kentucky
Go ahead and let
Fried
us know.
Chicken Corporation gives a shit about you.
Do you
You're gonna
think-
know people when you get there, Drayden. You'll be fine.
Here's the thing. Do you think
Drayden,
Colonel
like-
Sanders is dead?
I don't.
Never.
Here's
He's gonna
Well,
come and haunt your soul.
Bite your
He's-
heathenist
No,
tongue.
do
Remember
you think
this.
you're going to heaven?
That
You think
indec-
that's air you're
no.
breathing right now?
Heaven
Drayden,
doesn't
remember
matter.
this.
Heaven doesn't
Heaven
matter.
is a half
that indecision right there
Heaven is a half pipe.
means
listened to
that
that
you know
one
what?
today.
I think we're all
Oh.
forgetting that
The
key message
Colonel-
here is that heaven
Yeah.
is
The
a half
Colonel
pipe.
owns
That-
us
that just went-
all. The Colonel owns us all, and therefore, I know better than to give away his secret recipe because you know what?
You're afraid of him. I get it. We all
Well,
No, Drayden,
we all
remember
are.
this.
There is an
We're
after. There is an
friends
after.
here. It's
there
safe.
an
This is a
after time
safe
For,
space for you.
there is an after time for recipe divulgers.
an after.
An after time.
There's an after time for them.
like,
But remember this.
Afterlife?
We're all just going to be
Is it
part of the
Colonel
board
Sanders?
collective.
Jesus,
So
I said
fuck it.
oh,
heaven.
there's an after party.
It's a song. Heaven is a half pipe.
I love making KFC lore. I love making KFC lore.
Wait.
It's a half. It's a
But
good song.
remember
if you
this
get a chance.
though. Colonel Sanders and the president and Lord Hamlet all survived the destruction of Spaceball 1.
Not Colonel
Well,
Sanders.
Colonel Sanders is part of the Pentaveret, so
We still
I
got
mean,
that
what's the
test
matter,
on
Colonel
Thursday, Colonel
Sanders?
Sanders.
Chicken.
Chicken. Spaceballs is a good movie.
Sure.
So good.
Mel Brooks is a master of that craft.
That man's a genius.
He's still alive too, and he's a World War II vet.
Yeah.
He's God
he's doing
bless
it
him.
hard.
God bless him.
I actually looked that up not terribly long ago because I was like, really? Mel Brooks like still alive? And looked it up. Sure enough, yeah.
He's still alive.
Ticking.
That's amazing.
And he's still pretty
ticking? What?
still ticking?
Oh, still ticking. Jesus.
He's ticking.
Chicken.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's not a thing.
His son's pretty funny too.
It's not a bomb.
It sounded weird. I don't know.
Oh no. I'm ruled out of
That I
heaven.
know of.
What are we talking about?
I don't know.
Colonel Sanders.
What is
What?
what is
Part of the
I was
Pentaveret.
talking about Max
What?
Brooks, Mel Brooks'
the
son.
fucks is this show?
Are we
Rails.
talking about Colonel
Off.
Sanders?
Zo-
or Mel
Zombies
Brooks?
Right
Survival
on,
Guide.
right. So what was the other Eve thing you were going to talk about, Ubby?
Mel Brooks.
Pegging.
Oh, yeah.
Never
yeah.
not.
Okay.
Can we talk about how it's upsetting that they sold retrievers before cat ears?
It's a
Not much of a
travesty.
shocker.
It's a travesty that they sold
much
a
of a shock.
retriever before cat ears.
For a lion
and they
skin.
sold that
No,
before
legitimately,
Mackinac.
how much do
That's
you think that they could
it's so
successfully sell
depressing.
cat ears for?
I
I
have
think-
to assume at least
I
some
think
people wouldn't
10
have.
bucks.
There
At
is
least
a
1,000.
yeah. I would say
$10.
there's a
$10?
not
I'd pay
insignificant
$25.
No,
portion
no, I
of
mean
the community.
total. Like of
No,
all
no,
the people.
like how much do you?
Would
What
buy.
price point do you think that they could get away with?
I
I'm gonna say
I'll-
20 bucks.
I would say
20,
I would
20, yeah.
1999.
20. I was gonna say like 10, 5 at the
Easy.
Five,
least,
yeah,
10
like-
at the
like-
most.
If not,
Yeah,
35.
avatars are pretty insignificant.
I would say
but
5 to 10. I agree with Manny. 5 to 10. 5 to
No,
10.
no, no.
Don't-
that
don't
would be
go
my
20.
threshold.
What's the
20
cost
I don't
for
want cat ears.
500?
$20.
20,
What is
20
the,
is
what is
like.
the 500 plex price?
That means it's going to be
20
40.
bucks?
We know that now.
I bet it's
Yeah,
20 bucks.
500
for
bucks
the-
is 20
that's
bucks.
what we do.
Here's the
20
thing 20
20 bucks.
people would pay.
I'd buy that for $1.
20 is
I'd
gouging.
buy that
20
for $1.
In my opinion, 20 is gouging. People would pay it, but you're gouging them. If you go 10,
No,
way
$100
more
is
people would
gouging.
buy it and be satisfied.
20
with
to
the
$40
purchase.
is fair. 20 to
No,
$40.
no. 10. Go 10. Go 10.
Dom's not a good baseline for this. He is
$10
apparently
Dom
is
The problem is that we don't need to
skins.
convince people to buy it. We need to convince CCP to sell it.
Dom will pay
$10,
any
so
price
many
for
people would buy
anything.
it,
Not for anything.
and they'd be happy
For
with the
cat
purchase.
ears,
They
I'd
would
pay
not.
You would
money
pay
for it.
any price for
They
anything.
would not
bro.
I
Okay,
like
would
it.
you buy a hooker in Vegas for $10? No.
But they're 200.
Depends on the mood.
Dom might.
I might.
But
Dom
there's
is doing his best to have
there's
more
a
fun.
difference
and
between a
drink more this
digital
year.
art
I'm
project
doing
and
my
like
best, aren't
Sex with a Stranger.
What?
What? Where was it? That took a lot.
Wait, what?
I'm not
You're
having
talking about
holy
prostitutes.
No,
crap.
he just said.
Just because you
What?
hire a prostitute doesn't mean you have to
He
have
just
sex
said
with
a
her. What the
hooker would
fuck?
cost more than.
You guys can
Can't
just
I-
talk. People
Can't,
do that.
yeah, I was
Oh.
gonna say,
Yeah.
can't I just like talk to a hooker every once in a while?
And that's one of your freedoms.
bringing
It
up-
doesn't.
Well,
it
I
doesn't
mean,
have to
What if you
always
want
be
your-
legal in
sex.
Vegas
What if you
for
want her to have cat
prostitution?
ears?
I'm
But
saying like Blaston brought it
Oh my
up. I'm
God,
saying like Blaston brought it up, and I was saying yeah. I mean like it's.
Everyone likes hookers.
I mean, you could just talk to one. You know,
Yeah,
they
I
charge
mean,
you,
if
but
I'm
still.
people,
for
you
the
can talk
time,
They
Dude, I
don't-
bet
they
the
don't
hooker
charge
people.
is cheaper
Yeah,
than
you
the
can always pull a
therapist,
Holden
They
Paul
don't
show.
charge. They
the
don't charge you.
hooker
to
You're not
has to be
wrong.
cheaper than
And I
the
bet they have
ther-
more
Hold up.
experience too.
Listen,
No
They-
offense.
they-
if I'm,
Listen,
if
you
I'm
guys-
paying
them have
for
a lot
her
of
time and
experience, but
all
not
I
the kind
want
you
to
wanna
do
hear
is
about.
talk, I should get my
Do you-
money's
I mean,
worth,
the
right?
You
Do you
actually
guys remember?
shoulders
Hold
I've
on,
cried
hold on. Do you guys
that
remember?
paid
You
for?
actually don't have to pay for the
Jesus.
time. You only pay for the time for sexy time.
But
they-
no,
Do you
but
remember when?
no,
do you
I'm
remember
paying-
the
I am
YouTube
paying
video
for
of the
her
guy?
time.
They work
The
you
guy-
up, man. They work you up, man. The workup is free.
That's not a
The execution is what
No.
you pay for.
Wait,
There's
so
an, there's an
foreplay?
Eve
Works at
player
all,
that
Drew.
called a
No,
hotline.
I am paying for
foreplay
her
rain,
time.
Not foreplay rain. The,
I'm paying for her time.
No,
And
no.
if all I want is to talk to her, like
I want to lick my
That is
hand.
some.
Man,
Hey.
I'm just gonna say
Some
I've had
people do, man.
experience with
We-
hookers in Vegas.
You
I'm just-
will have
I'm
to
just-
pay for
Chris
it because all the
Holden
time she's
Caulfield
spending
rule.
with you.
no,
Manny-
listen. So
Manny, I will tell you
listen,
right now.
what I'm saying is,
Manny, I've talked to
I've-
hookers in Vegas. I've talked to lots of
I've
them.
been here before, okay? No, No, listen to me, okay? I
Okay.
organized my brother's bachelor party. I hired a stripper. She came. She did a fantastic fucking job. And then she gave me a private show as the party organizer. And like all we did was talk. That's it. I was just like, okay, I was drunk, but I
How
was
is
like,
this
can we
what I
just
do.
Triggered
can
him.
we just talk? And
She was
so
already paid, so she was fine.
she was getting paid. She got her money.
Right.
All I wanted
Picture
to
in
do
the
was
rye.
just hang out
They
and
don't
just
care what they do when they get paid.
like
they get paid
Manic,
for
Manic,
running
did you
ads.
have your
again, like
hunting
I
hat?
paid for her time. I paid for her
Essentially, in
time.
that situation,
That's
Did
what
you
I
wear a
paid
red hunting
for
hat?
too, Manic. That's what I paid for too.
that's all you pay for ever.
That's
That's what
not
you
a
pay
lot.
for.
You're just paying for her time. And if I want to spend that
Just throwing
time
it
just
out there. If you guys
talking
just
her,
want to talk, you can pay me. and
I
we can
did
just
not.
talk.
Rain,
I'll
can
probably
You
charge
just
you
really
better
need
rates.
to talk.
Rain, can we just talk?
Rain.
And Rain's therapy career
Yeah,
started
no,
today.
Rain is now a therapist.
So
I'm
like,
a talking prostitute.
not
March
to,
18th, 2020, Rain becomes a therapist.
not to mislead
And how did that
people,
make you feel?
Manic and Ackroft, yeah. When,
How do you feel about your mother?
Not to mislead people,
Dude,
Manic and
mommy
Ackroft,
issues.
No, she
when-
was totally cool.
when I paid for prostitutes in the room, there was no sex
What?
there. There was no sex happening. We paid
In the
for
champagne
time
room?
we paid for time to party with them. They came up, they partied with us in the room, and we partied with them, but there was no sex had.
Well, there you go.
I did
So-
not
So-
have sexual
so you got robbed?
intercourse with that
Yeah,
woman.
No, we
You
it's
got
like
scammed?
yeah,
what I'm hearing?
is.
we
That
had
seems
we
to
had
not-
hookers come in the room and we partied with them, but we didn't have sex with them.
And
It
that was a
it
choice.
just like, it's like,
The risk without any of the
we
benefit.
we just want to have party time, and we just did that, but we didn't actually sleep with them. So
Which is fine.
No, it's not.
Which is
It's not
fine.
it was
That's
fun.
Fine.
That
It's
somehow seems
fine.
weirder than
I know it sounds
hiring
weird,
them
but
for their
it-
intended purpose.
No, it's,
Yeah,
it's
I don't
it
think so.
sounds,
Their
I know it
intended
sounds
purpose
weirder,
is
but
not-
it's like it was fun.
Dude, did you
Sounds
see
fun.
that dude in Twitch chat?
And
He
Jordan,
says,
did they
Yes.
did they
Rain
bring the
scares me with
party
how
with
short
them?
you are. Is that a compliment or an insult?
How does she know how
Wait.
short you are?
Rain's
I
not
don't know.
like you're
Oh,
about
he wants to hear this-
average.
He wants to hear the
I don't
soundbite.
think
Yeah.
he's seen you.
I don't think Rain
With
is
a very, very tight grip. That's all I can say.
Rain is about average in terms
Sorry.
of height. Like
You're
she's not short.
Now I know Strugak. He's a good dude, so he's not saying it out of malice. We'll say that he's just probably.
Have I met him?
I know him. He lives by me. He was like 2 hours
Okay.
south of me.
I probably met him.
No, you haven't. You
You
haven't met
fear
him.
stepping on me. Oh, okay.
No,
I get it. I get
you
it.
haven't. You haven't met him. He's not been to like a Vegas meetup or anything like that. But like I've met him. He's a fun dude. He's got an afro. He's an afro guy.
So he's Fletch, 6'1" and 6'5" with the afro.
Oh, they're remaking that.
No,
Did
no,
you hear that?
he's just he's
Yes,
got like
that's why I brought it up.
it's a fucking great afro.
Yeah, it's
If you have like he will it's an amazing thing to see. I will say that. That being said, I actually Strike, dude, we gotta meet up and have some lunch again at some point because it's been a long time.
Oh, you're gonna meet up with him, but you're gonna demand we pay you $500 show up
You
at
are
Vegas. What
12
the fuck?
Wow.
Rain, you were 1,200 miles away. He's
This
like
is why he didn't want to accept it.
you were 1,200 miles away. He's 100 miles away.
There's a rub.
I don't care. You still gotta come to Vegas.
That's still
Drayden,
50 bucks in
Drayden, you
gas.
have to come to Vegas.
I will try.
Dude, give us
Try
you-
not,
okay,
do,
no,
must.
Drayden,
You don't have
Drayden,
to go 90
Drayden,
miles.
stop.
Spokane,
Everybody
Straight.
shut
You
up.
just go to
Everybody
Coeur
shut up. Everybody shut up. Everybody shut up. Drayden, real talk. You give us a dollar amount and we will make it happen.
I don't like
You figure
Y'all
it
do it
out.
in
You
private.
you
You'll be fine.
figure out what you need and we will make it happen, bro.
I-
You can't miss Vegas.
I know, but I don't like doing the whole like you should pay for my vacation
Shut up.
because I can't
Shut
afford
up.
to.
Shut
Because
up.
what about everyone else? Like why
Maybe
don't
they just
pay
help
for
you
my
find ways to
vacation?
shave the costs.
up. Give us a dollar
$1
amount.
million.
It's
Give us a
like,
dollar amount.
why-
We'll make it work, bro.
Why does my vacation get paid for by other people? That's not fair.
Shut
Because we're paying
up.
to see you.
Shut
Champ-
up, bro.
champion
Yeah,
of
we
the
want to hang
people.
out
We're
with
paying
you.
for your time to be our
We want-
prostitute,
We're
dude.
praying for
I
your
would expect
time.
favors. I'm not gonna lie. I expect favors.
I just wanted to talk,
Drayden,
Drayden. I don't know what they're
Drayden,
about.
listen,
If you pay
Drayden,
for my
I've
time.
paid for your time, so you're gonna sit naked on the edge of the bed and talk to me.
Man, it can't.
You want to make a portrait?
It's not gonna be sexual. It's not gonna be
Julia
like
Lar.
Your French
perverted.
girl?
I just want you naked and talking to me.
Are we gonna make our calendar then?
We'll make our calendar.
See, there you go, Drayden. It's a
Mm.
business.
Maybe y'all run into porn star Matterall again.
we'll find porn star Matterall.
You
Well,
may not
we're
remember us
saying
from
it
last
was,
year when we were
won't see 'em.
creeping on you, but we want you to pose semi-nude this year.
Yeah.
God.
Seriously, Drayden, give us a
draw
dollar.
draw me like one of your French girls.
Sure
Drayden,
he'd do it.
Drayden, figure out a dollar amount and we'll make it work.
Rated. Look at the Show Notes channel. I mean,
That's-
that will happen. Worst case scenario.
It's a ways down the road still. Also, I know that Delon
Never
sent me
stopped
mad
you
'cause
from talking about it
I
before.
told her that like if I had to, I would forsake Vegas to go to New Orleans this year. And if I have to go to, if I go to Vegas, there's no way I'm making New Orleans.
Actually, I will say
I know that she's probably going to Vegas anyway, but I know that she'll be upset about that. That's
She
fine.
came to Eve Midwest, just so you know, Drayden. Delana came to Eve
Well, I
Midwest.
know she came to Eve Midwest, but I couldn't go there. I wanted to go there too.
Could have drove, dude, before the prices went up.
No, it's
what the
fine.
heck?
Like
No,
even
it's like,
even
yeah,
if
why
the
didn't
price
you
is
just
up,
buy some
driving
gas and
is
put it in the
fine. But the
freezer?
thing is, like, it still would have been. The thing is, like, unless someone let me stay in their house or in their room, like, it still would have been. It's not the travel cost. The travel cost is the cheapest part of
You're
these
such a liar.
vacations.
I
It's
told
the
you to
stay.
escape me.
Like for me, it's like driving to Des Moines
Drayden.
and back.
Drayden.
Is,
Drayden.
it would have been like
Drayden.
$300 or $400, but then like staying in the
Drayden.
hotel is $1,000, or going to Vegas is like I can fly to Vegas and back in like $300 or $400, but then the hotel is like $1,200, and then drinks and food is like another $1,000. So it's like $2,000 is not
Go
the
ASMR
travel.
on him. ASMR.
Okay.
He listens to ASMR.
This is Manic
ASMR.
Velocity
I'm just
speaking
trying
to you
throw
right
the
now.
numbers. I'm saying like it's like it's
Drayden.
a $3,000 trip to go to
I don't
Vegas,
know
and
what was
$2,000
Somebody,
is not the travel.
Drayden, listen
Yes,
to me.
yes, yes.
Somebody,
Drayden.
somebody,
I love lamp.
a certain somebody in the Open Comms
Drayden.
Discord channel recently mentioned something about something in the guest show notes channel, the private guest show notes channel,
I saw that thing.
where
and it was much cheaper.
it would be much cheaper to get a room at this particular place that this person mentioned.
They were talking about that recently. I saw that.
Drayden.
I saw that too, but even with that,
And
it might be too much.
Drayden, give us a dollar amount and we will
Drayden.
make it work, bro, because we want to hang out with you.
So here,
Yeah, no, Lorraine's talking
Drayden.
about it. Sure, that it's gonna
my
work.
thing is, I'm trying to buy a house, and I used to. have
Brayden, don't buy a
bunch-
house on the
know.
market, dude. Let the prices
I
crash.
used-
Yeah.
Wait,
Well, they're not
wait
gonna
for the
sell
bubble
it.
to
The
pop,
house
dude.
market is not popping. The house market is steadily
That's what
going
they said in the
up.
80s. That's what they
It's
said in
gonna
2008.
pop, dude.
But
It
there
has
was
to
a
pop.
there was a
It has to
bubble.
pop.
It's
There
gonna
was
be a bubble.
The house
You're
market
a
is
bubble.
going to increase, not as fast as it has in the
Bubble
last few
boy.
years, but it is steadily increasing. There's no downside in sight. Period.
Yeah, of
a
course
lie.
that's what they want you to think, dude.
But my
So you'll buy their
Because-
stupid
because-
overpriced houses.
Because
Drayden,
they
I
want
live
you
in
to,
a
they
house-
want you to buy now. So
My-
of course
my-
they're
So-
going to tell you
So
that
you're
there's no
banking on us
downslope.
continuing to go off the rails. Got it.
it's gonna keep going up. Now the increase will
Dude,
slow,
that's what they
but
that's
it
what they
will
want you to
instead of
think.
going up at a steep rate.
I don't
it's
know.
gonna
With all those Russian oligarchs not being able to buy land.
That's not the problem here. So Idaho,
You should watch off-grid
Idaho
cabin
particularly
YouTube
has the
videos
problem.
and
Like
build one
Idaho
out.
is like
That's right.
Right?
Idaho is like one of the top
I'll be
3
spitting
places
facts.
to move
I'll
to.
be spitting facts.
Drayden, that's what they say for every
value-wise.
space.
No, Idaho. If you look at like what's the top 3 places
Utah.
value wise to move to Idaho? Idaho is like number 1 in a bunch of those surveys. Everyone's like, move to Idaho. Living there is so cheap, and it was.
Okay,
for
so
people
I
of
looked
my
up a
income,
list.
But now it's like the
I
national
looked up a
income
list
is
that
cheap.
said best states to live in for cost, safety, quality of life, etc. But the first one they said is New Jersey, Massachusetts, New York. So I don't know if this is
I,
true.
didn't see it. I saw Idaho.
I
was
feel
on
like
it.
somebody got
don't
paid
know
off
if
for
this-
that one.
I saw
Hey,
Idaho,
Iowa's on this list.
Nebraska is
Sponsored
number 2,
by a tourist
and then
program.
like a mixture of Indiana, Iowa, and Louisiana is number 3.
Houses
I'm-
are cheap where I
I'm
live.
just saying, like,
come move where I live.
The thing is, like, everyone is moving out of the urban centers, selling their houses for like $1 million, and then buying a house that's the same size for half the price, and they have the money to pay that, even if they have it go into a bidding war where it's like, oh, I'll just up the price to like $650,000, no problem. Whereas like locally, people can't afford that shit here because that was one of the things in this area is like, okay, the average income here is pretty low compared to the national average. Like, middle class here is like probably
Right,
like
but-
upper lower class in most other places.
But they're not the one. That's
cost
what's,
of living is, a bit cheaper. Now everyone's leaving the urban areas and coming up here, and now all of a sudden, and they're like, oh, $400,000 for a house, no problem. I'll just like outbid that, $450,000. Oh, they say $450,000. I'll just say $500,000, and it's fine because they sold their house for $1 million. It's like, but up here, it's like that's like unaffordable for most people. Middle class up here is like $35,000 to $45,000 a year, and you can't afford houses like that up here with that money, and so
right.
The
but
thing up here is it's like all the
problem,
people
though,
like Texas, California, and Colorado. Those are the 3 states I see so many license plates up. It's like so.
But
much
it doesn't
influx of
matter. It doesn't matter because this isn't about local purchases.
I know. I'm saying like the influx of population in this area of people that can afford housing.
It doesn't have to do with population and whether or not they can afford it
normal
locally.
people here used to be able to afford. Now all of a sudden it's like 2 years ago I could have bought a house in any neighborhood, no problem. Now
you know who can afford it?
I would
Zillow.
be lucky if I can afford
Zillow's
like
bought a fuckload of
manufactured
houses.
home. Like
Yep.
if I can afford a double wide manufactured home, that's like $400,000 now. That used to be $150,000 2 years ago.
Right, because you're not competing with local markets. You're competing with global markets.
I know, and that's the shitty thing is like I got into the housing. I was gonna buy a house 2 years ago, but I needed to pay off credit cards, and I waited a year.
I'm talking to Fallen Hammer in chat. Just wait until the policy changes where we don't allow foreign nationals or giant corporations to buy living houses and property.
Yeah. There are. I mean, we have a housing crisis. We're gonna have to figure out something soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we have plenty of
Off-grid
property to
cabin.
house
Let's go off grid.
everyone. The issue is places like Zillow buy it out and then they don't use it, and then
or they rent it,
and then no, because most people don't want to rent. You're not going to rent like a 3-bedroom, whatever the fuck.
There's this whole new fad of like people.
Yes, I know. People want to buy real estate to rent, and then they realize it doesn't fucking work.
But Zillow doesn't care.
Own.
Zillow doesn't care. They're buying it because they want to make other property more expensive.
It's almost like
and then they're fucking themselves over with it.
It's not like a timeshare, but it's almost like shared like buying real estate.
So is Zillow pegging themselves?
This is such a weird show.
Yes, in every way.
Weird show.
Indirectly?
I know. I'm just saying, like it's weird because, 2 years ago I could have found a house, foundation house, 3-bedroom, 2-bath, for the same price now. Now it's like I'm lucky to find a manufactured double wide trailer, 2-bedroom,
and
1-bath,
just wait
for
it
like the
out.
same price.
I wonder if anything significant has happened between now and then.
There is waiting it out.
It would have
There's
changed the
lots of waiting
economy
it
somehow.
out.
No. There's up
Drayden,
here.
stop. Look at the history in the United States. Look how many economic crashes we have of the dumbest shit. Wait it out.
But up here,
that's what happened in 08. No, I don't
Just
care.
remember,
It happened in 08. It happened in the 80s.
The current
it happened
situation
in
is
God knows
completely
when before.
untenable.
It did.
in
It
1814,
will
we took a
happen.
little trip.
It did
It will
before.
happen.
Along
And
with Colonel
you don't
Jessup
want to
down the mighty
stop,
Mississippi.
Drayden. You don't want to be that guy who has a $500,000 loan and a
Took a little bacon and
$500,000
we took a little
mortgage,
beans.
and then suddenly the bank you get it
And we
from
shot the
crashes
bloody
and you owe a
British
shit ton of money.
in the town of New Orleans.
But
Okay, wait, what the fuck? Shelby, I'm not talking about.
Preach, Shelby.
I'm
Well,
just saying, like,
look who
We fired our guns and the British kept it coming.
the
There wasn't as many as
changes
there
in real
was
estate now has transitioned into rural areas
a while
which
ago.
is where I live, and the thing is, like, the housing market here has exploded, and honestly,
Yes, and it will crash, Drayden. It is so unsustainable. It will crash.
They are not
Heard
Really
you're supposed to
don't
buy
want to
when
be
it's
In the
telling
high.
West
Told
Texas
you
town
so.
of El
They
Paso,
are
I fell in
not-
love with a Mexican girl.
They are not predicting a
Out
crash.
in
They
the
are
West
predicting
Texas town of El Paso.
They are
To the
predicting
moon?
love
Am I hearing to the moon?
girl.
Wait, but hold on, listen. They are predicting a plateau in the rise, and it might slow, but then it's going to slowly peak after that. And so they are predicting that
This plateau in Arizona?
even
So
though
predicting
the
that it's
price
good for
cheap-
Bitcoin.
even though the prices now are outrageous, it's still going to be cheaper now than it will be in a few years. Like it's
So,
just
Drayden,
going to
here-
keep
here's
going
how nuts
up.
things
It's
are.
just going to keep going up. Housing prices here are going to increase permanently, and if you can't afford them now, you will not be able to afford them later. So the earlier you can get them,
Wait for the purge.
better. That's what everyone is saying up here.
So here's how nuts the housing market is where I live. I've managed to buy my house right before the prices skyrocketed. I paid a shade under $300. Now with how the prices are, I probably wouldn't sell for anything under $5.
Right. and that's
in
everything here.
over a year, like a shade over a year.
The house I live in
It's
right
fucking
now,
nuts.
my roommates, they had this a brand new build, $430,000. It's now worth $570,000, and they haven't done anything to it. It's just the fact that houses are just that much more expensive. Houses have increased. Before, I could buy 3 years ago, I could buy a trailer for like $120,000 for a single wide or a double wide even. Now, a foundation house, 1 bedroom or 2 bedroom, 1 bath, $420,000 easy, no problem. Like, and that's like, less than a quarter acre. It's just housing prices have skyrocketed so much that, like, if you're not upper middle class, you're not buying a new house.
There's no middle class.
Yeah, I'm
Like,
lucky
for
I'm in
example,
that.
Look,
like
Rain
in
said
the
you don't
town
want to be
of
that
Agua
guy.
Fria, rode a stranger one fine day.
Fuck you, LV. I was
Yeah.
about to start that song.
Oh, so damn close.
Hardly spoke to folks around him. Didn't have too much to say.
LV,
Literally.
I'm gonna have to go get my big art, take a picture of it, and post it in the fucking Twitter
Drayden,
zone
Drayden,
for
I'm
you.
drawing you a photo.
Let the man finish.
I'm just saying, like, I've been
Yes.
talking with my
No
real
one
estate-
dared to
Monty
ask his
Robbins.
business. No
I-
one dared to make a slip.
I've been talking with my real
The
estate
stranger
agent.
there among them had a big iron. on his
Drayden,
hip.
there's that photo. Okay, you see where we're at over here in like the 2020 area? But like, okay, look, 15 years earlier, you see that same slope that's going up and it looks like it's never going to come down? That's where you are.
Well,
you see the
I-
little peak
LB,
right
what
in
had brought him to
2008?
town?
Wait,
Well,
wait.
I don't
When
know.
Rain
You wait
said,
till after that peak
shut
and
up,
you wait till it
everybody.
comes down.
When
You
Rain
shut up.
said you don't want to be
Love
the
that song.
guy that bought a $500,000 house, this guy bought a $500,000 house in 2007. Eat that, fuckers.
Well, I'm just saying, like,
Yeah, and what
How
happened
much is your
in
house worth
2008?
now?
Well, okay, I'm back even.
$300,000.
No, actually, I'm about
problem.
480.
Yeah.
See? It still hasn't recovered 15 years later.
But here's the thing. So I've been looking at places. There's nothing available.
Drayden, all the shit you're looking at is all recent. Ignore that. Look at the shit over
Drayden,
year
have
over
you
year.
considered-
like the
Doesn't
massive years
matter.
time frame.
I have to look at
Have
what's
you considered
available
going
for sale
in on
right
it
now.
with
And
your
here's the
friend
thing.
from the club?
I have to look at what's available
lady
for
friend.
sale in my area right now, because it doesn't matter what shit sold for a year ago. It matters what's shit sold for now. And
No,
here's the
look at
thing.
what it sold 15 years ago.
Double
And if it hasn't
wide-
been 15 years, then you
Double
wait.
wide manufactured homes are selling for $310,000.
Then you wait. Then you wait.
You should
I'm
manufacture
sorry.
your own home.
I really don't
And
want to be
they're gonna
telling you
keep
this
going up
10 years
because
from now. You're like, you guys, I bought a house.
6
and now
months
it's like
ago,
worth
those
200,000 or whatever the fuck it's going to be.
those $310,000 manufactured homes were going for $270,000. So they've been going up.
They make pretty good tents now.
Like 2 bedroom, 1 bath, broken down shamble houses with a foundation.
we get
are
here?
$400,000 in this area.
This is not my
Talking about
beautiful
why
wife.
nice.
This is not my beautiful house.
It's like if you want to buy a nice house and you don't have $600,000 to $700,000 to spend on it, you can't buy a house here anymore. 2 years
And
ago,
don't buy.
2
Don't
years
buy.
ago,
Don't buy it.
it's
Don't buy
going
it.
up. It's not slowing down. It keeps going up. I've been checking with my real estate agents. It's the prices of housing.
Yeah, real
It-
estate agents want you to buy now because they want to get
They
all the
want to
money
get- no, the
before
thing is, like,
shit
real
hits the
estate
fan.
agents want to buy you the shit for the cheapest price possible because they can close it
No,
as fast as possible.
because they know shit's gonna happen
No.
soon.
It's
Yes.
LB.
Idaho is
Yes.
the number 1 growing state in real estate
Next line,
I saw the
markets
picture
in
of
the
your big iron.
country.
To the
pretty big.
Yeah,
moon.
Drayden, and you're gonna get fucked in 5 years.
Everyone's
Like, I
moving
really don't know
here.
what to tell you because
Everyone's
you're not
moving here
listening.
because everyone's like, oh, we can sell my house for like $2 million in the city here, and so I could buy twice as big of a house for like $700,000 over there. Oh, I might have to outbid this person by $100,000, $800,000, no problem. I sold my house for $2 million, no problem. Boom, bought it. The people here is like, I can't afford a new house because everyone's outbidding me by $100,000, and I can't afford that. That's my predicament.
Welcome to Vegas.
Yeah, so.
I was,
3 years ago, I could have afforded a house, like 3 bedroom, 2 bath, no problem.
Right
Now-
there, Steve's Haven, even in chat. Housing is cyclical. There's always a dust bubble. It will burst. And that is what I am attempting
There is
to
a
tell you for the
bubble,
1000th fucking time.
But
So
there's
don't
a bubble,
buy it and
but
don't
there's no
stress about
bubble
it.
here. Because
Yes, there is.
The
There's a
current
bubble
situation
everywhere.
is
The housing
completely
market bumps
untenable.
everyone. It happened in 2008. 2008 was a global fucking
But
issue.
here's the thing: I can't
It will
wait
happen.
5 years for a bubble to burst because
Well, then you
Why
can
not?
go blow all your money.
No,
in.
but
Like, I guess
you're
that's
gonna
what
you're
you
gonna
need to do,
spend
blow
it
all
we're
your
to
in
the
an
top of the
inflation
bubble and
economy
then
right
lose
now.
all your
We're in
money.
an-
And then in
Wait
5
for
years,
the
you're like,
inflation to
guys,
settle.
I don't have any money. I spent all my
Where
house.
Wait,
The house isn't
are you
worth anything.
planning
It's
on
like, well, I
flipping your
fucking told
house
you
in
so,
less than
dude.
5 years?
where I'm living right now, my roommates are my friends, and they're letting me live here for a very cheap rate, and that's awesome. They're also looking to have a kid, and so within the next year or so, when they have a kid, I need to be out of
Live-in
here.
nanny.
Drayden, if they haven't had a kid
That's
in
when I
3
had to move
months,
out
it's
and buy
gonna
a
take them a
house.
while.
Well,
Live-in nanny.
It's not that
Haven't-
hard to have a kid, dude. Teenagers do it all
Uncle
the time.
Drayden,
Dude, it's
Make
super
the kid
easy.
French
me out of
onion
the
soup,
house,
and you're
man.
fine.
I find that's not true because there's people that will
That was
try
the
their hardest to
strangest
have a
line
kid
of
for like a
logic.
year and it takes time. Like,
Welcome to my fucking
because
brain.
honestly, like when you're fertile, you have like a 2-day window to like get fertilized.
Yes, it's very
or-
easy to map out, and you can do fertility
Oh.
tests and all this and that.
Right.
I was
but if it
I was a
doesn't work-
highwayman.
If
I
it
want us
doesn't
to
work,
map
very
all of the topics that
but
we've
if it
touched
doesn't
on
work, you have
today.
to wait till
On the
whole,
coach road.
along
I
the
would
coach
ride.
roads I did ride
You have to wait till
with
next
sword
month.
and pistol by my side.
It's like, oh shit, these 2 days that you were fertile,
I killed a man once
we
in
didn't
Reno
make it
just to
work?
watch
Okay.
him die.
Now we have to wait a whole month.
It's a
and then
different
we'll try
song.
next month.
Blast 'em.
Oh, it
Yeah.
didn't work that month? We have to
God
try next
damn
month.
it.
So, it's not just like we're gonna have a kid. Boom, we had a kid. It doesn't work like that.
It can though.
It can.
I don't know, dude. Teenagers get pregnant all the time. How hard can
I
it be?
know, but that's because
Dude, if-
they are silly.
I-
and
Try
not-
enough.
I told my now ex-wife that it's like, okay, fine, we can try for a kid. And within like 3 weeks, she had her pregnancy test, or like, no, it was within a
Yeah,
month.
see, look, if Ash can do it, anyone can do it.
And I was like,
I
we were,
know,
I
He
but-
was
was
even a
hoping that this would take a
teenager.
little bit of time, you know,
but,
like
but the thing is like when women
a
are
couple attempts.
when women are in there, like, you know, like
Maddox
for-
face
for-
palm
And their
is fucking
fertility,
epic.
yes.
Tell
Wait,
us
it's-
about the women's internals, Drayden. Tell us all about it.
I'm
Yes,
not-
Drayden.
I-
Tell us about the
I'm
internals.
just saying you have like a day or two window, right?
How do women, Drayden? How do women?
I'm
Please explain to me. I need to know
okay.
how women get pregnant.
I'm not saying like, oh, I'm a woman. I know. I'm saying like,
Please mansplain
Tiny
this to
dick
me,
homie.
Drayden.
Mansplain. Boys have a penis, girls have a vagina.
no, but
So the woman
Some
hormonal cycle
girls
is
have too.
monthly.
I've seen
Hence
it.
why they get their period
can
monthly.
everyone agree that it's like a 1 to 2 day time period that you
Yeah,
have?
it's like
I
3
don't know
days.
shit
So
about
you
that.
just come a bunch during those 2 days. Not that hard.
Yeah, it's like a 2 to
But
3
usually-
gestation.
Yeah,
Come a
that's
lot.
that
There's actually
woman's
movies
lane.
where they talk about how to keep it in so you can actually like get
Yeah,
pregnant faster.
You just like watch the Big Lebowski. You just gotta.
I like how
You
we
just
just
gotta
had
come a
Drayden
lot.
You just
talking
gotta
about
put
how
your
women
ass-
work,
you
and
just gotta
then
put your ass in
Rain
the
talking about
air.
how men work.
You just gotta put your ass in the air. No, it's fine.
No, you just
Very
tuck
progressive
it.
show.
But what I'm saying is like there is that 1 to 2
Show's
day
fucking
period,
dumb.
and yeah,
This is such a stupid
saying
fucking show.
in
Is
that
Open
that
one-
comms,
it's
a
taking
show
them
about
more
evil
than a
mind.
couple months. It's gonna
fucking
take
And
a
from
so
while.
Drayden's
Twitch.
terrible interpretation of the
Plus,
housing
you
market
have
to
9
fucking
months.
sexual
Wait, why is it
education
ter-
with Rain
why is it
entertainment.
terrible
Oh,
interpretation of the
within seconds.
Why are you saying it's terrible interpretation of the housing market? It's what the housing market is
Because you're
here.
wrong.
Because you
You're
are looking at it in
wrong.
like a tiny
you're
lens,
wrong.
Drayden.
You don't live
Everyone
here.
knows it's a
I
cyclical.
don't-
You don't
I
have
don't
to
live
live
anywhere.
somewhere to know how the
You
housing
don't
market
live here.
works.
You don't know the
You
housing
don't have
market is
to.
here in Northern
You
Idaho.
don't
Time is a
have to
flat
know.
circle.
The
Time is a
national
flat circle.
housing market
Time is
is the
an
same
illusion.
fucking
I've been
shit.
trying to buy a
Lunchtime
house for
WSO.
the last year and a
So
half.
unless you're living
and it's
somewhere
been
like Florida
fucking
where they're having their
impossible.
Forgot to hang
houses literally
Wednesdays.
collapse and those
That's
are condos more than houses,
No,
then you don't have to worry about the housing market is national. It's fucking national. You
it's
remember when
increasingly
Wall
global.
Street fell? You
Then
remember
it's
Wall Street fell
nationally
with their
going
with
up.
the predatory loan shit?
Then-
That was national and then global.
then
It is
it's
not a
nationally
simple
going up
thing.
because here's the thing. I've been trying to buy a house
Yes,
for a
it's
year
been
and a
going
half,
up and then it's
and
going to break.
nothing is in my budget.
Yes, then nothing will be in your budget until the bubble collapses.
But here's the thing:
Sweet.
2 years ago, there's plenty of houses that would have been in my budget, but now the housing market has skyrocketed. Nothing is in my budget. Shit that I could have afforded 2 years ago is now I don't even make 2/3 of what it would have
Then
taken
you wait
to
till it
buy
comes
that.
back down. It's how it works.
It's not going to go back down.
Drayden, I
Everyone is saying it's
guarantee
not going
you
to
it
go
will.
down.
If it doesn't,
It's
I'm gonna
going
eat
to
my own
s-
T-shirt.
It's
I
going
will
to
eat my own
slow-
T-shirt if there's no bubble with
It's
this.
going
Okay,
to
I'll eat my
slow
fucking
the
T-shirt.
Always
increase.
cyclical.
It's going
Again,
to
it's
slowly
t-shirt.
Okay,
increase.
so
but
one of
it's
the reasons
not
it's
going
so
to
much is because of
medium?
foreign actors being able to buy stuff. If
Can-
that even
can
gets
I say-
restricted, that will change the market.
Can I say they're saying it's going to slow the increase of the upscale, but it is not going to go down. It is going to.
It is going to go down.
It's going to
Because you know
It's
what
gonna
happens
go
when
down.
people stop being able to
slowly
afford that, or when
increase.
people have to start selling that off. We have plenty
It's
of
not-
houses here.
It's not.
Yeah,
going,
they're
not
gonna.
here.
No, Who do you think owns owns a lot of the property. corporations and foreign nationals.
Farmers
how
own
do you?
the property here.
No, they fucking.
Do you know how many
don't.
Yes, they
factories
do.
are currently not
Corporations
being
and
Who do you
foreign
used?
think?
nationals.
Who do
How
you think sells the?
long do you think until people realize, damn, maybe we shouldn't have China own our fucking property here?
This
That's
How long do you
not-
think that's gonna
Yeah,
take?
do you know how
That's
much
not
of
what-
our,
that's
of
not
our
what's here.
housing
Up
is
here?
consumed?
No,
by
it's
just
everywhere,
nothing?
Drayden.
No, no.
It is
Dumb. How are
literally.
you?
Hey, what's
everywhere.
a good recipe for pulled pork? You
Up
got a good one?
here,
Oh, slow cook it for
the
about
people
3.5
that own
hours
the
in a
property,
trigger.
the people that own the
got a
vast properties
smoker.
up here are
Yeah,
farmers.
Pit
smoke
boss.
it
And
for
they
about
sell
3.5
their
hours.
they sell their
Yay.
land
Pit
piecemeal
boss
off to
posters,
Farmers
1150.
own land. They
No
don't
big
own
deal.
the
They
fucking.
sell the
Flames,
land to
pellets.
developers.
Yeah, who do you
use
think's gonna
use
buy
cedar
it from the
pellets. I love
developers?
cedar pellets.
Developers
Cedar
buy
on
the
pork? No.
Yes,
All right,
yes.
all right.
What?
It's an interesting
Tell me that
flavor.
every
All right, we
single one of
can
those
close the
households
show.
is
We can
full.
close the show. We can be done. That's fine. Let's go. Bye.
Oh goddamn.